A man in a garden shouts to the protagonist that their wheat has sprouted and offers to make bread after it is harvested. The young man is really looking forward to this. He walks away. He is met by 4 beautiful girls. They call him Lord and King. All the guys are having a good time. One of the main character's friends comes up to him and offers him a tasty dish. She made it especially for him. The guy tries it and says he never thought it would taste so good. She is happy with his reaction. Another girl comes up to them and says that this was possible thanks to his castle. The guy thinks she's exaggerating too much. In front of them is a 2-story wooden house. This island was uncharted land just 3 months ago. It all started in his past life. The story jumps back in time. A boy in a hospital gown plays a video game console. He was sick from birth and died before he could live 20 years. He has almost no friends except for playing in the garden where he can create his dream place. Because he was always sick, his parents were not well. At his death, the young man thinks that he is happy because he can see his parents before he passes away. It's no one's fault, but it was a life full of regrets. He thinks about a second chance. Suddenly, the protagonist wakes up in the body of a baby on the street. He opens his eyes and wonders where he is, because this is clearly not a hospital. Nearby, he notices another child. The child wants to jump up and rush to help the baby. He is indignant. Who could leave the child in such a place? But then he falls down. It is at this moment that he notices that he himself has become a child. It is very cold outside, and the protagonist understands that things are bad because he and this child are in danger. Suddenly, someone approaches. A grown man appears in front of him. He speaks in an unfamiliar language. A passerby takes both the main character and the other child to his home. He puts them in the crib. The protagonist understands that he was not mistaken. This is truly a rebirth. The man comes with a portion of food, and again speaks in a foreign language. The baby understands that first of all, he needs to learn everything about this world. We are again thrown back in time. The slightly grown-up protagonist goes into the library and takes a book. He studies the writing of the New World. The action takes place 2 years after the reincarnation. They were taken in by the man who picked them up back then. He gave them names, Kai and Rukia. There is magic and other things in this world. Perhaps there is a god here. The boy understands that this is a completely different world. Suddenly, a little girl appears in the doorway. She tells Kai that she will tell her father everything. He is surprised by her arrival and asks not to tell. Rukia wants to spend time with him. The boy agrees and offers a story about a god. In this world, God is called Farley. Kai and Rukia's father is a priest. The boy begins to say that this world was created by the god Farley. There are 13 more gods along with him. Children who receive a blessing from a god will receive a holy seal on their left chest. Call the name of the god and they can use special abilities. This is a blessed personality. Unlike magic aimed at destroying abilities that are inconsistent. The girl asks if she can become like her dad if she gets a seal. Kai explains that the seal will only be visible when they reach adulthood. Many of the gods' names are kept secret. The blessings themselves will not be known until they receive the sacrament in the temple at the age of 12. However, one day the main character notices a book on the shelf. This book is only accessible to the high priest. This is the name of the god, not declared by the temple. Kai immediately closes it in fear. Kai and Rukia are taking a bath. The boy hopes that he will be able to use magic. The girl says that she will stroke his head again if he cries. Kai cried for a long time when she found out that he won't be able to use magic. The girl screams that he is playing with her voices. He apologizes. Rukia screams that now she will wash him. The protagonist suddenly freezes. A few minutes later, he is already near his father. The boy says that Rukia has acquired a holy seal. The man turns his attention to the little hero's chest. He doesn't understand what he's talking about. After a while, the man examines the girl and can't believe it. Kai is very happy. The girl turns to him and says what she said. The priest hugs his adopted children and sincerely congratulates them. He gives thanks to God and says that these children are his miracle and he is proud of them. As soon as Kai relaxes, the man asks him if anyone has come into his office. 10 years later, the grown-up protagonist lists the names of the gods. Nothing happens no matter how many times he repeats it. The names of these 10 gods were in the book. He does not suppose that his god is among the other 3, or he still needs to go to the official ceremony at the temple. The boy wanted to check the office, but it is closed. The main character trains every day and yet is worried about something. His sister comes up to him from behind. She is surprised again that he is training again. The boy remembers with a sly smile that the girl does not know about his note. Kai asks Rukia if she wants to know which god is blessing her. The girl remembers her father's words about it being a secret until the ceremony. The boy insists. Rukia finally agrees. Kai says that they will start with the gods that he knows and begins to list their names one by one. The girl repeats after him, and on the name Aidia, a light appears around her. Rukia confirms that this is it, and she hears a voice. The girl wonders if she has become a saint. The boy is a little puzzled by this and says that her god of truth is quite powerful. He shouldn't have touched the note. Kai turns to his sister and asks if she can find out the name. The girl agrees to try. Rukia uses her power on him and says that the god who blessed him is Alamir. Kai and the gods think about it. The girl praises herself and wants to get praise from her brother. Then he pats her on the head. He asks her how much she knows about his power. Rukia says she didn't understand anything except the name of the god. The boy remembers that the facts about his past life and that their father is an adoptive father should not be known. He thinks that he can't be caught in a lie and wonders if his sister has any good abilities. With this mark, he is one step closer to becoming a saint. When you become a saint, you immediately start working as an assistant to the priests in the temple. They might be dead now if they hadn't been picked up. They can become priests and pay back their father. Kai is happy that he will be able to do what he could not do in his past life, namely, become a good son. After some time, he practices using his ability that was given to him by the god Alamir. He moves to a huge field. This is Tenohira's village, literally like the world in his palm. This is a special ability beyond fantasy. In front of him, he sees a sign that greets him in Japanese and says that it is up to him to decide what to do on this land. His current level is 0, the village has no official name, the setting is a wasteland, and he needs to complete the first quest harvest. The protagonist wonders if a level will rise if he fulfills the conditions. He realizes that this is his little dream garden and smiles. He joyfully exclaims that his improvement has begun alone. The main character runs down the street. A familiar grandmother asks him if he shops. He answers positively. As soon as he comes home, Kai moves to his village. He needs to meet the conditions for increasing the level of the first harvest. He takes out a hoe. The protagonist spent most of his savings on this. He received the village of Tenohira from the god Alamir to develop, but he wants his own world. The main rule is that he will hear a mysterious voice about the appearance of a new ability. The boy remembers that he forgot the seeds. When he goes beyond the fence surrounding the village, he appears where he can use his skill. Kai takes the seeds from the table and says that the field is good, but not enough. He comes to the forest in the village. He is still surprised that everything is ready for collecting materials. The boy understands that this forest is not enough. He plants a sapling of a young tree. It would be good if there was humus or quarry stone here. Humus plays an important role in the formation of the village, and the harvest begins to grow better. He was absorbed in the search for resources and the transformation of the village. His sister approaches him and offers her help. Kai agrees and uses the move. However, he finds himself in the village without his sister. Things can be moved, but this does not work with people. Besides, you can't stay there for more than a day. The boy raises the hoe, but it hits the floor of his room instead of the ground. He covers the crack with a carpet. With this success, he will expand the farm in a few days. The trees have grown too. He notices that the changes in the village are spreading outside, which is great, but growth has been poor lately. He looks at the field and is surprised that everything is ruined. Kai does not understand why this happened. The potatoes and seedlings died, and the main character assumes that it is because of the soil or fertilizers. However, suddenly a thought strikes him. In this place, they experience rain and clouds. Kai wonders what can be done with the weather and how he can make it rain. The boy tries to call him mentally. The main character throws some branches and sets them on fire. The boy suggests that smoke and wildfire will cause rain. He's not sure if that will help him scientifically, but it's all he can think of right now. The fire goes out and drops of rain fall to the ground. Rukia meets her brother. He is all wet. She washes his clothes. Kai realizes that the rain problem is solved. If he digs a canal, he can make a river. Now the possibilities have become much wider. A whole year passes, he finally gets his first harvest. Suddenly he feels something and looks up. System windows with congratulations appear above him. The village level and his rank have been increased. Kai notices the mysterious voice in his head again. The table has been updated. He runs up to it. It says that the next level will be reached after reaching 10 residents. The main character can't wait to try the potatoes. Kai sits happily by the fire and fries baked potatoes. Suddenly, a beautiful girl with elven ears appears next to him. Kai hands her one potato. She happily chews it and says that it is the first time she eats something so delicious. The main character asks her who she is and where she came from. The girl says that her name is Enel, and he knows her origin. The guy doesn't understand what she's talking about. The girl explains that it's because this world is his own, and she's his support in improving this world, the manager of the village he'll create. Now he can make changes in this world. Enel says that she feels happy because the food was not bad. The assistant also hands him a bag. The boy asks what it is. The girl says that it is seeds, first level rewards. Kai, ask her what will grow from it. The girl says that she can only plant it in the outside world. The boy gives the seeds back, because if something strange comes out, his ability will be revealed. After some time, residents appeared in the village. The boy notes that they look like primitive people. The main character extends his hand to the man and greets him, but he passes by. Kai is very sad that he was ignored. The girl suggests that they do not see him because he is the god of this world. The boy watches the people and asks his assistant how he can increase the number of people. She answers that he needs to make life in the village easier. The first necessity in life is special food. After some time in the outside world, the protagonist says that they will grow materials. From hemp fiber, you can make ropes and clothes, and much more. Besides potatoes and beans, he may also bring river shrimp and small fish. After all this, thanks to Enil, cultivation progressed. The villagers changed rapidly. Kai was happy that the village had grown so much. Then, a year later, they reached 12 years of age. Time for the blessing ceremony. Rukia asks the protagonist if she looks okay. He calls her cutie. They are both bothered by insects. Already in the building, the girl says that when this is over, they will become the priest's disciples and wonders if his power is okay. Kai says that his power is activated when he calls his name, and this is not something to be upset about. The priest invites the protagonist into the room. The girl tells him to get angry at her too. Kai calls it his plan and says that he can handle it. He sits down on the chair. The holy seal has been hidden under the sacred cloth for almost 10 years. Today he will say goodbye to it. The priest tears off the paper and sees the mark on his body. His eyes widen in surprise. The protagonist studies the seal. The priest turns around and immediately starts frantically searching for something in the book, ignoring the protagonist's questions. Kai has a bad feeling. The ritual should have gone smoothly. Suddenly a man in black enters the room. The priest nods to the inquisitor. He looks at the boy ominously and says that this is the seal of an evil god. Kai is immediately grabbed by both hands by other men. His mouth is covered with a bandage. After some time, he is thrown into the ship's dungeon. The protagonist does not understand what happened. He assumes that even the priest does not know about the seal of Aramil and will be killed. He understands that he said goodbye to his relatives. After some time, the dungeon is opened. He is taken out onto the deck of the ship. The main character appears on an island. He is left on the shore of an uninhabited island. The boy does not understand what is happening here and is indignant. Kai is not discouraged and remembers that this is his first beach in this world. People definitely don't live here. He doesn't understand what he should do here. Suddenly he hears some strange sound, like a growl. A huge lion monster with a snake tail appears before him. Kai looks at the monster in amazement. He suddenly attacks, but the boy dodges with his last strength and transports himself to his village. Enel was very surprised by his arrival. The girl asks him what happened, because he is very sweaty and offers water. He thanks her. When the rope is removed, the main character tells the assistant what happened. The boy says that if he had not been blessed, he would have died. It is better for him to stay here for the time being. He can only stay here for 3 hours a day. After that, he won't be able to get in for the whole day. He won't be able to hide here forever. He asks the girl if there is anything here that he can use as a weapon. Enel is very sorry, but there has never been a warrior in this world, and they don't even have a concept of war. The girl tells him that the best they have is a stone axe for harvesting and an iron hoe, which he brought himself. The boy says he is interested in what is happening outside the village. Enel does not know. Kai realizes he needs a plan because when he returns, a fight may begin. The protagonist arms himself with a hoe. The girl encourages him and says that he has protection from the excellent god Alamir. Kai thinks to himself that this god is considered evil. When the main character leaves his village, he relaxes, because the lion is gone. However, another monster, similar to a boar, suddenly appears behind him. The boy is indignant and does not understand what is happening on this island. He is going to repel the attack. However, suddenly a stranger intercepts his hand. She pulls him along with incredible force. The main character understands that she is a person, and that people live here. After some time, they come to a small hill with a huge tree. The girl explains to him that the monster cannot come close to these trees. The stranger leaves as quickly as she appears. Kai doesn't even have time to say anything back. The monster approaches from behind. The protagonist realizes that she really can't come. He sits down under a tree and thinks about why he was brought to this island in the first place. The boy assumes that it's all to kill him, but this is too roundabout. He wonders if his family is safe. In any case, he must survive now. Kai is unable to return to the city. He will live on the island. The boy is sure that he can live here at least one day. A whole night passes. The protagonist grinds his teeth from the cold. He teleports to his village. The boy screams that he is very cold and his confidence from yesterday has been shaken. Enel gives him water. The boy says that he needs to make a bed and a hut for the night, and if he fails to do so, he will die. Enel says that locals still lack technology because they don't have nails or tools. A DIY house is possible, but you need to prepare the materials. A boy can take a plant from the village. The boy materialized in space again. Behind him appeared a log with peeled bark, small branches and leaves, a flax rope and stone tools. He thought for a long time whether this would be enough for a hut. Kai remembers the assistant's words that he can take materials directly from the village. The boy is pleased that he will be able to raise the village's level. First of all, he needs to dig up the ground and determine the size. Compared to the village, the soil is hard. The boy notices that he can't spend much time and now just wants a room where he can sleep. The main character spends the whole day building his new home. He wants a fireplace, or a place for a fire to keep warm. As he thought, it will not work. Instead of ceilings, he has big trees and no need to worry about rain. The boy makes some gaps to let light in. Suddenly he notices that same stranger watching him from behind a tree. The protagonist recognizes the girl who saved him from the monster and tries to talk to her. However, she immediately runs away from him in fear. He does not understand her behavior and is perplexed by it. After some time, his hut is ready. He barely finished it by nightfall. Kai is surprised that the hemp gives off a smell that repels insects. He lies down with relief on a bed made of fallen leaves and shavings covered with linens. The next morning, he wakes up from the sun. This is different from everything before. The boy doesn't even want to get out of here. After a while, he teleports to his village where the assistant asks him if he has breakfast. The girl says that many plants have grown in the village and crops have also risen. There's water and food here. She suggests it's an easy difficulty level. The boy thinks that if one day he can't use his abilities, he'll be stuck here. He needs a field on the island. Kai thanks his friend for the food and says that today's plan is set. Girl tells him that if anything new appears on the island, she will help him if he does not allow her. It will definitely help him too. If something turns out tasty, she will be happy. The protagonist smiles at her and agrees. He thinks to himself that in this situation, having a friend with a good attitude helps a lot. The protagonist moves to the real world and says that he does it to reduce risk, but he loves field work. Suddenly, he notices oranges near his hut and does not understand who threw them. He notices that same stranger. As soon as he calls her, the girl immediately runs away. He does not understand whether the analysis brought him oranges or whether these are local people from the island. The main character thanks her with a smile on his face and shouts that he will live. The action moves into the past, into the memories of a little girl. A boy pushes her and shouts for her not to come near him. She asks him to be careful, but he does not see the monster ahead. A little girl cries because she couldn't save a stranger. A little girl cries because she couldn't save a stranger. The action moves to the present. The protagonist wonders if the fruits he received are edible. He remembers his assistant's words that he should apply everything he receives to her. The protagonist brings her oranges. The girl says that it looks delicious. Kai thinks to himself that perhaps this food is poisonous. The girl lives and says that it is a little sour-sweet and quite tasty. The main character is. He also tries it and says it's delicious. Enel notes that the aroma is very strong and asks his opinion on whether the residents will like it too. The boy asks her if she can plant it. The girl says that they are lucky, and in any case, this fruit is now available to this world. This fruit came to exist in the village because he brought it here. Time goes several times faster when he is not here, so it will be easy to grow it here. The boy moves to an island. He leaves everything to his assistant and plans to start farming right on the island. After a couple of days, he has already arranged the area around the tree a little. He sighs and says that the fields should be enough and he only needs to plant potato seeds. Kai again notices the stranger behind the tree. She came again as soon as he turned around. She runs away. The boy compares her to a lost neighbor's cat, although it's more about him. He should thank her for the fruits she leaves for him every night. Because of this, they can grow them in their village. Suddenly he hears a noise behind him. It turns out to be the monster again. After a while, he offers Aniel to implement the weapon. The protagonist asks her why they don't bring a weapon like a hoe and distribute it throughout the village. She says it's hard, and like she said before, there are no enemies here. Enel suggests the protagonist to launch some monster into the village from the island despite the danger. The village may be destroyed, but they will immediately learn to fight. Kai doubts it. He watches the family idol of the villagers. They need military power, because they cannot win using pseudo-weapons. However, the main character refuses. Suddenly the girl shows him the bag and says that he forgot about it. When the boy asks her what it is, she is amazed because he seriously does not remember. The assistant reminds him that this is the seed of creation. The girl says it's time to plant it. She's sure it will be useful. The main character plants it without thinking and hopes that it will help him survive on the island. He even prays to this seed. Suddenly he remembers his family. He can't depend on him, well, his father is also a high priest, and maybe he will come for him as soon as he finds out that something went wrong. He looks sadly ahead and immediately tells himself that there is no point in expecting much. He needs to prepare the ship in advance, and even if his father does something, he won't interfere. The main character is again watched by a little girl from the tree trunk. The next day, the protagonist lies in his bed. He understands that things are going badly. He has caught a cold and assumes that it is not a local disease. He cannot stay in the village for long and can only rely on his immunity. His whole body is shaking, and he even thinks that he has already gotten used to this in his past life, but the feeling is still unpleasant. This is the feeling of death. He is very cold. Suddenly his hut opens. A little girl asks him if he is dying. Kai immediately recognizes her and reaches out to her. He grabs her and places her next to him, hugging her. He feels very warm from the girl's embrace. The next morning, they wake up looking into each other's eyes. The protagonist is a little embarrassed by what happened. The girl is glad that he did not die. The boy scratches his head awkwardly and thanks her. He felt so bad that he didn't realize what he was doing. Suddenly, the girl asks him if he is afraid of her. The boy is confused. Suddenly, now that she said this, he sees her light hair and snow-white skin, black horns that are not human. He assumes that she is a Farley demon. The protagonist assumes that the children of this world would be scared. Suddenly, with a smile on his face, he says that she is actually quite nice. Suddenly, the girl approaches him and sits down next to him, asking if she seems scary to him even like that. The boy blushes because if she is so close, he will be nervous. He does not understand why she did this. The girl is surprised that he is not afraid. Kai asks her if she was brought here after the blessing ritual. However, the stranger says that she was born here, and when asked about other residents, she says that there is no one here and they are alone. Before the main character appeared, there were many children here, but everyone was afraid of her. Children were killed by monsters. Some got sick and weak. She couldn't help anyone, and that's why the girl is here alone. Kai tells her that she saved him and brought him to safety, brought him fruit, and was there when he got sick, so she is not alone anymore. The protagonist extends his hand to her and introduces himself. He sincerely invites her to become friends. The sincere girl takes his hand and says that she is Abbas Desu. Abbas says she is glad to meet him and calls him master. The protagonist says his name is Kai, but the girl with a smile on her face says that everything is fine, and now he is her master. The main character wakes up in his hut the next morning. A little girl hugs a boy as he stretches after sleeping. She wishes him good morning, which embarrasses him. Feeling his nervousness, she asks him if he slept well, if he got cold, if he is getting sick. He answers that he is fine. He says that she has a good bed. However, he immediately confuses with his words. The girl, on the contrary, is happy about this. The protagonist thinks to himself that she might hook up with a bad guy in the future, and immediately catches himself thinking like an old man. And from that moment on, he begins to live with Abbas. The girl is helping him with the garden. She comes up to him and says she's finished watering it. He thanks her. The protagonist says that the field work to strengthen the hut is a little easier when he has more people. But the main food is still potatoes and beans. As expected, he needs more options. The girl sits down near the bed and asks him what kind of sprout it is. He explains to her that this is the seed of creation, and he does not know what will grow out of it. The protagonist imagines cereals, for example, rice or corn. In extreme cases, he means that he soon wants to eat meat. Well, he immediately understands that it would be scary. It is still unclear what will come of this. The sprout continued to grow, and several days have already passed. The child suddenly grew up. The main character is shocked to the depths of his soul. He turns to the girl and asks what they will do. She suggests harvesting. Kai is surprised. Abbas offers to eat it if he wants to eat meat. The boy says that he can't eat it, and refuses. He suggests somehow getting it out of the ground. Kai doesn't want it to be just a head. When they pull him out, it turns out he does have a body after all. Abbas says it's smaller than she thought. The protagonist notes that it's now only the size of 2 heads. He assumes it is a warrior. Suddenly, its eyes light up, and the little animal comes to life. He starts rubbing against Kai's pant leg. The girl says that she is given such a strange fruit. The boy wonders if it is normal to just be surprised. The protagonist asks him to wait and sit down. The little man obeys him. Kai realizes that she understood intuitively and assumes that this warrior is part of his ability. He also notes that it does not look like a warrior and is created by the question, is he really strong? The boy bends down to him and holds out a child's hoe from the village. He asks him to help him cultivate the land. However, the warrior runs to the adult hoe. The boy tells him that it is made of iron and heavy. Suddenly, the child is very strong and quickly plowing everything. He happily swings the hoe over his head. The girl is happy about the new workforce. After some time, the protagonist finds himself in the village of Tenohira. Enil tells him that this is a creation of the workforce and wonders if he is suitable for exploring the lands. Kai did not even think about it. After a while, Abbas tells him that it is dangerous outside. The boy says that he knows about it. The girl insists that if he needs something, she will find it, and if he wants to eat meat, she can kill a monster that he can eat. The boy says it is dangerous there. Kai is pleased with how she feels, but he needs to find more resources. He can't just rely on her. The girl pats his head lovingly. He asks her if she has always lived in this forest and asks him to teach her all the tricks that can be used on monsters. The girl suddenly pushes him away. She looks down at the floor and says sheepishly that it's a secret. The boy says that he has the ability to retreat immediately and the warrior will go with them. He asks her sincerely and she hesitates. After a while, they are already in the forest. Abbas asks not to overdo it. Kai agrees and says that since he is a newbie in the jungle, he will rely on the instructions of someone who knows. Suddenly, the girl stops Kai and says that some plants are poisonous and he should not go into dark places. He is surprised and says that in this case, it would be right to keep the warrior in the vanguard. The protagonist says that he has never seen such a plant before and that they are different from those that surround the kingdom of Lepelda. The boy does not have time to say a word to her as she has already obtained them. He looks at her and realizes that she is a child of nature. but he also notices her hair, clothes, and shiny skin. The protagonist and his assistant work hard, getting new plants which Kai drags to the village. Time passes, and the protagonist says that he does not see the monsters. The girl says that perhaps they just do not know about the master's arrival. She says that they will attack him if they see him, because the master looks delicious. Kai is surprised by her words and asks again, to which he receives a positive answer without a doubt. Some more time passes, and the boy notices that it is time for them to go back. Suddenly, the warrior notices something behind the hero. A huge snake appears behind him. Abi shouts at him to turn around. The protagonist, amazed, pronounces the name of the village to teleport to a safe place, and makes it in time at the last moment. He finds himself next to his assistant and says that the monster's size is enormous. Anil asks him if he brought a new harvest. The boy explains to her that the monster simply jumped out unexpectedly. He says that everything is fine with him in response to her question, but his face suddenly changes, remembering his friend. The boy jumps up and asks for forgiveness from his assistant, saying he will return. He leaves right now alone and asks Abis to be okay. The protagonist is teleported back to the real world, and a warrior immediately sticks to his feet. He immediately returns but does not see the monster and wonders what happened to his new girlfriend. The girl appears next to him and pulls him somewhere. Kai wonders if everything is okay with her, to which they receive a positive answer. Kai asks her for forgiveness because he just ran away because he was scared. She replies that everything is fine and she is glad that the master got out, as if he died it would be the end. The main character says that he feels the same as she does. He thinks to himself that he is pathetic because he has the ability to run away alone. He remembers his safe village and realizes that inside he doesn't know what's going on outside. Even if she knows a little about how to avoid monsters, the protagonist will not be able to stand it if she gets into a dangerous situation. He urgently needs to think of other ways. He thinks about other ways or his power while they are walking back. The boy realizes that the best solution would be a warrior. In the future, he will need a strong warrior. If he has a good weapon, he will be able to fight against the brain. Well, to do this, he must raise the level of the village and explore the island and monsters to the end. Suddenly, they are covered by a huge shadow from behind. The girl pushes the protagonist forward so that he does not get attacked. The monster's paws hit the ground. The main character sees a huge monster in front of him that looks like a bird, and at first, due to stress, he thinks it's a joke. Ebis, in a panic, shouts to his master to run and asks him to save himself. However, the main character's gaze is warlike and directed at the enemy. The girl again shouts at him to run away from here as quickly as possible. Suddenly, the monster attacks the protagonist, but the warrior repels his attack with a hoe. Kai ponders that the monster may return to the sky after failing to attack, but he dismisses the idea because he doesn't feel like it has any intelligence. It would be difficult to escape from the bird. He notices the feathers of this monster, and a plan is born. He shouts to Abis to run to the big tree first. They have no choice but to fight. The warrior supports him. The boy shouts at the warrior to attack with a stone axe and aim at the monster's legs. He follows the order and does as he says. The girl asks him why he doesn't run away. The boy says that everything will be fine and asks Abis to run away. When the girl tries to object, he tells her not to worry. Kai convinces her that if she runs away, they will leave too. She finally agrees and runs away. The protagonist shouts to the assistant to hold out a little and moves to the village. In his village, Enil sits eating fried sweet potatoes with autumn leaves. A boy interrupts her meal and shouts at her to make a fire. The girl asks him what's going on. The protagonist sees a bag and pours out all the contents. He wraps the bag around a stick, and then he sets it on fire. The main character tells the girl to prepare a lot of these things. She asks why he needs it. Kai says he needs to destroy the monster. He'll be back soon. Enel gets to work. Kai teleports to the battlefield. He pokes the bird with a fiery torch, attacking it. As soon as he is hit, the same teleports to the village. Kai asks the girl for another torch and immediately receives it. He sees a warrior climbing up and attacking the bird from above. The protagonist is already at his side. He will never escape again. Someone has just started helping him. He opens the bird's mouth. This time the main character will fight. He runs furiously with this torch. He plunges it into the bird's feathers and flies into the air in pain. The bird's wing is first extinguished, but then flares up even more strongly. The protagonist is happy that he did it. He tells the warrior that he tried hard. They head towards the girl who was watching them. The boy is surprised that she hasn't run away yet. Suddenly they see that the monster is still fighting. The protagonist takes her hand and asks her to run away from here. Abis looks strange. She tells him that she didn't tell him about something. The girl didn't tell him what she needed to tell him, so he was in danger. The protagonist asks her what she's talking about. Abis says he needs to know something about her and pulls his hand away. The girl asks him not to hate her and is covered in a bright light. Suddenly, instead of the girl, a beautiful girl approaches the main character. She puts her palm forward and asks the monster to die. A powerful beam from her hand hits the monster right in the throat. The bird burns up immediately. The boy saw this for the first time. He understands that Abis is a sorceress. Unlike randomly given blessings, the ability to release the power of one's own body is passed down by inheritance. The young girl is a little shy in front of him. However, the protagonist is delighted that she is a sorceress. Suddenly, Abis says that she can use magic, but she is not a sorceress. The girl sincerely asks him, whoever she is, not to hate her and to stay by her side. The protagonist assures her that he will never hate her and wants her to stay with him. Abis says that she is not human. Many years ago, a combat doll was created that imitated the wizard Abis who lived thousands of years ago. She was immortal, living off the magic of an ordinary tool. The real name of his new girlfriend is Replicant Abyss. Her body is no different from the human structure, it is completely the same. The main character is surprised by her words about eternal life. He reflects that the girl has lived on this island for hundreds of years. However, she refutes his guess and says that she was created more than 1,000 years ago, but woke up only 58 years ago. The main character is embarrassed that as they looked, she is much older than him. The girl says that she does not know why she woke up. The protagonist realizes that Abis is a relic of the past, she has never eaten her clothes, and hair always shine. If she is a replicant, then everything falls into place. The guy reacts normally, and the girl asks him if he is upset. She explains that she looks like a demon and a real human likeness. Suddenly, the guy takes her hand. The boy thanks her for telling him her secret. He doesn't think it's something bad and calls Abis beautiful. She blushes. This girl saved his life, and he will not leave her no matter what happens, and he will not be afraid to risk his life for her. Moreover, the robot girl is a reward. The boy asks her, "What about the master?" The girl explains that she cannot live alone, she simply does not know how to live alone. So in those days, she decided on a whim that this man would be her master. The girl blushes and offers him to live together. The protagonist understands that because Abis is a combat doll, she is not able to live as she wants. He remembers his past and asks her why she calls him master. The girl remembers that she did not explain it to him properly. The girl kneels before him and asks him to be her master. She asks him if he can accept it. The protagonist blushes and thinks that, in a sense, he can. Today, he will give up values and his past life. Without his knowledge from his past life, he should have been afraid of Abyss and kept away from her. He wouldn't have understood what a replicant was. He understands that the girl is a replicant, but not an emotionless machine, and if from today she begins to explore the world, perhaps she will find something to her liking. The main character agrees to her proposal and shouts that then, from today and forever, the girl will be his. Until that day comes, they will live together. Abis agrees and says that she is happy to be with him and asks him to take care of her. The protagonist thinks that he is good at confession. Standing next to the fallen bird, the girl asked him what they would do next. The boy replied that he was going to take him to the village as material. The protagonist noticed that the warrior began to behave strangely, and then he shrank greatly in size. He screamed that he was gone. He worriedly decided to ask Anel about it. He thought that at the same time, he needed to somehow transport the monster to the village. After that, he teleported away with her. When he saw Anel, he told her in fear that they had one big problem. She exclaimed something and pointed the petals in his direction. Smiling happily, she congratulated him on leveling up. Shaking his hand, she asked him to accept her sincere congratulations on reaching level 5. The guy didn't understand her. She said that it was, of course, because he brought this bird. The meat and beak could become good materials, and there was a new function. Looking at the sign, the guy realized that they had a guest function. In addition, the possible population increased and a new title appeared. The girl added that he could bring other people to the village. They just needed to hold hands and activate the skill. When Kai left, they were forced to leave too. The guy agreed with her and decided to bring Abyss. Suddenly, he remembered what had happened to the warrior. The girl told him not to worry, he had just been injured and had gone into hibernation. He would recover in time. The boy was happy about this and felt relieved. Looking at him, he apologized to him for being so reckless. The girl suggested that he invite her and throw a party in honor of the 5th level. The guy thought that this was his chance. He would explain his abilities to Abyss once again. Abyss was glad that the warrior would recover. Kai wondered if the warrior would return to his original form during the battle. It was good that he was not damaged, if he was in that form. He said that the warrior is also part of his ability. The girl replied that it was unusual. As far as she knew, there was no blessing or god. The guy replied that 1,000 years ago, he did not exist. She asked if the master had brought much from the village. He replied that he could do so. This ability had been improved, and he was now allowed to bring other people with him. He asked her if she wanted to come and see. The girl was happy about this and said that she would go. Kai realized that she had never been outside the island. Taking her hand, he used teleportation. They found themselves right in front of the village. The guy looked at her and asked if it was surprising, but the girl's face darkened at that moment. Clutching her throat, she began to say something about magical power. The boy was very scared, not understanding what was happening to her. Enel said that it was better for her to leave, since his world was a lifeless world for everyone. He replied that he thought so too. Sitting down next to Abyss, he said that he hoped she was okay. They teleported back, and the girl immediately came to her senses. He asked her if she was okay. She replied that she was fine, but did not understand what it was. She was just surprised. The guy thought it was her that surprised him. She said that she only moved because of magic power, but there was almost none. She simply cannot move without magic, but she will not be destroyed without it. She is fine now. Kai realized that it was something like radio waves. He wanted to show her many things, but it was too dangerous. He thought about it, and then his eyes shone. Kai was happy that he finally got meat. Although it was monster meat, Enel was responsible for its taste. Seasoned with salt, made from seawater. It was just so incredibly delicious. When he took a bite, he literally got goosebumps. With tears in his eyes, he spoke about the greasy taste spreading in his mouth. He could no longer remember how long it had been since he had eaten it. He asked the girl if she wanted to eat. She told him not to pay attention to her. She just looks at how deliciously he eats. The guy thought that thanks to the girl, he becomes 100 times more delicious. 3 months have passed since he arrived on the island. Abyss used her magic to help him destroy the monsters. When she finished, she asked the boy if he was okay or not. He agreed with her. He added that this is what she saw on the south side. She says that this island is shaped like a pumpkin. It seems to be a large tree located on the south side. The girl said she thought there was bitter fruit there. He asked what kind. She said it was among the plump emerald greenery. She pointed to a large woven tree. The boy looked more closely, and, picking one fruit, said that it was an olive. Thanks to this, he would be able to get some oil. He got a little oil from the seed, so he needed to plant this too. He asked the warrior to help him. In the village on the island, he began to grow tangerines and bananas. Bananas are so sweet, but they are small and edible. Not only edible, but the water-repellent leaves become roofing material. It can also be used to stream food. Tangerines have a strong sweetness and sourness, and taste very good. He feels rested when he eats it, so maybe it has a lot of vitamins. He thought they were native species. Maybe they were improved species that civilization had created. The girl asked if there was anything else. He said they had enough to plant. What he brings to the village can exist there. The effect will be visible soon. If he brings a large number of shells and small fish, he can create an ocean. The girl wondered why he decided to create it. He replied that if there was an ocean, the village's culture would also develop. He wanted to be able to build a boat when he thought about escaping from the island. The girl wondered what he was going to do after escaping. He replied that now he wanted to tell his family that he was safe. Although, if the temple had eyes around them, that would be impossible. However, he wanted to see them. The girl realized that he had a family. He replied that he had a sister and a father, and added that of course she would go with him, because she is his family too. The girl was surprised by his words and happily hugged him. The blushing guy thought that the civilization of 1,000 years ago, as expected, their level of development is too high. Returning to the village, he saw his assistants. Abyss said that the third seed had also become a little man. He replied that this time, too, he had become a warrior. In the last 3 months he had reached the 7th level. He had 2 seeds of creation. If the village had an ocean, it would take quite a while until they had a ship that could cross the open ocean. It was terrible not having iron. When he was in Lapelled, he didn't want to spend money. He decided that he needed to survive the winter before that. He was approached by warriors, to whom he told them that they were all holding up well and that he was counting on them. He decided that he needed more micromen, so he needed to talk to Anal. He approached her and said that for some reason he wanted more seeds, so could they do something about it? The girl was surprised that he addressed her so respectfully, because she was not going anywhere anyway. She said she was just a manager, so she couldn't do anything about it, so she said he was going to move up a level. She said they needed livestock right now. Anal thought about the cows and horses. It would be great if they had a large workforce. She thought about 5 individuals, which this place would suit quite well. She added seriously that at least a pair was needed, because it would be difficult to tame if there were only one. The boy agreed with her and thought that it would be nice if only quiet animals lived on this island. But in the north, there were other things. He said that he was going to the north side of the island today. He asked if everything would be okay. The girl replied that everything would be fine. It was not too dangerous there. After that, he raised his hand cheerfully and said that it was time for them to begin. Their target was animals that would most likely become domesticated herds. Everyone supported him. As they ran, the boy asked the girl how soon they would reach the northern part of the island. She replied that they were only halfway there and asked if he was tired. He replied that it was not difficult to run at such a pace. The girl agreed with him and said that it was always pleasant to spend time with the owner. He confirmed her words. On the island's site, the guy said the atmosphere here was more peaceful than he had imagined. She replied that there were no monsters here because the magical power was more diffused on the northern island. Kai thought about building a base here. The girl replied that there was no barrier of a large tree here, so if they built a base, the monsters would come for the owner, and the guy realized with disappointment that it would not be easy. Suddenly, the girl stopped him. Ahead, they saw a large field where animals were grazing comfortably. The girl said that she had found this herd. The protagonist said that they did not look like a monster. She replied that if they were monsters, they would not be so lazy. She feels bad. When the magic power is dissipated, she feels a slight impotence. He asked if she could use magic now. She said she could a little. He told her to just stun them, and she got to work. After that, she used her magic on one of the animals. The guy wondered if she had destroyed it. She said she didn't know, but it wasn't hard. He suggested that she go check. At that moment, the bulls surrounded them from all sides. One of them tried to attack them. The girl fought her off and said that she would try to stun them. He told everyone to prepare to retreat. He grabbed the warriors and ran. But the girl had a hard time creating new spells. She jumped into the air and used a double flash, but the bulls continued to chase her. The guy realized that things were bad and ran towards her, telling her to hold her breath. Right in front of the bull's nose, he grabbed her hand and teleported to the village. He asked her to be patient for a while. If she held her breath, it would be a little easier. Meanwhile, the bulls were angry, the remaining days in the field. After a while, they came back. The guy happily said that he thought they did a good job. The girl finally exhaled and asked him to watch. Several stunned bulls were lying in the clearing. Looking closely, the guy realized that these were cows and they could take them. He started teleporting them. In the end, he got 1 male and 4 females. Enel said that they had completed the task. She thought that tomorrow she would be able to give him seed. The guy was happy, because thanks to this, their ranch would expand. Looking at the cows, he realized that soon they would give milk, and then there would be leather and meat. He had to try his best and improve. He had to make every effort possible. It was the protagonist's first spring on the island. After that came a hot summer, during which they worked hard on the fields. They were grateful for the good harvest. From time to time, animals would attack from them, which Abyss dealt with skillfully. But the seasons change, and the harsh winter has already arrived. The main character came to the girl who welcomed him home. The warriors were also happy to see him. She asked him about the jacket made of monster fur. He replied that it was wonderful. It was incomparable in resisting the cold to his previous garment. The villagers tanned it using oil and plant threads. He also knows how to tan leather piece by piece, however, it took him some time to finish it. He can't call it luxury. He sat down to warm himself near the fire. Thanks to the warriors, the smoke goes away unexpectedly quickly. As he thought male power is something, they helped him a lot. Kai thought that the cold nights were very dangerous. They were unbearable, even with the monster's fur. He wondered if he could survive the winter on this island. Noticing his shivering, the girl came closer to him. The blushing boy thanked her for being there. She replied that she was very pleased to be with him. It was good that he was alive. Together they sat contentedly by the fire. On a fine sunny day, the villagers were going about their business outside, and Nell was carrying sweet potatoes in a basket and was happy with what was happening. The boy said that spring would come soon. 1 year passed much faster than expected. Flowers began to bloom in the village. The boy teleported to Enel, who happily informed him that he had reached level 10. The boy was surprised that he had a new function for the warehouse in the village. The girl explained that now the village has exits on all sides. This means that no matter where he comes from, no matter which side he enters, he will always return to where the ability is active. If you place the warehouse in the real world, it will be connected to the north. He received a point that could allow him to return to the desired location even if he was drifting at sea. The girl also gave him a golden seed of creation. He decided to plant it in the best field so that things would go faster. Next time he would choose another profession instead of a warrior. A few days later, ears appeared in that place. Kai and Abyss were amazed by this. The girl suggested just collecting it. The guy thought it was very brave. When they started digging, they saw a girl's head with ears. She suddenly crawled out of the ground. When she stood up completely, she announced that she was born and jumped out. She is a great hellfire mage, just a bomb, Yorishikune. Those present were amazed by her appearance. It was a level 10 reward, a golden seed of creation that gave birth to a great wizard. It was really unexpected for the guy that a Japanese-style girl with fox ears appeared. Approaching the main character, the girl sweetly said that she would like to have a name. The guy did not understand her, and she said that Watashi-chan is the first person he knows. The guy thought the pronunciation might sound different, so for a while he thought his name was L. He said her name would be Ren. She repeated her name, and the guy introduced himself and Abyss. He waved his tail. She rushed into his arms, asking them to take care of her. The guy blushed from embarrassment. Their family grew, and their life became more stable. When monsters attacked them, Ren asked to leave everything to the great wizard of hellfire, and attack them with fire. Her flame was very strong. She was confident in her actions. Each of her attacks stunned the main character. He asked Abyss if it was magic. The girl replied in the negative. At least it wasn't the magic she knew. Magic is done with mana in the air, but this girl doesn't use this world's mana. She didn't understand what it was. The boy realized that this was the same as the village. Whether it was a force that deviated from the laws of this world was a mystery. Ren told him that she would not let him freeze. He replied that he did not like the cold. Thanks to the girls, most of the monsters were hunted down. He realized that there was a surplus in the ecosystem. He would use the defeated monster as material with a sense of gratitude. The village, which had been converted into an agricultural village, finally had a sea. Enel was happy that they now had seafood. Since the ship has not yet been brought in, they can only make a simple collection on the coast. He asked the girl to bring him a rope and a light but strong log. He added that he could not wait any longer. They would continue their escape plan. After that, they began to build a raft. Abyss asked him if he could make a ship. The guy said he had tried many times. If they could achieve buoyancy and stability, they could make an octodox in the shape of a squid. She realized that he was really leaving the island. The guy confidently replied that he definitely couldn't stay here forever. He wanted to show her the outside world. He was told that everything was finished, so he suggested that the girl sail away. The day before leaving, she explained that if the 1,000-year-old map in her memory was correct, then there was land to the southwest. Ren said that the sail moves forward with the help of wind magic, but it will still take 11 days. Abyss answered that she only knows the terrain of the past. She does not know where the cities are. The protagonist said that it was enough. Even if they couldn't find a place to live, they just had to walk from one place to another. He will stake it under a large tree so that he can return in case of emergency. The rations will last for 10 days. Suddenly, the girl noticed something. The main character asked her what happened. She said in fear that a ship had arrived. In the distance, they saw a large Karaka ship with sails fluttering. The boy cautiously realized that it was a large ship from the temple. He shouted to the warrior to hide the fruit behind a large tree. He did not believe that they had come to save him. Abyss thought that the ship had arrived only at this time of spring, but they had not come for a whole year. It was the same under her previous owner. She wondered what he was going to do. She knew he was eager to leave the island. He stroked her head and said that he would help. He told the girls to be ready because he would go alone. Hiding behind the trees, he saw someone coming. A girl was coming down the gangway, and a man in black clothes was following her. He literally threw her onto the pier. The angry guy thought that it was too early to get out. The frightened girl watched the ship move away. Kai approached her and, having greeted her, thanked her for the journey. She asked him where she was and who he was. He said that he would tell her about it later. She cried, not knowing what to do. He replied that she would live on this island for now. She asked if she could go home. At that moment, the guy fell awkwardly into the sea. Looking at her toy, she cheered up a little. The main character told her that it was impossible to return for now, but he would think of something. At that moment, other girls came running. He said irritably that he asked them to wait. Ren angrily screamed that she had seen everything and suggested that they simply fry him whole. He replied there was no need to do that, because if she did that, she would have to leave this place. He added that the escape from the island would be cancelled for now. Abyss asked him what he would do. He replied that as long as religion abandoned children on this island, he would save them and not let anyone disappear. She replied that this was exactly what she expected from him. She would do what he said. Ren asked Kaede if she came from a city with a big castle called Godi. He realized that he didn't know what that place was. Abyss had tried it out with magic. He thought that the temple was a huge global organization. This island was probably a dumping ground for children of all countries. He said that she was in the middle of a blessing ceremony. The shape of the holy seal was the same as his. He asked if she wanted to conduct blessing ceremonies later. The girl replied that she got the power from the word of God, so everything is okay. He replied that it was because of the power of the evil god that he lives on this island. Not all the teachings of the church are correct. On the contrary, it does not seem that they are all the same. He clarified that it is not up to her to decide how to use the blessing. She can decide for herself what to do. When they arrived at the village, she saw little warriors. She asked what they were. He replied that it was part of the blessing. He looked quite strong. He suggested going to work in the field they were planning to leave. She asked if her older brother felt lonely. Abyss replied that she thought he was lonely. He had a family he wanted to meet. When he first came to this island, he sometimes looked at the ocean. However, even if he waits, he won't be taken away. She thinks that he is doing his best in front of them. Kaede thought about her parents. Later, he changed his clothes and came to the girls. They were curious about what he was wearing. He replied that such things happen in life and asked the girl to name the name of God, which he had just taught her. She called Alamir, and everything around her began to glow. She asked if she could try to use this power. The guy agreed, and she directed her hands to her toys. She used a temporary life spell on them. The toys began to move, asking her how she was feeling and if she had caught a cold. They were worried. Everyone looked at them in shock and said that they were moving and talking. The guy thought that the ability to bless must be the same from every god, but the same blessing gave him another completely different ability. It was really mysterious. Kaede called him and said that she would help him with his work. The guy patted her head and said that he was counting on her. They spent 3 months together. Until she got used to this life, they did various daily chores, ate together, and then at the beginning of summer, since safety was guaranteed, he asked Ren and Kaede to look after the house. In order to obtain materials that were not on the island, they went into the ocean in search of a city that he had not yet seen. Wherever he was heading, all he could see was the horizon. Without the girl's navigational skills, escaping the island would have been unthinkable. It was a good thing he had taken her with him. He remembered how Ren had been against staying behind. She had wanted so badly to go with him. The boy had replied that the raft would not hold 4 people, and he did not know what dangers awaited them. Abyss has a map of the island and she has wind magic. And by the way, the only one who can take care of Kaede is Ren. She sighed with displeasure. When Kaede was watering the garden, Ren suggested that they go play. She replied that they needed to finish their work first. Ren didn't bring up why they should do that, since the protagonist had left them plenty of food. The girl replied that the fields needed tending anyway. The boy said that one shouldn't rely on the village. The toys said that she could play with the girl later. She asked them to gather the beans and the girl to bring more water. Sitting by the river, the girl thought she was bored. She had only wanted to have fun since she was born. The warrior reminded her that she had to carry water. She replied that she knew she had to take care of this island, but for some reason she just couldn't. She was thinking about when the main character would return. Suddenly she heard something. Meanwhile, Kaidi's toy's ability ended. She also heard a strange sound, but she didn't understand what it was. She remembered that dangerous monsters used to live on this island, but they said that they were gone. There shouldn't be a single living monster around them. Suddenly a shadow loomed over her and feathers flew. The girl turned around in fear and ran forward. The girl was clutching her soft toys in fear, tears welling up in her eyes. A giant bird, which the main character had dealt with earlier, was flying after her. Meanwhile, he believed he had managed to escape the ocean current. He said the girl's magic was amazing. She replied that this was all she could do. She's just a combat replicant, so she's not strong in combat. She uses magic like this. For example, looking at the combat mouse, Ren is much stronger than her. Kai laughed uncertainly at her words. At this time, Ren was protecting Kaede, attacking the bird with her fists and fire magic. Each of her blows dealt a large amount of damage to her. After finishing her, she asked if the girl was okay. She threw herself into her arms with tears in her eyes. Ren asked her not to cry, because she would always be with her. When they were returning to the village, the girl told her that it was not the first time she had ridden on her back. She apologized, saying that she had not tried hard enough, so she thought that her brother would not return. These words shocked Ren, because, really, she would never see him again. The realization of this thought literally left her without strength. Kaede asked her about what was wrong with her. She started to cry and say that she was very lonely and she didn't want to think about it. The girl tried to calm her down, saying that she had said the wrong thing. She hugged her and said that he would definitely return, so she suggested that they go and wait for him together. The warrior supported them. Late in the evening, Kaede asked Ren if she heard any noise. The girl cautiously looked out from the hut, seeing the warriors doing something in the ground. Under the moonlight, they happily dug in. She didn't understand if it was a ritual. Ren told her not to worry, it was some kind of vegetative propagation. She would see everything in a couple of days. A few days later, there were more of them. When the protagonist allowed the warriors to reproduce, they began to plant seeds. Kaede understood how this happens. Ren said that since there were more of them, she didn't feel lonely. They were grateful to the guy for that. They would wait for him alive and well. Meanwhile, the main character saw land ahead. The girl said that it was just like on the map. The guy's whole body was already numb from this journey. If he were to teleport to the village now, the moment he returned, the raft's coordinates would change and it would simply fall into the sea. So first, he had to land on the shore. They dragged the fruit to the shore. The protagonist asked if there was a large river nearby, since there was usually a city nearby. The girl began to remember. She said there was one in that direction. It would take about 3 days if you walked. The guy sighed and said it was better than staying here. But they can't keep the girls in the village waiting for so long. They absolutely have to get to the city, so they just have to hurry. After 2 days of their stay on the continent, they began to approach the city. The protagonist asked the girl to take her adult form, and the warriors were to approach him. After that, he teleported to the village, and sometime later returned with a cart, which was loaded with various vegetables and fruits. He left the warriors to guard the village, where they would bring the products by cart. Abyss noticed that he looked different. The guy laughed and said that he had slightly improved his outfit for this occasion. A little tight, but better than his previous clothes. From this day on, he is a great merchant and the girl is his personal guard. They will stick to this story upon arrival in the city. He gave her a cloak to cover her horns with. After putting it on, she asked him if he liked it. He replied that it was just wonderful and suggested that they go. As they were driving across the bridge, they heard human voices coming from the bushes. The guy said that if they were local, they could ask them about the area. They decided to check. As they got closer, they saw some people hunting for the tied-up girl. They were already tired of chasing her. One of them grabbed her by the hair and said he would not let her escape again. The second one told him not to be so rough with her. Abyss asked Kai what he was going to do. The boy said it looked disgusting, but he would think about it later. He told the girl that they looked weaker than their buffaloes, so she could attack. The girl immediately struck them, instantly hitting each of them. The captured girl was shocked to see magic. The protagonist came out from behind the tree and asked her if she was okay. He said that in his opinion the danger was too great and asked if he was in the way. The girl said no and thanked him. She asked if he was a magician. He replied that he was a merchant opening a business in the city. His name was Kai. The magic she had seen earlier was performed by his bodyguard. He then asked her name. She said her name was Sarah Bianchi. That was exactly what he saw. However, the guy did not understand what she meant. She replied that he was a merchant and should understand. She liked that he turned a blind eye to it. A merchant wouldn't lift a finger without getting something in return. The guy happily asked her if she wanted to help them. If so, she could take them to the city. She asked if that would be enough. It would be great if she could tell him about the information here and help him during his trade. The girl asked to give her some time to think. She thought that it was pure chance that she was able to escape from the city, and also, it would be nice to accompany him. Kai said that if it was unavoidable, she should forget what he had said. A rough direction and general information would be enough. The girl replied that she understood his concern. She will walk them to the center. The sense of justice in her heart will not allow her to refuse this request. The guy thanked her and said that he hoped that it would not cause her inconvenience. Sarah added that honestly, she was on the run with people who couldn't be trusted. It was just a quick deal in this town. Perhaps it was fate that she would meet them. He thought about the words. She asked if she had a scarf he could borrow. The protagonist did not understand why she was wearing a collar. He asked who these men were. She said they were the trading company's private army. They were very experienced in intimidation. The guy said he understood everything. He grabbed one of them and thought that he was seeing such coins for the first time. After that, he started taking all the valuables from them. Meanwhile, Sarah looked at them in shock. Winking at her, the protagonist said that if he did that, they wouldn't be able to follow their trail right away. They tied them to a tree and set off. The guy asked if the area was always treated so badly. She replied that this place was the last empire to be annexed. According to the mercenaries, entire districts of the port city were destroyed. Soon they arrived at a port city. The boy was amazed by his surroundings. The girl said that it was a thriving port city since ancient times. She asked where they wanted to start. The boy said with shining eyes that the first thing they needed was to get something to eat. They went to the nearest counter with various food items. After trying it, the boy was incredibly happy. He could finally enjoy food not only from the village, he returned to human civilization. The boy realized that this was the first time Abyss had visited the city. He was in another country for the first time. He had never had the opportunity to travel in his past life. He can't use his powers in such a crowded avenue. At least they need to buy some supplies and get back home. He walked up to the various counters and looked at the products. After buying the fish, he apologized for the wait and suggested starting with the food section. The prices looked pretty decent. He asked Sarah what she would do. She replied that she wanted to stay with them if they didn't mind. The guy said that he was actually glad that someone familiar with the city would be nearby. The girl asked if he really didn't know what the collar meant. He asked if it was decoration. The girl laughed and said that it felt like they were from high society. The collar blocks the wizard's ability while the owner decides what will happen to him next. And once the owner makes a decision, it removes the owner's emotions and makes him obedient. It's like a magic seal. After this explanation, the boy understood everything. Magic in this world is transmitted through the bloodline. Once the emotions are removed, the owner receives the magical power through the bloodline. That's why they are sold at an inflated price. Now they are looking for Sarah furiously. The guy realized that this world is much more dangerous than he thought. The girl apologized for keeping silent about it. She added that he comes from such houses. In these houses, people are usually owned. At the same time, his companion is very quiet. She wouldn't be surprised if her emotions had already disappeared. Abyss replied that she didn't need such methods to follow the protagonist. She said that she understood everything. Kai asked if she could take it off. She said she didn't know how to do it. It was made by a blessed man. The guy thought the temple was saying terrible things. He wouldn't be surprised if it was the same group that was exorcising children. The main character sighed and, coming closer to the girl, invited her to go with them on the raft they had arrived on. But the girl did not believe his words. He added that they couldn't just abandon the people they had helped, then they would find a way to get it off her. She replied that she owed them. She thought she didn't have time to talk about anything anymore, or ask this guy for help. The main character handed her a cloak, saying that it was his escort's spare clothes. She needed to change a little. Having put it on, the girl was embarrassed and asked what it was. After that, the guy decided to play a joke on her. Later at the market, a large crowd of people crowded around the stall, asking to sell their fruits. They were delighted with what they were selling. The girls, however, were shyly consulting everyone present. There were too many people at the counter. Sarah wondered if they were doing too well. The guy smiled and said he hadn't expected that either. In the evening, they counted their earnings. Abus admired the glitter they had received. The guy realized that it was incredible. Sarah said that this amount would be enough to buy a second-rate palace. He thought he wanted to raise the price a little, but the demand for them was too great. Those bowls and fruits were wonders from a desert island for them. And for those who grew up in the village, they were just trash found everywhere. Ebus asked what they would buy with the money. The boy said that first iron, then, depending on the price, chickens, horses, and sheep. They would also need a shepherd dog, and then grain and wool. In addition to materials, they will need knowledge. For example, about how drinks are made, general knowledge of leather processing. He also wants to learn more about how olives are grown. He was curious about the girls in the village. After shopping, they would go home. He asked Sarah if she agreed with their plan. While they go shopping, she can wait for them at the tavern. After that, she will have nowhere to go, so she can hide with them, even though it is an uninhabited island. She asked if she could keep her identity a secret. The guy told her that she hadn't asked anything about them either. He handed her a bag of money and said that it wasn't much, but if she wanted a drink before bed, she could use it. The girl took his hand and looked at him intently. She said that he had beautiful eyes, full of innocence. She would tell him her story and hoped that he would listen to her attentively. The guy agreed with her. She said that he supposed she was of noble birth. Since he was a merchant, he must have heard of the Principality of Mondial. He thought he knew nothing, but replied that he did. She was one of the court magicians of the Principality. Everything happened before the Principality fell under the onslaught of the Empire. They, as the third detachment, accompanied the princess to the neighboring country. However, they were overtaken by the enemy. They were glad that they had managed to surround them. They would be able to return to the leader with good news. The princess's soldiers said that they were not from the regular army, and therefore they would not lose to some bandit. One of them replied that everything was possible, and then began to use magic, which scattered all the soldiers. After that, Sarah rushed to respond to the attack, and the forces collided. The man said that this was a bad deal. At that moment, the girl's magic was dispelled. He threw her away, and the other managed to catch the princess. The girl screamed for them to let her go, but they told her to just give in. A man came up and told her to just behave. After that, she was taken by other people, but she escaped and ran into them. Suddenly, she fell to the floor and, bowing low, asked them to save her princess. This request shocked the guy. She crawled up to him and said that he was a powerful merchant, so he could help her. The guy replied that saving the princess was not something he could do. That would be it. The princess was captured by the Imperial Army. But those who captured them were mercenaries hired by the merchants. Kai wondered how much money it would take to ransom the princess. The girl was leading to exactly that. He can give her to another person. She is a sorceress. Since she offers it herself, she can be given at a higher price than the princess. She hoped that he would use this money to help the princess and her friends. The guy asked her again. She said that children born to sorceresses always have magical potential. If such a child is adopted by nobles, he will receive noble status. Without a doubt, this is what many millionaires dream of. It's not entirely clear whether traders exchange information with each other, but if there is a product, you can ignore the rules. The guy began to think about her words. The main character asked her what she would do if he just ran away with the money. These words scared her very much. However, thanks to this, the guy understood what it meant to be sold. But she is too trusting of someone she sees for the first time. Such a thought never even occurred to her. The guy thought it was very honest. It's so easy to deceive and throw away this naive soul. Let's start with the fact that he has nothing in common with her. Many people helped him in this world, so he can't do that. The guy agreed with her and said that he had 2 conditions. First, no matter what happened, she had to trust him. She replied that she would always trust him. Then he decided to say the second condition. He asked Abias to take off her cloak. The girl asked if everything was okay. He agreed. When Sarah saw her, she was shocked and thought that she was a demoness. The guy replied that she was not a demon and thought that it was a risky move. In this world, people believe that they are close to God. However, in mythology, there are also demons. People of all ages are afraid of them. If she fusses too much about her appearance, nothing will come of it. She replied that she didn't know all the details, but it couldn't be that such a beautiful girl was a demon. He said that he was once, that she was not afraid, since Ibis was extremely important to him. From these words, the girl blushed. She told him that it was time for them to go to bed. He replied that that was enough for today. Sarah asked if he really would save her or not. He replied that he had already decided that he would definitely do it. At this point, Ibis began to insistently call him to sleep, saying that she had a fever. She had a strange feeling that sleep might help her cope with it. The guy fell out of bed and asked her to wait. The blushing girl didn't understand him. Did he really not like her? At first, he denied it, not understanding what he was doing. After that, he agreed. She went to bed, and Sarah sheepishly said she wanted to join in. After that, the 3 of them ended up in bed. The guy realized that he wouldn't be able to fall asleep. He just needed to stop thinking. Sarah said that tonight was the last night, so she could relax. Even though it was short, she was grateful to him for everything. Kai asked her if she was afraid. She said she was ready. She was more worried about the princess. She was like a little sister to her. She would be calm if he kept an eye on her. The protagonist thought that she was really very simple-minded and honest. A kind person by nature, who does not even doubt. He should definitely save such people. Walking through the market, the boy realized that no one was selling iron. He asked the girl where they got it. She said she didn't know such things. He told Abias that in that case they would buy tools first. He added that before rescuing the princess, there were some things to buy. He told Abias that if she wanted something, she should just say so. They then looked at the various goods. The main character said that the animals were bigger than he expected. He wanted to buy horses and pigs, but the horses were too expensive and there were no pigs. However, they managed to buy a large amount of necessary goods. But it was still not enough. He went to put everything away and asked them to wait here. Hiding in an alley, he left Ibis and teleported to the village with the goods. Enel saw him and asked how it went. He pointed at the various barrels and animals that were in the cart. This literally made her head spin. Looking at her, he realized that she had lost consciousness. After all, it was the first time he had brought so much stuff. He decided that she would unload everything when she woke up, and he would still have a little bit left until the next level. Meanwhile, Sarah was alone. He suddenly approached her, startling her. She wondered what kind of mask he was wearing. He said it was for disguise. She replied that she thought he wouldn't come back, to which he replied that he wouldn't do that. Cheering up, she replied that she was becoming so helpless in the moment of loneliness. Usually, she was not so weak. Getting up cheerfully, she said that she was now fine. He asked her to take him to the trading company to find out where the princess was. She replied that she was in the company of Molini. Meanwhile, the girl was combing her hair in front of the mirror. The man who entered greeted her and said that she shouldn't be afraid, they know how to handle them, and you have to be careful with girls like that. But there's no guarantee that if someone else picked them up, they'd be treated as politely. Her sorceress isn't coming back, so he wonders if she knows where she might have gone. However, it didn't matter to him who captured her. She wouldn't be able to say hello. There was no point in the princess thinking about escaping, because she, having lost her country, could only live in a gilded cage. As he approached her, a bright, invisible barrier formed around her. This was the power of the princess's blessing. He ordered her to stop her senseless resistance and cancel this ability. At this time, the magician who had grabbed them earlier came in. The man ordered him to do something about it. He replied that it was impossible. It could not be penetrated by either physical or magical attacks. He added that the man should not worry, she could not escape from this barrier. He replied that they should capture the sorceress by any means necessary. He agreed with him. The man added that he should report as soon as the group from the north returned. The magician told the princess to continue to warm this useless hope. Everything would only get worse. The girl sat, cowering in fear. Meanwhile, the protagonist arrived at the trading company. He told Sarah that he had a plan. She had to remain silent for a while. Before the door, he thought that from now on he was a nobleman. He imagined who he would be when he opened the door. An employee approached him, offering his help. The guy told him to call the owner, because he was going to offer him a big deal. At that moment, the owner came down, happy to meet the client. The guy said he was traveling incognito and came from a small kingdom. Today he managed to pick up something interesting. He ordered Abyss with his eyes to take off Sarah's hood. Tak did so and threw the girl on the floor. The owner was shocked by this. The guy asked if the girl was from here. The guy asked in shock if he was returning her. The guy agreed and said that they should compensate him for his efforts. He agreed and asked why he decided to return her. Doesn't he know how much the sorceress costs? He replied that she herself asked him to do this and then take the princess. It was simply amazing devotion. That's why he was interested in this princess who had such subjects. He had to be very frank if he wanted to get access to such goods. The owner understood him. Sarah grabbed him and started asking him why he was doing this when he promised her he would save her. The guy replied that that was exactly what he was planning to do. He added that money is not a problem for him. He does not need it to get the princess, so it will not be better for her to just return to the company. If they do as he says, then everyone will be in the black. The guy apologized to the owner about the wall. The owner thanked him for considering his proposal. After that, he asked where the princess was. The owner told him that for this, they would have to go through another room. Then he ordered the workers to take the girl away. The guy offered to let her meet the princess as a reward for her loyalty. After all, this was their last chance to say goodbye. The man replied that he didn't mind if it was for a short time, but it was kind of sad. The protagonist replied that he liked that kind of thing. The man said he almost went crazy when she escaped. He pays the mercenaries well, but they managed to let her go. Kai asked if they were working under contract. He replied that he was sending them straight to the front to get people. Right now they were in the room behind. The guy replied that he understood. They came to a spacious living room where a large number of people were brought. The guy realized that they were accompanied by guards. When one of the girls entered, Sarah screamed loudly. The man began to say that this was a special class girl recommended by the company. The Pearl of Mondial, Princess Yuri Cecilia. She was a short, blonde girl. Posing as a buyer, Kai manages to infiltrate a company that deals with slave trade and finds Princess Yuri, the target of his rescue operation. The slave trader shows him the captive, and she introduces herself. The man suggests the young man not to rush with the check. He cannot take his eyes off the princess, noticing her gorgeous blonde hair, long and beautiful, and her bangs barely reach her eyes. The longer Kai looks at her, the more it becomes clear to him that she reminds him of Rukia. The young man says she is beautiful and asks about the price. The slave trader announces the amount, and the young man cannot hide his reaction. For that amount, he can buy a nice house, and for the full price, a luxurious mansion. All this comes as a surprise to him, and he asks if everything is okay, specifying that this price is already discounted. The slave trader laughs and asks how the young man guessed this. He says that Yuri Cecilia is their best product. They call her the Gem of Mondial. Her beauty captivated even the emperor. He can't afford to go cheap with her. The slave trader agrees to give Yuri up for such a price, only because they have returned Sarah. The young man realizes this and is about to buy her, but suddenly Sarah rushes forward, shouting the princess's name. He intercepts her, and they fall together. The princess realizes that Sarah couldn't escape. The girl looks back at the boy, and everyone realizes that it's because of him. Sarah shakes her head. She thinks that if he saves Yuri and the others, then she doesn't care about her own outcome. She has already decided to trust him. The boy asks if she has a broken nose. The girl tells Yuri that she is sorry and thinks she should be grateful. Sarah asks for one last chance to say goodbye. The girl wants to meet her mistress one last time before her heart breaks. Princess Yuri is upset. The other slaves try to calm Sarah down. The hero turns to the slave trader, asking him not to make him watch this pathetic scene, although he does not mind. He adds that he needs to buy guards as well, since he's here. While he's choosing, the slaver can go free. The man smirks and walks out the door. There's a creak from behind the door. The slaver frowns. He thinks the young man is strange, too eloquent, and his hands seem to be digging in the ground. Suddenly a servant comes running, saying that the soldiers are urgently calling him. The slave trader has a premonition of trouble. Meanwhile, Sarah begs Kai to buy all the guards. She understands that he has his own circumstances, but still insists. The young man is sorry to see the expression on her face. He knows how difficult it is to be away from loved ones. The girl in the hood with ears takes out a dagger and cuts the ropes on Sarah's wrists. Kai says he doesn't want her to feel the same pain. The hooded girl releases the bonds of all the captives. Sarah is shocked and asks what he is doing. Kai replies that time is short, so he will be brief. He asks everyone who wants to escape to hold hands. The prisoners are confused, not understanding what exactly he means by the word escape. Kai does not expect them to trust him so easily, and he has no proof that he can actually save them. He says they have a chance if they don't want to end their days here. Princess Yuri Cecilia takes a step forward, then another, and finds herself in front of Kai. They look into each other's eyes. The girl notices that his gaze is different from the vulgar gaze of the merchant and the greedy gaze of the mercenary. She also realizes that his gaze is different from her own desperate gaze. Yuri takes Sarah's hands in his own and squeezes them tightly. Then he extends his hand to the young man standing next to him. The other prisoners exchange glances. Everyone stands in a circle and holds hands. Sarah calls Kai by name, and he notices that she is the last one with her hands tied. Kai tells Abyss to proceed as planned and asks her to do everything as quickly as possible. Everyone stands in a circle, holding hands, and casts the Tenohira spell. The slave traders ask the guard what happened. He is informed that the party from the north has returned, and it seems they have found the sorceress. He is furious that they have taken so long to return. The guard tells that when the squad almost caught the sorceress, they were attacked, stripped, and tied to trees. The man does not believe his ears. He realizes that it was the enemy who brought Sarah here. The slave trader hits the guard with all his might, and he flies off to the side with a dull, ringing sound. The man realizes that Sarah has fallen into enemy hands. He quickly gives orders to the guards, orders them to call Fueteku, and rushes back. The door bursts open, and he sees a girl in a hood, a fluttering cloak. Abyss turns around, and their eyes meet. The girl jumps down through a hole in the wall. The slave trader curses and orders the guards to chase her. At this moment, Fueteku enters and asks what the noise is. Looking around, Fueteku assumes that it was an enemy mage. The slave trader replies that he let his guard down, and now a slave of a special class has escaped. He is sure that they were from Mondial. Fueteku says that the girl lacked real combat experience and that she failed to amuse him. He admits that there might be someone strong among them. The slaver is surprised by his reaction and orders him to follow him. The man points out that the slave's leg should be in shackles, and he alone would be enough to detain them. The slave trader orders that each of the fugitives be returned. He is outraged that Sarah has escaped, and Fueteku's subordinates are left without clothes. Now Yuri Cecilia has also escaped with her guards. He demands an explanation from Fueteku on how he will fix this. Fueteku replies that an order is an order. Meanwhile, Abyss peeks around the corner. The guards notice her. Kai advises her to pretend to be covering the rear, as it will be difficult to deal with them alone. She hesitates. The guards demand that she stop. The girl starts to run and thinks that it would be easier to use magic. Then she is tormented by doubts about whether everything is okay with her master and the other prisoners. Sarah screams at the top of her lungs, in complete shock. The fugitives are transported to a strange place that looks like the countryside. Ahead of them, they see a house, a mountain, a forest, and a fence. They look around and don't understand where they are. Kai tries to calm Sarah down. He notices that the others aren't that surprised. Princess Yuri thinks that she's not so much worried as scared. The girl runs up to Kai and asks what to do with the supplies, whether to give them to the locals. He is surprised that she hasn't done it yet, promising to sort it out later. Kai then asks to bring him the sword he took from the mercenaries. He apologizes to Sarah. She was sure that he had betrayed her. The girl asks where they are. The young man promises to explain everything later. First, he needs to get rid of the shackles. Kai says he didn't even know there was a country with that name. He accidentally ran into Sarah yesterday. She asked him to save the princess. The young man adds that he is interested in Sarah-san, so he decided to save everyone, and her first of all. The girl cannot hide her surprise. Kai apologizes for not explaining everything right away. He smiles, reminding that he promised to save, but did not specify who exactly. Princess Yuri laughs and says that she would lose count if she tried to remember all the times Sarah saved her. Since the country and its people are a thing of the past, she is now simply Yuri Cecilia. Sitting on the grass with a sword in his hands, Kai thinks about what he would like to say to Yuri, but stops short. He thinks about how Sarah treats Yuri like a little sister, but he doesn't feel the need to talk about it. He comes to the conclusion that even he is not as stupid as he may seem. The chain on the blade clanks and breaks. The guards curse and rush after Ibis. They are amazed by her speed and wonder where the other slaves could have gone and how they could have run along the road in shackles. Suddenly the guards realize that they are being tricked, and one of them suggests returning to the company building. Kai contacts Ibis again in her mind and asks her to distract the guards for as long as possible. He adds that he doesn't mind if she kicks their asses. The girl likes the idea. Ibis turns to the guards and walks towards them. They ask her where the others have gone. She replies that everyone has already gone ahead. Suddenly, the girl is surrounded by flashes of lightning. She has to defeat them all. The guards realize that they are facing a sorceress. Ibis directs a blast of magic at them, knocking them off their feet. All the guards are defeated, and Ibis decides to hurry back to her master. At this moment, Fuezel catches up with her and admires her abilities. He challenges the girl to a magical duel. Kai asks the others if they are ready. He explains that once he cancels his ability, they will all return to the company building. While Ibis distracts the mercenaries, they should try to get out of town as quickly as possible. The young man asks Anil to prepare that thing. He counts on her and gives the cancellation command. The slave trader wonders why Fuezel has been gone for so long. He is sure that the slaves could not have run far and are probably somewhere nearby. At that moment, Kai and the others appear behind him. The man backs away, not understanding where they came from. The slave trader wants to curse, but blades are pressed to his throat. Sarah asks Kai what to do with him. Believing he is alone, he suggests simply tying him up. The man is tied up despite his protests. Kai listens to a distant sound and assumes it is Ibis fighting. The young man thinks that he wanted to ask the merchant about Sarah's collar, but now there is no time for that. He asks everyone to hurry. The slave trader calls everyone merchandise, and the young man replies that he is just a marauder who decided to profit from the ashes of a fallen country. He adds that he should not hope to bring Yuri and Sarah back, and advises him to think of it as a dream. A rumble is heard over the night city. Yuri Cecilia steps onto the road, and Kai urges her on. He wonders if it would be faster if someone carried Yuri. Sarah tells the lady to climb on her back. Kai objects, believing that Sarah is too fragile for this, and suggests that they turn to one of the men. The girl is outraged, stating that the princess will not agree to ride a man. The young man counters that Yuri is no longer a princess. At that moment, mercenaries catch up with them. Kai thinks how untimely this is. The guards suddenly appear, surround the fugitives, and declare that they cannot escape. Sarah asks Kai what they should do, realizing that they have been found. He guesses that if the mercenaries are here, it means that Ibis is currently fighting the magician. The girl tells him that she has little combat experience. She can only shoot magic. Kai believes that she will be fine, but a more experienced opponent may surpass her in combat tactics. The others consult with him, preparing for the battle. One of the princess's guards says they don't have to participate, they just need to take Yuri and leave. Another counters, saying Kai has been helping them so far. The young man replies that it is very thoughtful, but it is all right. He assumed so. He turns to Sarah. Kai asks the girl if the magician who defeated her is here. She replies that no. He asks to cover him, and everyone stands behind him. Kai tells them to stay like that, promises to return soon, and casts Tenohira's spell. At that moment, he disappears. A second later, the young man appears, not alone, but with a team of combat experts. There is shouting and noise. The guards look in surprise at the man in front of them. The stranger falls to the ground. One of the guards asks if he understands that it is forbidden to have fights in the city limits. The man turns to the guard and mentions slaves. The guard asks if the man is from Malini's company. Another adds that slaves rarely escape in their time. Suddenly, they notice where the noise is coming from and order the slaves back into their shackles. The guards can't believe their eyes, not understanding who is in front of them. Kai points to the attacking little ones and explains that this is his squad of combat Spindik, whose population he has been diligently increasing for a year. The young man asks them not to hold back. The guards curse. They are amazed at the agility of these little ones and ask for someone who can use the bow's blessing. One of the battle Spindik swings his tiny sword and slaps it on the mercenary's head. The princess's guards are surprised. How strong and cute these shorties are. Sarah asks if they are on their side. Kai answers in the affirmative. Once all the guards are defeated, the battle Spindiks rejoice and Kai praises them. He gently tugs the baby's ear and tells him they've done a great job. Now they can go back into the seeds and rest. Kai snaps his fingers and the Spindik disappears in a puff of smoke. The young man then turns to those combat Spindik who can still fight. The surviving mercenaries flee before reinforcements arrive. The city is shaken by the sounds of battle. The magician fights with Abyss. Foiselle is amazed by her magical abilities. The girl thinks that it doesn't matter how many attacks she repels, they are countless. Kai sees Abyss repelling the attack. Sarah notes that Abyss has exceeded the mage's expectations. The young man encourages the girl, praising her actions. Abyss's spirits are revived. She is pleased to know that her master is alive. Foiselle is out of breath, tired from the battle. He realizes that Abyss belongs to Kai and asks why the young man, who possessed a great magician, did not allow her to fight in the war so that they could not lose their country. Sarah turns to Kai, saying that Foiselle seems to think he is from Mondial. The young man replies that the magician is mistaken. He just happened to stumble upon them and decided to help. Kai suggests that Foiselle surrender, saying that he has already neutralized the rest of the soldiers. The magician snaps back. Foiselle exclaims that soldiers do not give up halfway and will fight to the end. Kai notices that he is completely exhausted. The young man asks Abyss to buy them 3 minutes. She agrees, deciding to change the angle of fire. The mage and the girl fly into the air, sending magical blasts at each other. At this time, Kai makes a dash to the side. Abyss attacks, and Foiselle does her best to parry her blows, one after another. Suddenly, Kai appears out of nowhere and grabs the mage by the elbow. Foiselle can't help but be surprised. Where did this boy come from? Kai shouts that he is from Tenohira, and it sounds like an invitation to a wonderful place. Kai grabs the mage by the elbow, and everything around him flashes with bright light. Foiselle squints. He thinks it's a new day and waits for a break in the battle. Suddenly, Foiselle realizes he's sitting on the grass, with a bull grazing next to him. Looking around, he sees the young man, and his mind is in disarray. What's going on? He screams at the top of his lungs, unable to understand where he is. The magician asks Kai what he did to him. Meanwhile, the young man rushes to Anil, determined to carry out his plan. The girl is ready. Anil takes a deep breath and loudly announces that the enemy is coming. This is not a drill. She commands everyone to grab sticks and farm tools and gather together. Women and children are to stay inside. She tells the villagers that a bad guy is coming for their crops. If they don't get rid of him, he will take it from them. Anil says she is worried about this too. She warns that the enemy may take their dear daughters too, and asks what they will do then. Foiselle sees men approaching him with guns and says he doesn't know where he is and has no reason to fight them. He's only interested in Kai. The villagers look at each other, unsure of who he is talking about. The mage explains that they cannot see him. One of the villagers asks if he is really targeting children. The men are not going to let this happen. Foiselle assures them that he is a magician and does not care how many of them are here. Suddenly the magician realizes that his abilities do not work in this place. He is stunned. Kai praises him for his brilliant guess and explains that here, in this place where the abyss inexhaustibly radiates magic, he cannot even move. Meanwhile, the inhabitants are getting closer and closer to him. Foiselle demands that Kai stop looking down on him. He feels the magic draining from his body, but eventually manages to shoot a blast of magical fire towards the villagers. The men look with alarm at the stick that was hit by the fire blast. They are shocked that the mage actually uses a fire attack and decide to protect their village. They intend to capture him. Fuezel is surprised that they do not know about the mages. He is attacked and finds himself between the villagers on one side and the battle spindle on the other. The mage understands that now he will have to fight this enemy. Fuezel is not amused. He hates to realize that he is losing due to carelessness, but he cannot accept it. There is no way out. He already knows that he will lose to this opponent. The mage falls to the ground and looks up at the men, pointing sticks and pitchforks at him. Enel decides that's enough. She doesn't think he'll wake up anytime soon. Everyone tried their best. The villagers tie up the mage. Kai asks Enel if the world can ever be expected to become less cruel. She says it might. Enel thinks they were trying to explain to them that sometimes a man is more dangerous than a monster, though she's not sure if that was the right thing to do. Kai adds that if the world remained peaceful, it wouldn't look so bright. The girl reassures him that everything is fine. She advises him to just do what he thinks is right. Kai thanks Enel. Night falls. Sarah asks how Kai managed to defeat the mage. He says it was because of his strategy. Yuri asks what he plans to do with him. Kai wants to just leave him somewhere. The young man explains that somewhere means outside the village. In his opinion, it will be quite far. Kai then praises Ibis. He thinks that she must be tired of using magic non-stop. Ibis replies that she is not tired, but feels useless because she could not fulfill his request. Kai calms her down, explaining that the enemy was simply more persistent. She is the best, and her help was invaluable. It was thanks to her that he was able to save everyone. Ibis asks again if she is really the best. After receiving an affirmative answer, she asks for a hug. Kai did not expect such a request. The girl explains that this will calm her down and make her feel better. Kai hugs Ibis tightly around the shoulders, and she clings to him with both arms, purring with pleasure. At this time, someone whistles. Princess Yuri expresses her gratitude to Kai for saving her. He replies that half of his actions were just his whim. The young man asks if they have somewhere to go after everything that happened. He says he wants to take them to the island if they have nowhere to go. He can't force them, because even he has a hard time surviving there, even though he has the ability. Yuri honestly admits that they have nowhere to go, and even less to return to. Therefore, she asks to make them her slaves. The princess says that as slaves they will be their property. The people of this city will not be able to rely on them. Kai laughs and says that he is not really a merchant. Yuri does not know what to answer, and Sarah exclaims in surprise. Kai explains that they live on a no-man's island in the middle of nowhere. It's an uncharted land that takes everything you have just to live. He asks the princess if they'll do it. Someone muses that a no-man's island is the best place to hide. Yuri asks what kind of place it is. Kai replies that there are rivers and forests there, and the girl remarks that this means there is good soil and a source of water. The princess says that Kai really doesn't know about the Principality of Mondial. This country has many nicknames. A country where there are almost no wizards. A country where there is nothing to take if you attack. Or a country where everyone is a farmer. Kai was sure it was a big country. Yuri replies, "Isn't it fun? A no-man's island," and says they should think about planning. The boy wants her to promise something. The girl assures that she will do anything. He tells them that revenge is strictly forbidden, and asks them to forget everything about the Empire, considering it a rebirth. If they cannot keep their promise, he will not be able to give them the island. Yuri listens attentively and assures that she no longer thinks about revenge. She adds that even if she does, there is no one else to rejoice in it, so there is no point. Kai calls Ibis home and extends his hand to Yuri. They join hands again and are transported to a new place, going further north. Someone is amazed by the mysterious power. A path opens up before them, leading through the forest. A sign points north. Kai warns that if they leave here, they will end up on an island. He asks the newcomers to get along with the two girls who live there. Finally, they reach the north. Ibis sighs with fatigue, and Sarah jumps. Everyone exclaims. Kai announces that this is the No Man's Island. He asks if they are disappointed, since there is nothing around. Suddenly, a girl with fox ears attacks the young man, calling him "Milord." She knocks him down and hangs on top of him. Ren is glad that he is finally back, tears streaming down her face. She thought he would never come back. Kai smiles, comforting her and apologizing for making her sad. Another girl appears, named Kaida, with 2 cute ponytails. She is also happy to meet him and hugs Kai tightly. She asks who these people are, pointing to Yuri and Sarah. The young man replies that they are new residents. The princess is happy to meet them. Kaida is too. Sarah can't believe that they are the only ones on the island. She asks what about their family and home country. Kai answers that they have families, but they can't go back yet. Kai spreads his arms out to the sides, showing everyone that there is nothing on the island. He says that they are all now the pioneers of this island. They will create fields, wells, houses, roads, gardens, and farms themselves. Kai declares that they will create a country. It will be a place for all of us to return to. Sarah says with delight that her heart is simply dancing now. Ren confirms that this is what was expected of Milord. Kaida adds that she will help too. Ebis promises to follow her master because she is part of his family. Princess Yuri lets out a delighted sigh. She loves the idea that they can start over. They can put down roots beyond the flower vase. The girls hold hands tightly. Yuri calls out to Kai. She takes his hand and, full of enthusiasm, offers him to create a beautiful country where everyone will be happy. With a sparkle in her eyes, she promises to do everything possible to achieve this dream. Sarah, smiling, says that she will also do her best, as his wife, which she has been since they shared a bed. There is a slight surprise around, and everyone present whispers to each other. The magic is working in Abyss-chan's hands so fast that only her fingers are flashing. One of the men asks the other if she looks like a demon from the legends. This is the first time he has seen such strange magic. Kaida counters them by saying that Abyss is not a demon at all. After all, the demons she read about in school are scary, and Abyss-chan is very kind and gentle. She reveals that Ren-chan was an unexpected surprise to her when she arrived on the island. At this time, Ren is chasing after the battle Spindic. They ask her if Ren is a beast man. Kaida replies that it doesn't matter to her who or what she is, the main thing is that she is strong and soft. The girls, hugging Ren's fluffy tail, agree that she is cute, gentle, and soft. Kai tells Abyss that everything is going well from the start. The girl notices that his shoes are too worn. The boy says that it is because he has been wearing them since he was 12, although he once increased their size. Kai reflects that it's not just his shoes that are the problem, but his clothes and tools as well. Abyss thinks she should get everyone's opinion. In connection with this, the young man decided to open the first meeting of the Islanders' Council, and he, Kai Husqvarna, would be the chairman of the meeting. He asks the villagers what they want. Some want meat, others want oil to cook new dishes. Some want more toilets, others want a bath. The villagers ask for tools for fishing and for the farm. Kai thinks that if they can get this urgently, then the problem is solved. But doing the plumbing will be a bit tricky. Yuri interrupts his thoughts. The princess names 3 elements they need to create a country: citizens, territory, governance. The island, of course, lacks these. Kai reasons that the territory is the island itself, control is the fighting power. They have several mages, so it should be quiet at the front. The young man comes to the conclusion that they don't have enough citizens. He asks Yuri if there is a quick method to increase the number of citizens. The girl replies that such a method exists. Kai suggests that more military Huns are needed. Yuri smiles and replies that there is a more conventional, peaceful method, adding that it depends on Kai-sama's efforts. He clearly does not understand what is being discussed. Princess Yuri finally tells him to make children. There is a pause. Everyone around looks at Kai, who is speechless. He finally asks again if he heard correctly. Yuri says that if they are going to create a country, then he is the king of that country. The princess continues, mentioning that she has royal blood from the Mondial Principality. Kai is surprised that their conversation could have escalated to this. Yuri insists that if the boy accepts the fact that he will become the king of their country, that he must take responsibility for the continuation of the lineage. This works the same way as increasing the townspeople, and this is important. Kai hesitates. He is full of doubts. He tells her that he understands what Yuri Cecilia-san means by this. She asks him to call her simply Yuri. In fact, he thinks he has no idea what's going on in her head. Kai wonders if it's because she's royal. Some sort of sense of duty. It doesn't seem like her own decision. But Yuri doesn't stop there. She decides that she's going to live with him. Kai thinks that's a little weird, and their house is a little full. Standing nearby, Abyss and Kaida nod twice, agreeing with him. Kai says that their hut won't survive this winter. He plans to build a new house, and hopes that someone knows how to build a house. One of the girls says that she does. The boy asks if she was a carpenter. She replies that not she, but her family. The girl only knows how to build it. Kai asks her to help him build a hut before winter. They need a house for everyone, so about 10 houses. Shaking her hand, he assures her that the raccoon warriors will help them. Yuri is sure that they don't need to build that much. Princess Yuri believes that the king only needs one big palace. That will be enough. Kai is amazed at how grandiose her thinking is. Yuri asks if it is true that Abyss-san and Ren-san are magicians. The young man replies that they are a magician and a guard, and both will serve in the palace. They are both army and citizens. Kai asks if all the guards and those who want to serve in the army would like a house for themselves. He is told that in fact they can live in 2 rooms. Yuri believes that kindness is a virtue, of course, but as a king he must think more logically. After some thought, Kai comes to the conclusion that the girl is right. There are 14 people on the island. A house for each person is not practical. The princess believes that all that is needed is one magnificent palace, and from there they will begin to build the country. Kai's eyes sparkle with anticipation. Standing under the branches of a spreading tree, Yuri dreams of a magnificent palace, a place they can return to. She says they will live with honor in such a place. Kai thinks she's right. It's much simpler. People will be lonely if everyone lives separately. He decides that their main goal is to build a palace, and they must do it before winter. The boy tells Anil that they are going to build a palace, so they need materials. Tenohira's spell is cast, and the girl congratulates Kai on the village reaching level 20. They are transported to a city where resources can be found. Kai remembers how it was level 12, plus 8 more levels, so there should be a reward. A strange girl appears, saying that she is a helper elf who manages clothing. This is vitally important, along with the hut and food. Her name is Koromo. She is Anel's younger sister. Kai is happy to meet her. Kai asks again if she can definitely make clothes. The girl confirms this, saying that she can make clothes for him. Whirlwinds of magic fly into the air. The boy is delighted. He was just thinking about what to do with clothes for everyone. This solves the problem. Koromo says that she is different from Anil-chan, who only knows how to eat. Koromo has special abilities. Anil is outraged by her words. She doesn't understand why her sister humiliates her like that. The girl says that she has a very important job. She is a guest who can find the most delicious food and also check it for poison. Kai laughs. He thought Anil was just a glutton. The girl is indignant. She was sure that at least he understood her. The young man admits that in fact he had his suspicions. Since he has lived on this island, Kai has never been poisoned. He thanks Anel. Koromo says that if Kai orders her to do something, as long as there are materials in Tenohira, she will do everything. She clarifies that she cannot do too many things at once, as one outfit will take 3 days. Kai asks again if 3 days are needed in Tenohira. Koromo says 3 days in the outside world, since she starts with calculations, and then starts making materials. The boy wants leather shoes. Kai laughs and calls Koromo gorgeous. He runs off to find out the sizes of the others. Anel says that he unlocked more than just Koromo. Kai catches himself and remembers the status. From the scroll, he learns that their village has become a magic hidden village, and its level of development is Magic Hidden Village. To reach the next level, one must reach Birth of a Magician. Anel explains that it is only because the mercenary leader often attacked the village, and now there are no mages. The concept of magic has become something that, quote, just existed. Koromo says that new functions have been added, such as seed output and synthesis. Kai can understand that the output has increased, but what does the output of seeds mean? Enel explains that it is the synthesis of similar colored seeds. Kai will be able to create more powerful warcoons. The young man says he would like to test them, but unfortunately, all the seeds have already become warcoon. Even those that were turned back into seeds in the city have returned. Enel says they will test them after reaching a new level. Kai reminds her of the condition for reaching the next level. They need to reach the birth of a magus. Enel suggests that it might happen before he realizes what happened. Meanwhile, The kunas were so careless that they set something on fire. Kuromo takes measurements for shoes from the villagers. 3 days later, the new shoes are ready. Kai thinks they are cool. The girl explains that because of the water buffalo, the texture of the leather is slightly different. She explains in detail how exactly she created the shoes. In the end, Kai has to stop her. Kai tries them on. The girls watch him tie the laces, then ask him how he likes them. The boy is delighted. The shoes fit him. He thinks they are cool. The girls are happy with him. Kuromo says she was sure of it. Kai asks her to make the same pair of shoes of the same quality for others. Kuromo asks the boy if she is more useful than Oni-chan. Ano asks her to stop comparing them. The new shoes squeak. Kai admires them. The girls see him smirking. Kai meets Sarah, who says that everyone needs a well or running water for farming. She adds that if that is not possible, a pond or water pot will suffice. Kai thanks Sarah and wonders how they hadn't thought of this before. He likes this idea. Now we need to find clay and make clay dishes. Or, better yet, ceramic ones. Kai is thinking about pottery. He thinks that they can store water in jugs and cook food in clay pots. However, his knowledge is limited to what he has seen on TV. Kai thinks they are lucky to have someone familiar with the technology. But the girl says she knows absolutely nothing. She explains that she comes from a family of merchants, and her father used to take her to the pottery workshop just to observe. Kai assures the girl that her knowledge of how to make glaze is already very helpful, and adds that they don't need to start with ceramics. The young man decides to start with clay, and asks Abyss where he can get it, but she has never seen anything like it before, and doesn't know. Kai reassures Abyss, saying that there is nothing to worry about. There is no clay lying around on the road. First, he decides to look for some swampy place. One of the girls can help him with this. They come to a river. Kai remembers Ria's words that clay can be found where river silt accumulates. Also, large trees do not grow near good clay. The kunas bring mud and show it to Kai. He looks at it and says that the consistency is not quite right. The kunas converse thoughtfully in their own language. Kai doesn't understand their language. He regrets not bringing Ren with him. She usually translates for him. He tries to explain to the Kuns what dirt should look like. The Kuns show by all appearances that they understand him. Abyss wonders if the kids got what Kai had said. He thinks that at least they looked confident, so there's nothing to worry about. They have been walking along the river for quite some time, but have not found anything. Kai suggests that the girl look for clay on the surface of the rock. Suddenly, the joyful cry of the Kun is heard. He has brought a basket of clay. The Kunas brought many baskets of clay. They spread it on the surface of the ground, and Kai thoughtfully squeezes it with his hand. The clay takes the shape of his clenched palm. He tells Abyss that the clay is soft enough to be easily shaped. It will harden once they fire it. It will make a fine water jug. Abyss admires how much Kai knows. He replies that all his knowledge is superficial, and he regrets not studying more. The young man asks the kunas to take as much clay as they can carry. In the meantime, he will bring some Tenohira. Kai shows the girl the clay. She likes its good plasticity and stickiness. To get rid of impurities, they are going to dry it, knock out all the unnecessary things, and then filter it with water. The girl asks where they will set up the stove. Aniel explains that the locals use banana leaves as cooking utensils. Kai says he wants to install a stove he saw on TV. It will consist of many chambers arranged in a slanted tunnel. He plans to make a fire near the bottom chamber. The girl says she understands the basics and is ready to begin. Another boy made a bread oven before, so he can help. Kai says he is counting on them. He asks Enel to ask the locals for help. Everyone is busy. They are kneading clay, forming bricks. The work is in full swing. A few days later, everything is ready. The ovens are built. The main part of the work is behind us. Kai wipes the sweat from his forehead. Enel believes that the most important thing is the principle and understanding. You just need to show the villagers what and how, and they will quickly learn. Kai has an idea. Ren calls him. She asks him to look at the funny plush animals. Looking at them, Kai thinks that they are quicker than he expected. Ren asks them to play with them. The young man says that it is a great idea, but he has a request for her. He wants Ren to go with him to Tenohira. Kaeda also asks to go. Kai allows it and casts a spell. Holding hands, they are transported to the village. Kaeda holds toys in her hands. She admires how big the village has become. Kai says that the wheat fields are finally ready, and the population has also increased recently. Kaeda falls silent, her eyes shining with tears. She clutches the stuffed animals tightly to her chest. She remembers her mother and father. Ren asks Kai if his hometown was big. He says that if you walk along the pavement, you can come to the castle. Kaede says that she often went with her mother to meet her father, who worked in the castle. She was an only child. Kai promises that sooner or later he will find his hometown. The girl knows that it is not easy, but she is counting on him. She thinks her parents cried when she disappeared. The boy says that she has nice parents. Enil asks if Kai has finished yet. He asks her to gather the villagers. He needs to tell them something. Kai says that now the real mage is going to create some fire for them, and he wants to see the expression on their faces. Enil understands him. The young man tells Kaede that he doesn't know if the ovens will hold up or not, so he will first heat the oven well to get rid of the moisture. Enil brings the locals. Pointing at Ren, Enil announces to everyone that she is a famous hellfire mage, and they are now using her to light the furnace with magic. The villagers are surprised that this girl with animal ears is a sorceress. They want her to teach them. People believe Ren will succeed. Kai asks her not to use a strong flame, but to simply light the stove for him. The girl agrees and lights a tiny flame on the tip of her finger. The flames are growing. Ren's magic has worked. There are cries of delight. Now Kai is ready to get down to real business. The island is bustling with activity. Kaede and the others are diligently sculpting clay. Yuri thinks it's difficult. Kai is surprised that Kaede can do it so easily. Kaede says she's very skilled. Ren has made a warrior out of clay and shows it to Kai. The boy says it is a Hanwha, a hollow, unglazed clay figurine. Kaede claims it is a warrior-kun. She asks Kai if he can make dolls. He can, but he's not sure he can fire them properly. They'll fall apart if there's air inside. Kaede is satisfied with Kai's answer. Abyss sees how many kitchen utensils are already ready. Sarah shows her all the cooking pots and storage jars, and hopes that all of this will survive to see practical use. Abyss notices that Sarah looks happy. She laughs. The dishes are drying in Tenohira. They put the sun-dried clay pots into the oven. Kai and Kaede fill the oven with bricks. They are worried. The stove is filled with wood and lit. Enil and Kai show each other that everything is going according to plan. Enil tells the boy that it's been 10 hours, and it's time to get the dishes out soon. She asks if they should turn up the heat. The girl thinks they'll fall apart if she looks at them right now. According to Enil, it is necessary to lower the temperature slowly. Each stage takes longer than Kai expected. The girl suggests that he think of it as a transfer of knowledge and skills. The boy agrees. The next day, they move the bricks. Kai looks into the oven and sees that the pots are not as badly fried as he expected. Kaede is worried about her flower pot, and Ren is curious about her warrior-kun. Enil congratulates Kai. The girl thinks that with this, the village will become the birthplace of ceramics. The young man thinks that she is exaggerating, but he is pleased. Everyone laughs, holding the dishes, the warrior-kun, and the flower pot. Kai is reminded that all the dishes still need to be glazed. He understands that the path of ceramics is not easy. The sounds of shovels can be heard from the pit. The Kuns are digging a hole. Kai asks them if it's working or not. The Kuns answer. Ren translates. It turns out they're not doing very well. She asks the young man why they need a well if they have jugs. Kai answers that there is a big difference. He thinks that he must make the island self-sufficient and stop relying on Tenohira. It will all be over if something happens to him. Ren is always there to support him. Kaede wants to show something to her brother and calls Kai to follow her. She leads him and Ren to the clay shed. The girl shows what she wants to fire in the village. The girl shows a clay doll. Kai asks if she made it herself. Kaede says yes. She wants to make it move, then it will help with building the castle. But first it needs to be roasted, otherwise it will fall apart. Kaede sneezes and holds her throat. Kai realizes she has a cold. The girl says that when she woke up, her throat was a little sore, but now everything is fine. The young man asks Ren to stay with Kaede, and he touches the clay doll with Tenohira's spell. He is transported to the village with the doll. Kai tells Enel that he wants to burn him. The girl notes that he is quite big, and she will ask the villagers about it. According to Kuromo, the skills of the locals are rapidly improving, as this is a world created by Alamilla's blessing. She offers Kai a cup of tea. The young man mentions the difficult shape of the doll, but Enel is confident that they can handle it. The pottery production has reached great heights after they have made a lot of cutlery and pots. Kai asks Enel why Sarah is so happy. Enel jokes that most of life's joys come from good food. Kai asks if that is really the case. Sarah turns around, sees him, and calls out to him. She asks him to bring more food. Kai apologizes and asks what he forgot. Sarah says he hasn't forgotten anything, but she wants to replace a staple of their diet. Kai can't help but let out a surprised exclamation. He laughs that they can finally say goodbye to the potatoes. Sarah laughs with him. She asks him to help her if he has time. The young man thinks this is a great idea. The table is set with the products they had, what they took from the scorpion, as well as those they began to grow in Tenohira. Kai thinks it would be great if they could harvest the island. Sarah agrees. The young man tells her that they even have wheat flour now. Sarah opens the bag of flour and shows it to Kai. There is a silent question in her eyes. She asks if it is really wheat flour. Kai asks what is wrong. The girl says it is completely white. Sarah thinks it should be brownish and not so finely ground. She wonders how Kai did it. The boy explains that he used wheat ears bought in the city and then simply ground them, using a regular water wheel and millstone. Tenohira's spell transports Kai to Enel. She speculates that it was probably distorted due to Kaikagen's unusual perception. She thinks that flour is white only because Kai believes it is, so the wheat flour, which contains wheat husks that turn brown when mixed with yeast, turned white. Kai is surprised that his perception determines everything. Enel gives the example of eggs. She asks if it is okay to eat raw eggs as long as they are fresh. The boy nods. Then the girl asks how to know for sure whether the chicken was healthy. Enel adds that natural safety is a dubious thing. The eggs that were brought recently have already become the product of Kai's distorted ideas, so they are safe. The young man is tired of the explanation. Kai knew it was a world with broken rules, but he didn't realize that everything was going well because of his superficial knowledge. He reflects that he knows a lot, but all his knowledge is superficial, and the young man regrets that he did not study more. Whether this is good or bad, he does not know how to feel about it. Kai returns to Sarah and confirms that it is indeed wheat flour. She says that this is the first time she has seen flour that is so finely ground it must be of good quality. Sarah suggests making bread. Kai volunteers to crack the eggs. Sarah turns to him and asks if they really add eggs to bread dough. The boy says they don't. Kai thinks he did it again. Sarah says they don't have baking powder for the bread, and without it, it won't rise. The boy wonders what baking powder is. He wonders if Sarah meant bread yeast. The girl says she needs to knead the dough and leave it. She's never made baking powder. Sarah remembers that there is a baker's son in the royal guard. Kai says that he is currently engaged in heavy physical labor. The girl asks if he wants to bake flat bread. The young man promises to check in Tenohira. Kai is transported back to Enel and asks her for baking powder. The girl replies that they don't bake bread here. He then asks what the locals do with wheat flour. Enel replies that they make noodles. Kai wonders how this is happening. Enel reminds him of perception again. The boy says that he likes noodles more than bread. He returns to Sarah and says there is no baking powder. Kai suggests she make noodles. She asks what happened. The boy explains that he gave in to his selfish desires. Sarah thinks about noodles. The girl remembers that they ate it on the streets of Scorpio. She knows how to cook it. If they want to eat it together, then they will cook it together. The girl smiles at Kai. Sarah suggests making the noodle dough and warns that it won't be easy. They knead the dough together, dividing it into small pieces. Kun helps them. Kai asks if they should let the dough rest. Sarah nods and adds that in the meantime they will prepare the sauce. She thinks they should be ready in time for dinner. While they are cooking, Kai asks if Sarah is happy with her life, if she has enough of everything. The girl says she has a place she can call home, where she is not intimidated by neighboring countries and where she can cook. Sarah admits that this may be the life she has always dreamed of. Sarah is glad that she can cook with him so easily. Kai brought Kaidi something to eat. He is sure that kamatama is what you need when you have a cold. The girl tries the noodles and closes her eyes with pleasure. It's very tasty. The young man thinks that Engel is right about food being enjoyable. He goes on to drip. Abyss comes to Sarah's kitchen, asking her to teach her how to cook. The girl wonders why she needs this. She worries that she has not been useful to the master yet. Sarah is sure that this is not the case. Abyss wants Kai to be well-fed and happy. They decide to start with an omelet. The clay doll for Kaidi is ready. Kai shows it to the girl. She says that it is completely dry and looks quite strong. Kaidi casts a spell of fleeting existence on the doll. His eyes light up. The clay man came to life and stood up. Kai was amazed, and Kaidi was pleased. The young man examines it from all sides, noticing that although it is made of clay, its movements are smooth. The doll bows and looks at the boys. Kai says that this golem has the highest level of manners. The girl does not know what a golem is. He explains that there is a story about a clay doll that was once brought to life in a similar way and called a golem. Kaidi calls the golem Goli-chan and praises it. It says something back to her. Kai suggests a performance test. The girl commands the golem to go, and it takes off. The golem runs as fast as it can, making a lot of noise. Kaidi admires how fast it is. Kai feels like the golem is about to fall apart, but it is very strong. Finally, the golem stops. It brakes with all its might, kicking up dust around itself. Kaidi jumps up in place. Kai announces that the next step is to carry the weight. The girl picks a huge rock. Kaidi commands Goli-chan to lift the stone. Golem tries. Kai doubts that he can handle such a block. The golem picks up the stone and holds it in his outstretched arms. Kaidi hugs the golem and praises him. Kai realizes that the girl has received Alamila's blessing, just like him. The youth thinks that his consciousness similarly shapes the standard of Tenohira village, and perhaps the golem's abilities are also determined by Kaidi's logic. Alamila's blessing is a strange thing. Kai says they can rely on the golem's power. Kaidi is glad she can be useful. She wants to make a few more of these golems. Kai thinks it's crazy. Golem helps the villagers with construction. Sarah teaches Abyss to cook. Yuri takes care of the garden. Kai is greeted by a farmer. He informs him that the wheat that was recently planted has sprouted. He offers to bake bread from it as soon as it ripens. The young man sees Ren and reminds her of the party he is currently preparing. 4 months have passed since Sarah and the others arrived on the island. Kai and Ren are walking with a fishing rod and a basket full of fish. On the way, they meet Kaidi, who was looking for him. Their castle is ready. Everyone is gathered for the party. Kai has brought fish. Ren asks him how often he fishes. Sarah tells Kai that he should have come first, because he is the star of the party. The young man apologizes. Abyss calls out to him. Kai asks her what happened. The girl says that she trained for a long time and prepared a dish for him. She will ask him to try it. Kai happily agrees. Abyss eagerly awaits his reaction. Kai says it's delicious. He can't believe she hasn't cooked before. Abyss beams and jumps at his praise. She's glad she did it. Yuri can't believe that their royal castle is finally ready. Kai notes that it's hard to call it a castle, but the girl thinks that it's important to think of it as a castle. She continues by saying that now that there is a castle here, everyone will try their best. The boy wonders if this is true. Yuri suggests that the party should begin, and asks Kai to take the best seat, which is his due as a king. Kai can't help but laugh, thinking of himself as a king. He thanks Abyss for the cup she brought him. The harsh winter is coming soon. As he raises the cup with everyone else, he resolves to work even harder from now on as king. In the evening, he finds himself in a bedroom with Abyss, Sarah, and Yuri. The girls argue over who will sleep with the king. Yuri thinks they should take turns. Kai doesn't understand what's going on. Abyss hugs him by the shoulders and declares that it is her duty to keep the master warm. Yuri disagrees and pulls the young man towards her. She believes that Kai has become a king for everyone. Kai thinks that's not quite what he meant when he said he should work harder. Ren suggests that they all sleep together. Yuri thinks that would be too embarrassing. Kai says that the bed is big enough for everyone to fit in. He bids the girls goodnight and turns away from them. Yuri doesn't give in and calls out to him, preventing him from falling asleep. He realizes that she is obsessed with the heir. He wonders if the girl wants to preserve the bloodline or sacrifice the child as a representative of Mondil. Either way, he's not going to play along. Kai wants to ask Yuri about a couple of things again. The next day arrives. Sitting at the table, the young man asks Yuri about her blessing. He says that he still does not understand what blessing she is talking about. The girl asks if Kai prepared a room for 2 people just to find out. The young man confirms this. He wants Yuri to tell him unless she has a good reason to hide it. If it's a useful ability, they could use it around the island. Yuri smiles and says that although the temple ordered her to hide it, Mondil is gone, as are the reasons to keep this promise. The girl agrees to tell Kai everything. Yuri wants something in return. Kai doesn't expect this turn of events. The girl says that she will be rewarded with hugs. Kai looks embarrassed. He suggests doing it later, but the girl doesn't want to wait. She throws herself on Kai's neck and pronounces the name of her blessing, Refuge of the War Maiden. Yuri presses him against the wall. She is still very close. The girl tells him that she has received a blessing from the god Shitalain, the ability to create an impenetrable divine shield. A few years ago, a priest was giving a sermon at Rabarud's Sunday school. He was telling the congregation that the saints had used the power of their blessings to save many people. They asked him how magic differed from a blessing. He replies that the blessings are miracles of the main god Farley, and these powers have nothing to do with the war. Yuri laughs and says that her blessing is amazing combat power. She explains to Kai that the War Maiden's shelter is the creation of transparent, impenetrable walls around the user of the spell. The girl mentions that she used this spell when they pressed closer in the Scorpion. Kai feels like they are standing too close. Yuri whispers in his ear that she made him smaller on purpose to seduce him. The girl says that she won't let him escape. Yuri laughs and then asks if Kai is tired of her. He asks her to be herself. Abyss enters the room. She says something, but the boy doesn't hear anything. Yuri explains that blocking sound is a disadvantage of her ability. Meanwhile, Abyss comes closer and meets a transparent barrier. Yuri turns around and smiles at her. The princess blows into Kai's ear, and he asks her to stop. Abyss looks at them and doesn't know what to say. Yuri asks if the boy doesn't mind if it happens where no one can see. He replies that that's not what he meant. Abyss slams his fists on the barrier. There is a loud crash. Gathering all her strength, she directs a magical charge at the transparent wall. Kai realizes that Abyss mistook what was happening for an emergency and asks Yuri to cancel the ability. The girl asks not to worry, because nothing can harm the shelter of the War Maiden. Kai screams that he has nothing to worry about. He sees Abyss's unhappy face. She says something to him, but he doesn't hear. The boy asks Yuri if she doesn't feel guilty towards Abyss and asks her to cancel the ability again. The girl only presses herself closer to him, not wanting to interrupt their intimacy. Kai then casts the Tenohira spell to temporarily transport himself out of this hideout. Yuri panics and stops him by placing her hand over his mouth. Kai doesn't understand what's going on. The girl wants to tell him something, but doesn't dare. Everything shakes from a terrible roar. Abyss sends out magical discharges. Kai says that if Yuri does not stop this, he will get angry. The girl understands that she has no choice. She cancels the spell, and the barriers disappear. Abyss rushes to Kai and embraces him. She looks him over carefully, checking if he is okay. She thought he was worried. Yuri says with displeasure that Abyss is too caring. She adds that if Abyss continues to act like this, Kai will get tired of her. She asks if Abyss is a mage. Yuri says that mages are the fighting force of the country. She reminds them that they are needed for battle. She also understands that Kai has special feelings for Abyss. She states that as a king, he should not give in to his feelings. Kai says that he understands everything, but Abyss is not like that at all. She is not just a fighting force. The girl asks who Abyss is to him. The young man says that first and foremost, Abyss is family. Yuri replies that then, she and Sarah are his family too. Yuri is not against it. Abyss can become a legal wife, but then Kai will have to take him and Sarah too. Kai explains to the girl that he and Abyss are not in such a relationship. This baffles Yuri. The young man says that the magician just likes to cuddle. Kai firmly states that he has no desire to be in a relationship with either her or Sarah at this time. Abyss gently grabs his sleeve and asks if he is tired of her. Looking the girl in the eyes, Kai replies that he will never get tired of her. He asks her to just continue being herself. Abyss sighs in relief. Yuri watches them hug and thinks that Kai is being overprotective too. Sarah and Tukuna burst into the room. She worries if Kai is okay. The girl says that there was a big negative magical reaction here a second ago. The boy asks her not to worry about it. Sarah says it made her nervous. Yuri asks if he can ask Kai a question. She says she's never heard of his blessing, the power to create a village that only he can enter. In Yuri's opinion, this power is more than amazing. The girl knew that the religion of the god Farley hides many secrets. She asks if Kai can reveal his secret. He replies that since they live here, he can no longer hide the truth about this island. The young man warns that they will not be able to forget this, and if the temple finds out that they know everything, they may be killed. Sarah and Yuri exchange glances, determined. Kai says that he has received a blessing from the god Alamilla. The temple takes him for an evil god, and only a few saints in the temple itself know about him. He tells them that the whole secret is that children who have received the blessing of Alamilla are exiled to this island. The girls are stunned. Kai continues that he was captured in the middle of the ceremony and thrown onto this island. Originally, this island was full of monsters, so he and Kaede were supposed to die like the other children thrown here before him. They discuss Kaede's amazing powers. Kai says that she can give life to dolls and golems. Yuri mentions the god Farley and the 13 minor gods, among which is the evil god. The young man asks to listen to him. He explains that the temple revealed 3 gods: Luke, the god of light, Aedia, the goddess of truth, and Medina, the goddess of healing. The book of his father, who was a priest, contained the names of the other 7 gods. The last 3 weren't even in his father's book. Kai thinks they were intentionally hidden. Thus the young man believes that Alamilla was one of the last 3 gods, or was not connected with them in any way. Sarah is inclined to the latter option. She believes that if they went to exile to hide the existence of an evil god, then he is definitely not one of the 13. Yuri says that in Mondiale there were also several temples that were ingrained in the daily lives of the people. She says that the blessing ceremony is only performed in large cities to specifically find and exorcise children with the blessing of Alamilla. They come to the conclusion that the priest in the black robe, who is called the Inquisitor, is most likely passing judgment. Yuri remembers someone similar at the ceremony. Sarah has an epiphany. She understands that if they find anyone else with Alamilla's blessing, they will send them to the island. Kai says that this does not happen at any time, but only in the spring. Abyss adds that a large ship will arrive and throw the children out. The Kai do not understand why they are being banished to a desert island instead of being killed. He promises that as long as he lives, he will not give up. He wants to let the children who were thrown onto the island live. Kai says that this is the first reason why he wants to create this country. There is a moment of silence at the table. Then they come to the conclusion that if the temple learns that people with Alamilla's blessing are still alive, there is no telling what they will do. They can do nothing if they stay on the island, or they can send an army. But one thing they know for sure, if the temple becomes their enemy, it will be the strongest of them. Yuri believes that they simply have to make their country stronger. Kai agrees with her. The young man goes into his room and stretches. He lies down on the bed and thinks about the powerful country. Kai thinks that if you are weak, you cannot defend your right to life. He decides that when the time comes, he will not regret. The young man cries out in surprise, finally noticing Abyss lying next to him. The girl asks why Yuri did this. She says that if it doesn't bother him, she wants to do it too. Kai is outraged by this spirit of competition. Abyss reaches out to her, trying to get closer. Juno screams that it bothers him, and she stops. She looms over him and promises to protect him from the people on the ship. The girl adds that from Yuri too. Kai laughs and thanks her. The young man doesn't know what Yuri is thinking. She united everyone for him, and she's also thinking about his future. Kai asks Abyss not to be angry with him. He says they need to make the country stronger. The young man thinks about strength and fighting power. The Kuns are carrying a basket of fruit somewhere and chatting. Kai visits Anel. He asks if she has anything suitable as a weapon for the warrior Kun. The girl specifies against whom. The youth replies that against humans. Enel sighs that the Kunas will have a hard time against archers. Kai laments that they still have no iron. Enel tells us that knives and farming tools have become common among the villagers, and that traveling merchants have begun to come. Kai does not hide his surprise. The young man became very interested in the traveling merchants. Kai decides to check on the village later. Enel apologizes for not being able to give him items that weren't made by the village. She asks him to go to the announcement scroll. The girl asks if he has tried seed fusion yet. This is the first time Kai has heard of it. Enel suggests trying it, suggesting that it will increase the variety of warriors. Kai selects 2 red seeds and covers his palm with his hand, casting a spell. The 2 seeds collapse into one, glowing. The boy shows Enel a purple seed and asks what will grow from it. She doesn't know, but assumes that it will be something useful. Kai runs to Enel with Kun in his hands, telling her that the purple seed gave birth to a warrior. Next time, he wants to try 2 purple ones. The girl congratulates him. Enel announces that religion has appeared in the village. Kai can't believe his ears. Kai thinks that Tenohira is no longer a pioneer village, but a village of unrivaled size. Suddenly, he sees a shop in front of him. The girl hears the door creak and turns around to greet the person entering. But there is no one there. She goes outside and looks around. The girl thinks it's just the wind. A merchant enters and greets her. She yelps in surprise. The girl says she felt someone's presence. Something strange is happening in the village. She is sure that the noise will appear again. Suddenly, the hoe flies up and hovers in the air. The door creaks, someone knocks and stops. Enel congratulates Kai on bringing religion to the village. Kai is surprised. The girl tells that rumors have begun to appear among the villagers about floating objects, doors opening by themselves, and food supplies disappearing. The young man asks how this developed into a religion. Enel admits that she is involved in it. He asks if the villagers really worship Kai, the elf of mischief, or if they consider him an evil god. It turns out that Enel told the villagers that it was thanks to Kai, who brought items for everyone, that the village was able to develop so much. The boy freezes. Kai wonders if it's okay to tell everyone that the village is a world created by his ability. Enel reassures him that she didn't tell them that much. Kuromo adds that the villagers won't understand anything, even if you try to teach them something. Kai clarifies whether the village will disappear after his death. He wants the villagers not to know that their world exists because of his ability. The girls say that he must try to live long. They promise to help him with this. The 3 of them join hands. Enel says that she and the other villagers share their lives with his. Kai hopes that someday he will be able to show them the world outside the village. Enel says that the unveiling of the statue is about to begin. Kai's mouth drops open in surprise. It's himself, depicted in the form of a statue. Enel says it is a monotheistic religion that worships Kai. The girl says that this is the god of creation, who brings the things they need, who sometimes comes to the village and plays pranks. Kai reflects on the irony of it all. He was once cast out for his faith, and now he has become the object of faith. The sound of an axe comes from the forest. Kun is chopping a tree. The young man thinks that even a stone axe is not strong enough for a warrior Kun. Kaede tells him that the king's guard would like a sickle for harvesting wheat. Kai is upset that he cannot bring iron products from the village. He plans to develop their world to the point where they can take care of themselves without Tenohira's help. Kai would like to expand their cultivated land and stock up on firewood to maintain their immunity in the winter. The boy tells Kaede that the winter on the island is very cold. The girl asks if it snows here. Abyss is sure that it does not snow here. Night falls. Kai notices that it is getting chilly. Abyss offers to warm him up if he is cold. The young man jokes that if a girl has her own room, it's not good to sleep together all the time. Abyss reminds him that she is a great futon. She is also afraid that the master might suddenly die. Kai objects. He does not agree that he is so weak. Kai says he's heading to Kuromo's to check on her winter clothes, and she can sleep in her room tonight. The young man casts a spell and is transported to Tenohira. Abyss is left alone, upset. Kai asks Kuromo if she knows what doTERRA is. Kuromo and Enel congratulate him on reaching level 25. Kuromo believes that the founding of the religion was the deciding factor. Kai asks if anything new was discovered. Enil talks about the TV. Enel and Kai are sitting in front of the TV. They don't understand why it is in their house. The young man asks if he allows watching programs from the ground. The girls offer to check. It turns out that the TV allows you to view the location where Kai used the ability. This solves one of Tenohira's weaknesses. Enel is happy that she will now be able to see what is happening in the outside world. The girl states that it's like getting an easy, unobstructed view, and now she'll know when Kai is doing something naughty. Enel turns on the TV and sees a huge bed on the screen. Abyss is lying on the bed. She is not sleeping. It looks like she is just waiting for Kai. Abyss's words can be heard from the screen, saying that she is the master's futon. The girls find this strange. Kuromo stares at Kai. Enel says that it's time for the young man to go pamper Abyss, and she will be looking forward to it. Kai returns to his room and sees the girl. He says that they will sleep together tonight and holds out his hand to her. Kuromo and Enel watch what's happening on the screen. Abyss says that the adult form warms better. The girl hugs Kai, he thanks her, and they fall asleep. 2 years have passed since Kai arrived on the island, but he has had almost no opportunity to explore its northern part. He decides to fix this. One of the coons keeps him company. He notices that the gardens and wheat fields are in perfect order, and that onions, turnips, and garlic are beginning to sprout. The young man understands that there is a road ahead of them that holds the unknown. He goes down to drive a stake into the ground. Kai casts a spell and disappears. He meets Sarah. The girl wants to clarify the ingredients for dinner. The boy notices that she looks terrible. He touches her hand and realizes that it is all burning. Sarah says that she feels dizzy. Kai says that she shouldn't work in this condition. He asks the coons to escort Sarah to her room. The kunas cover Sarah with a blanket. Leaving the girl's room, he meets Kaida. She promises to look after Sarah. The young man stops her. He is afraid that the disease could spread, so he wanted to ask Abyss or Ren to take care of Sarah. Kai advises the girl to wash her hands and gargle thoroughly. In Scorpio, he bought a lot of soap. Kai is sure that everything will be fine as long as they stay warm and drink a lot of water. Still, the young man is worried that if the disease progresses, it will lead to death. In the kitchen, Yuri helps with the dishes. Kai tells the girl that since Sarah has a cold today, he would like something easily digestible today. The young man lists dietary and nutritious foods. He would prefer something warm to boost immunity. In the kitchen, the women discuss Sarah's illness and treatment options. Kai consults Yuri on how to cure Sarah's cold. The girl says that the temple sells a potion. Yuri says that it is a great cure for minor illnesses, but one bottle costs 5 or 6 gold coins. Kai thinks that the temple knows how to rob people. He knows he has to buy it, because people can catch the disease at any moment. Abyss takes care of Sarah. Kai wonders if they can survive this winter. The young man thinks that since he brought them to this island, he is responsible for the lives of everyone. Yuri says they have a warm home, the warmth of the fireplace, the clothes Kormo makes, the food they cook together. She finds it touching. The women in the kitchen assure him that they do not lack anything and are not afraid of winter. Yuri assures him that they will survive this winter. The girl says that in the spring they should focus on their fighting power. Yuri worries that if they are ever discovered, it will be a one-sided massacre. Kai agrees that they must develop their defensive capabilities. The girl says that her country was destroyed due to the lack of military power. She asks Kai to spare her from this a second time. The young man promises. He thinks that if the battle takes place on a rocky island, they will have the advantage of geography. Kai decides to make a map of the world and a map of their island. He turns to Abyss with this request. She is a master of writing instruments. They tell her that they have never seen such a detailed map of such a large area. Abyss points to the location of their island on the map. Then the girl shows the city they once went to. Yuri points to the former territory of Mondial. Now it was the territory of the Empire. Kai asks Yuri to show the exact borders of the Empire. The girl says that everything around is the Empire. Kai is asked if they know of any countries that produce or trade iron. One of the girls was reminded of a time when a trader from the Magic Federation came to discuss iron. She overheard their conversation while accompanying the Prime Minister. She says they couldn't agree on a price, so he left them. Another girl shows where the Magic Federation is. It turns out to be south of their island. Kai thinks their next destination is the Magic Federation. He asks if he knows where the Laverda Kingdom is. Yuri doubts they ever traded with Mondial. Kai is preparing to leave on a ship. Kaede has arrived, bringing refreshments. The young man says that Ren is going with them this time. The girl asks to take her with you. She promises to be useful. Ren thinks Kaede wants to find her family on her own. Kai thinks they can't take her with them. He promises to show her the city. Kai tells her about the Pioneer Village and the pegs. The girl can walk between the island and the city through the Pioneer Village. Katie's hometown there. The girl thanks Kai and says that she will wait for him. Ren is confident that she must do everything in her power to help. Kaede thinks that it has become colder today. She decides that she should stay warm and drink a lot. Keijiro asks Ren if everyone would like it if she did something like a big warm bath. Ren thinks this is a great idea, as she has never had a proper bath before. She suggests telling my lord about it. Finally, winter has passed and signs of spring are in the air. Kai announces that he, Abyss, and Ren are sailing off to stock up. They are heading towards the Magic Federation. Enel brings tangerine juice. Kai thanks her. Abyss pouts. Kai says that he is back and invites the girl to chat. Ren says that if there was an element of evil in Kotoku village, Abyss would have gone with them. It was the 12th day of their journey. Ren sees land and suggests getting off. There is no pier, and they decide to walk along the coastline. They see a mountain. Ren says he can smell monsters. Kai asks Abyss to climb to the top of the cliff and drive a stake into the ground. The girl soars into the air. From there, the entire village of Kitoku is visible, as if in the palm of your hand. Abyss reports that it's half a day's walk to the nearest town. Kai asks the girls to help him climb the mountain. Ren promises to fry the monster if they meet it. They climb the cliff. Finally reaching the top, Kai says that it was not necessary for everyone to climb together. Ren asks what he's going to do. He replies that he'll do a phase transition on their hands, just like last time. Ren says that's mean. She says that once she drives the stake in, she'll give the signal. The girls leave him with the warrior-kun and go away. Ren and Abyss see huge monkeys rushing towards them. Combining their magical blasts, they unleash them on the monsters and defeat them. Kai and warrior-kun see lightning in the distance and realize it's a sign. He thanks the girls. Abyss says there were more monsters than she thought. The young man thinks that despite the dense forest, it is easier to walk through. They walk through the forest. Kai says that the cities have become very unsafe these days. Then he realizes that they are going in circles. Ren encourages him, saying that they will reach the top very soon. Kai thinks that they are lost. The boy suggests finding a place to set up camp. Ren notices something descending from the sky. Kai thinks that a large bird is approaching them. The girl does not think that it is a monster, because she does not sense any intention to attack from it. They can't take their eyes off the creature. It's half bird, half man. The creature asks them if they know that the mountain is a forbidden area. Kai says that they did not know about it and adds that they sailed from other islands. The young man says that they were looking for a city and thought that if they climbed the mountain, they would find it right away. The half man asks if they are lost. The creature asks for something to be explained to her. Kai is ready to do it. She asks, pointing at the girls, if they are slaves. The young man replies that they are his family. Kai says that Ren and Abyss are not beastmen or slaves. The creature clarifies who he is. The half-man asks Kai about their plans. He says they were going to stop near the summit and then look for cities. The creature invites them to his village. She says the village is right there, inside the mountain. Kai thinks it doesn't look as scary as Abyss. The creature offers them a place to stay for the night. The young man agrees, giving his name and introducing his companions and the Kun warriors. The creature turns out to be a siren named Rebel. She tells them to follow her. Kai remembers reading about sirens in a book from his father's archives, but he has never seen one in real life. Rebel asks if she looks strange from a traveler's perspective. Serena says that the mountain has become something of a sanctuary for them. Most of the people living in the village have never seen people. All the villagers keep a secret about it. Kai is worried if everything will be okay with Rebel because she told them everything. Serena says he is good. The young man thinks she is naive. Rebel asks them to wait a little. Kai looks around and thinks, what a rundown village this is. Ren thinks that they should refuse the invitation. The young man disagrees, as this is how they will thank them for saving him. Finally, Rebel returns and asks to explain the situation to her parents and to go through. Kai explains that they came from across the sea and that Ren and Abyss are not his slaves. The sirens offer them a good rest. He thanks them. Kai wonders what kind of village this is, and why there are no other girls here besides Rebel. Siren says they can rest here. Kai thanks. Ren and Abyss are mistaken for slaves again. They say they are not slaves, but family. Rebel says they are beastmen. Kai doesn't look like a bad person, so he was able to tame them. The young man observes the sirens and understands that although they live secretly, they apparently are not afraid of strangers. The existence of the village is hidden by the inhabitants, but inside the village, there are no secrets. He notices something like coal under his feet and picks it up. He weighs it in his palm and realizes that it is too heavy to be a stone. Perhaps it is iron. He looks around for other stones. Siren notices his interest in the stone. Kai asks how it got there. Siren replies that they found this iron stone while plowing the land. The young man offers to exchange it for something equally valuable. Siren says he promised it to someone else. Kai is sure that his offer will be more profitable. Siren refuses him because he gave his word to another and cannot break it. The young man ponders why the deal is so important to the siren and where the other girls are in the village. Rebel has prepared wheat porridge for them. The friends are surprised because they don't have wheat porridge in front of them, but just plain water. Out of politeness, they pretend that everything is fine. Kai gives Rebel a sweet potato as a token of gratitude. She plans to eat it with the others. Kai and Ren discuss how good it is that they didn't bring Kaede with them, even though she acts quite mature. The evening porridge came out salty. In the middle of the night, a siren wakes them up and tells them that they have to go. She says that they decided to take them closer to the city, because people are prohibited from being in this village. Ribble asks that nothing about them be told to the city's residents. She says she will wait until they come down. Kai takes out a pot of sweet potatoes. He wants to please the bird people now they will not need food for a long time. The sirens are waiting for them below and warn them that there will be a bit of shaking. During the flight, the friends are scared and try not to look down. Once on the ground, Abyss says it was fun. Kai is speechless with horror. Rebel bids them farewell and asks them not to say anything about them. Kai thanks her for everything. The sirens point in the direction of the city and fly away. As they say goodbye, Kai shouts to Rebel that a gift is waiting for her at home. Friends are approaching the city. Kai offers the girls a snack to start with. They learn that the city of Zax is one of the 4 places of pilgrimage of the teachings of Feria, so pilgrims from all over the world gather here every day. The young man says that they would like to trade here, but it turns out that a traveling merchant cannot simply open a shop here. The merchant tells him that if they have goods, they can go to the merchants' union. They have a monopoly on the purchase of goods. Kai realizes that there is only one government building here. The young man suggests that the girls engage in collecting information while they are unable to trade. He asks to cover him. Abyss and Ren cover him with cloaks. Kai disappears for a moment and returns with Kaede. The girl is happy. She has never been outside the island. Kai says that the city in front of her is Zax. He asks if she remembers anything about it. Kaede nods. The young man suggests finding a person who knows something and asking him. Kai and the girls entered the street of the Traders Union. He said that they could look for information and trade something there. There was a suggestion for the guys to split up. The boys didn't split up, only Kai went a little further, as he wasn't sitting with the girls in the cart. He was focused on finding something informative. Leaving the girls, Kai told Ren to keep the oxen from running away. She assured him that everything would be fine. Kaede suddenly announced that she could talk to animals. This surprised Kai. Could Kaede really be the master of animals? Kai noticed a man who looked businesslike in the context of the era. The boy assumed that he was a member of the Traders Union. Kai approached the man to offer his goods. The hero pointed to everything he had and asked if the member of the Traders Union wanted to buy anything. The man was surprised that all of this merchandise belonged to the boy, since there was so much of it. The merchant continued to consider Kai's offer, noting that the quality of the goods was not bad. He asked where the boy had managed to get such goods. Kai stuttered that all these things were brought from Scorpia by ship. The man was amazed. He noted that Scorpia was quite far away. Satisfied with all the answers, the member of the Merchants' Union agreed to look at Kai's wares. While he was looking, at the other end of the square, Ren and Kaede were asking people about Godia, but the men had heard nothing about it. To make sure they understood, Ren continued to explain. She said that there was a huge castle in Godia. The men said that they only had a temple of similar size on one of their islands. One of the men said that there was no building in their area that was bigger than their cathedral. The man also said that the cathedral itself stands right in the center of the city and pointed to it. This cathedral was the symbol of Zox, and was one of the 4 places of pilgrimage of the teachings of Feria. It was called the Cathedral of St. Rukia. Hearing the name of the building, Kai became very excited. He tensed up. The man said that the pilgrims follow the teachings of Feria and worship a saint who was enlightened in the local mountains. There is a belief that if you walk around all 4 pilgrimage sites, you can receive the blessing of St. Rukia. Ebis noticed that Kai had a very tense face. She asked if he was okay. He replied that he was fine, but he could not explain his reaction. Kai's reaction was caused by the fact that he remembered his little sister, who had the same name as the saint of this temple. The boy assumed that his father had specifically named him and his sister after the saints Kai and Rukia. Ebis suggested searching for Kai's country, but he replied that this could only be done if the guys did not find out anything about the city of Kanade. The girl was indignant. She said that one could look for both at the same time. Kai answered her with the proverb that if you chase 2 hares, you will not catch either one. After some waiting, the member of the traders' union finally assessed all the goods and wrote out a receipt. Kai did not know how to fill it out correctly. Ren and Kaide returned to Kai and Ibis, upset that their information gathering had not yielded any good results. The girls asked how he was doing with his goods. Kai said that he had managed to sell ordinary tangerines at the price of rare artifacts. The fruits turned out to be a luxury. Kai also noted that he was persistent today, so he was able to earn enough wealth to build a new house. Ebis was surprised, so she asked if they could buy a house then. The boy rejected the offer to buy a house. He said that they needed to buy iron and medicine. Moreover, the first thing they needed to do was buy the medicine and send them with Kaide to the island. The hero said that as soon as they exchanged money, they would seriously begin collecting information. The guys walked around the city and asked everyone they met, but no one gave them the information they needed. Only the pilgrims, who had sat down to rest from their journey, thought about it when they heard about Godia. Godia somewhere before. The pilgrim began to reason, determining that Godia was the name of the city. He remembered that when he left the army, most of the pilgrims were from Godia. Suddenly, the pilgrim remembered that Godia was a city in the Reimarig Empire. The boys were very surprised by this information. The pilgrim continued to describe the city. He said that Godia was an old imperial city, and once even the capital of the empire. Kai asked the pilgrims if they could show on the map where Godia was. The wanderer admitted that he did not remember the exact location, but indicated the approximate area. Kai thanked him for his help. In gratitude, Ren offered the pilgrims some supplies. A delighted Kai told Kaide that they were finally on the trail. The girl seemed confused, as if she didn't believe that a good outcome could happen. Kaide meekly asked if she would meet her mom and dad. Kai answered her that, although not now, they would definitely find a person from the empire so that they could follow him to that country. The girl thanked Kai with tears of joy, calling him her brother. She was full of hope. The hero noted to himself that they had already made some progress in their search for the truth. At the temple, the boys got some medicine, which they sent to the island along with Kaid. The next day, the boys were without Ren. She stayed to wait for them in the village of Kitoku. When Kai asked where he could buy iron, the member of the traders' union responded ambiguously. He was both scared and surprised. The man said that in their country, only the church can buy materials and produce metal. Therefore, any raw materials and metal goods can only be bought or sold in the church. The merchant was embarrassed, but they were given such an order. Kai began to ask carefully whether their state really held a monopoly on iron production. After all, it somehow looked very much like a religious state. The man also whispered that the boy was right, but it was better not to say it out loud. The merchant also noted that their church has connections with many heads of regions of different islands of the Mani Federation, but they keep it a secret. The man suggested that Kai try asking about this directly from the representatives of the church's trading company. The hero expressed gratitude. Kai thought he did not like the current state of affairs. He understood that even from the winged it was easier to buy iron than from the church. He noted that the church was very greedy, judging by the very appearance of the city, where nothing could be bought cheaply. The next day, Ibis was left to watch over the room at the hotel, as she, resembling a demon, could not be taken into the temple. At the temple, Kai approached people and asked if he could buy just one thing from them. The hero was told to go buy at the city market. The boy tried to convince them that he wanted to buy raw materials, but they didn't listen to him any further and threw him out of the temple. Kai sat and thought about what to do. Suddenly, harnessed horses stopped near the boy, sitting at the foot of the temple. Kai assumed it was the church's cart. The temple officials announced that they had arrived, and that the bishop needed to be informed. The hero was alarmed. Kai noticed a vase in the cart. He recognized it. The boy noted that it was a vase that he had left as a token of gratitude in the village of Rebelle. The hero assumed that the box under the straw, located further inside the cart, contained the village's iron. The bishop asked the cab driver what the results were this time. Kai entered Kitoku and was immediately met by Ren. Ren began to greet the boy emotionally. She said that he was tired of waiting for him. The hero stopped the girl and asked her to calm down. He himself was rewinding something on the monitor. He found the right moment and stopped when someone told the bishop that they were back. A man told the bishop that the winged ones would continue to pester them if they did not return the hostage. The bishop asked when the deadline was. Fan told the bishop that the deadline was next month. However, people pointed out that the birds had poor living conditions, so they could be deceived. The bishop asked what the bird's standard of living was this month. He was told that the winged ones would somehow survive. The man concluded that more birds could survive than before. He was told that it was not the best idea, but no reason was given. The subordinates asked the bishop if he wanted to see the hostage. The bishop angrily replied that he did not want to be shown that hostage. He was thinking, only the cab driver had met the winged ones. They had already taken the shaman's daughter away. Why not take advantage of that? The bishop ordered Fan to come up with a plan of action. Suddenly, the man noticed the vase. He noted that it was completely out of place for the bird village. He asked where they got such a luxurious thing, whether they stole it from somewhere. The bishop shouted. He said that the townspeople believed that the winged ones had long since died out. Therefore, it was very important to find out where the birds got the vase from, who they could have stolen it from. The boys found out that the church wanted to destroy their winged friends. They were very angry. Kai was angry. He felt like the most angry person. The hero gave Ren the command to act. The boy made the most unflattering conclusion about the representatives of this church. Kai and Ren found themselves at the church carriage. Ren found where Rebel was by smell. The winged girl was immobilized. Kai rushed to his friend. Fan noticed them. He headed towards them, indignant at what they were doing. After all, this was the church's carriage. The hero ordered Ren to scare people, but asked her not to overdo it. The girl understood him. The man came closer to the girl, unhappy that she was ignoring his words. Ren used magic, which frightened the church servants. She said that she showed only a fraction of the power of a hellfire mage. Fan realized that this was a half-human who was using magic against him. Ren was very determined. She was angry. Ren didn't let the man near Kai, who was freeing Ribble. The servants were frightened by the fact that the beastman was a sorcerer in front of them. The bishop was both annoyed and frightened. He quickly moved away from the scene of the escalating events. Kai shook Ribble and asked if she was okay. The girl woke up and clung to the hero. She was very scared and cried. Rebel thanked Kai, and he was glad that she was okay. The noise near the church carriage attracted ordinary people who were interested in what was going on there. The people did not understand where the unusual fire in the sacred place came from. Suddenly, someone noticed the beastman. People began to look at Ren. Some were scared. Then people noticed the winged beastman. People realized that they still existed. They did not understand. The divine soldiers did not react to this in any way. The crowd began to shout that this was a place for people, so let the beastman get out of here. People threw stones at Ren. She was unhappy and looked at them with disdain. Ren started screaming and complaining about what was wrong with these people. Couldn't they tell who the bad guys were? Kai tried to calm her down. He said there was nothing to be done about them, and it was better to leave them alone. A divine soldier came running and asked the crowd what was going on. They pointed him to the beastmen. Kai asked Ren to divert the people's attention from them with some bright magic, such as a smokescreen. The girl said she couldn't make a smokescreen, but she could make something flashy, something special. The hero noted that he had a bad feeling about this, but still let Ren do it. Ren made a gesture with her hand and walked towards the crowd. The girl used the flame of the Bora and deafened the people with the sound. While the people were confused, Ren climbed into the carriage to Kai and the winged girl. The sound disappeared along with the carriage and the heroes. The square was left with soldiers, church ministers, and a crowd. The attendants did not understand what was happening and where the van had disappeared to. The bishop ordered the divine commander to be summoned. Someone was watching everything that was happening from a window on the top floor of the church. Frightened, Ribble screamed. She didn't understand what was happening, where she was, where this place even came from. Kai noted that she had a pretty good reaction. The hero tried to calm the girl down. He said that she was safe in this place. But Ribble did not calm down. It was important for her to know where the place she had ended up in was. Kai explained that this place was Tenohira Kitakawari, a world created by his ability. Suddenly, Enel came out to greet Kai. She said that she had watched everything on TV and was amazed that in all this chaos, the hero had even managed to get a horse and iron. He noted that it was an accident. Enel asked if Kai had installed the exit. He replied that he had installed it at the inn where Ibi was waiting for them. The boy noted that Ren had done a good job. He said he didn't think the crowd had seen them. However, the girl thought they had definitely seen her. Ren noted that if they were seen, she would simply kill everyone. The hero warned the girl that an evil Ren was coming out of her, and she needed to be vigilant. Kai turned to Ribble to see if she had calmed down. She replied that she had. Ribble understood that Kai was also blessed. She asked to look around. She was interested in the new place. The boy asked to do it a little later, as he wanted to return to the hotel before everything got out of control. He called the girl with him. She was confused. The guys returned to the hotel to see Ibi. The girl greeted them. Ribble was scared again when she found herself in a new place again. Ibi tried to calm her down by telling her that she was in the city now. Kai asked the girl what happened in their village. Ribble said that as soon as the boys left, a man from the temple came to their village for iron. He looked at the iron that they had collected over the month and ordered it to be taken to the cart at the foot of the mountain. Then the beastman asked the man if it was not the end of the term. He did not understand them. The birds said that there were still a few days left until the deadline, but it took them a year to collect the required amount. The entire village is already at the limit of its physical capabilities, so it is enough to collect iron from them. The man arrogantly replied that they were suffering here with him. He said the city was also struggling with a shortage of materials, so even scrap iron like this was inexpensive. Then the bird people asked if the city was in such a situation. What would happen to their wives and daughters who worked in the temple? Were they safe? The church minister answered them that they were under the protection of the temple. He tried to assure them that their relatives were fed even better than the villagers. The winged people asked if they could see their wives and daughters, to which the man replied that this was impossible, since he himself would still have to go to work, and he simply could not let them into the city. Ribble added that the man again ordered them to wait until the deadline. While the church minister was still in the village, Ribble began to yearn for her mother again. Then her father asked the man to at least allow her to see her mother, since they had not seen each other for 6 months. The beastman said it was a mussin, and he assumed everything would be fine. The man thought. Then the church minister agreed to take the girl, but on the condition that only she would go with him. The man invited Ribble to come with him, but as he was leaving, he noticed the bowl of sweet potatoes that Kai had given the birds. He asked what it was. The beastman wanted to explain. The man said that this vase was a very unsuitable ceramic for this village. He asked if they had made it. The birds replied that they were not. Then the minister of the church decided that they had acted in the tradition of a bad habit and had stolen the vase. After making their own statement, the people said they would take their item back and dragged it to the van. People threw all the contents of the vase into the cliff. The beastwing couldn't believe that people could do such a thing. The man asked arrogantly why the birds were so upset. He said that the sweet potato was stingray food, so he asked from under his teshka if they really thought it was food. The man then grabbed Ribble by the hand and dragged her into the city, and as soon as the carriage drove away from the village, the church ministers tied up the girl. After her story, Ribble cried sadly and asked, had they really been deceived all this time? Kai had to agree with her. Then the girl asked why this was. Was it because they were weak? The boys stood next to the upset girl. Suddenly, Kai heard something happening outside the window. The hero said that after all this struggle, this opinion about bird people was starting to irritate him. Kai said that in any case, we need to get out of the city and go to the village of Rebel. He asked Ebi to go to the nearest village. The hero said that it would be far away, to which the girl asked him not to worry since it would be easy for her. Ebi gave Kai a sweet hug as she said goodbye. The hero told her to walk through the city on foot to avoid suspicion. However, she could use magic if absolutely necessary. All these words and actions of the heroes caused a storm of emotions in Ribble. The boys said goodbye to Abby, and she went to the Palm Development Village. The girl ran away in hiding through the city to deliver a message. The frightened people turned to the bishop. The crowd shouted at him that the winged beastman, who was supposed to be extinct, was in the city with another beastman. The bishop replied that this was terrible, and indifferently said that divine soldiers should be sent there to drive the non-humans out of the city. The people were in a panic. They asked whether it was true that the winged beastmen attacked people because of their low intelligence or not. Others said that the birds were secretive, and they stole people's crops. Someone said that the winged ones actually carried an ancient plague. The bishop laughed and called out to the people and asked them to calm down. He asked the people if they had seen anything else. The bishop assured the crowd that whoever was involved in the incident would not tolerate any disrespectful speech in this sacred cathedral. He said that the divine soldiers were already on the move and the criminals would be caught soon. The people still doubted the words of the venerable man, but he insisted on his own. The bishop said that there was no such thing as winged beastmen, and there never had been. After speaking to the people, the man quickly disappeared into the cathedral. Alone, he seemed angry. The bishop ran into the room in panic, calling for a certain Mariella. He was asked what was the matter. The man asked the girl to go with the divine soldiers to take the blessed girl. However, Mariella replied that she was not interested. She reminded him that they were going to use a high-ranking priest for such a job. The bishop replied to her that it was believed that the winged beastmen were hiding a beastman mage and some blessed person, so divine soldiers alone might not be enough. Mariella guessed something, comparing the beastman and the flames she saw in front of the temple, watching from the window. Suddenly, the girl said that she was very interested in Ren, the girl who created the flame. And the guys who analyzed Ren's actions at the cathedral found out that she accidentally burned her clothes in a fit of rage. Finding herself in the village of winged beastmen, Rebelle immediately rushed to her father. Her father hugged her and asked if she had seen her mother and how she was feeling. The girl told her father that people were deceiving them all the time. The winged one began to ask what Ribble meant. She said that the people had no intention of letting them go from the very beginning. The girl said that she was also caught, but Kai saved her. The bird asked again what caught meant. The hero asked permission to explain everything. Kai recounted in detail everything that happened to them. To sum up, the hero said that this whole situation has long been beyond delay. Kai said that they must save the wives and children of the winged beastmen and leave this place forever. The villagers began to look at each other and think. They could not believe that everything was really turning out like this. They admitted that the temple provided them with work and a safe place to live, especially for those who had lost their home. Kai asked again what place the bird was referring to. The beastmen began to explain. He said that since the time of their great-grandfathers, people had hunted their people in the forest. After that, the birdmen became slaves and show animals. The winged beastmen were not completely exterminated only thanks to the Farley doctrine, because the temple provided a roof over their heads for such people. They were settled in a place where humans were forbidden to live. After the bird's words, Kai began to think. He remembered that, indeed, the doctrine itself forbade squabbles and persecutions between different species. He noted that even with all the turmoil in the city, there were no pilgrims among the indignant crowd. The hero asked the winged ones what they were going to do with the hostages. They answered that they were not hostages. The birds explained that the church officials said they needed a couple of extra hands to work in the temple. The term of their work was agreed upon 1 year. Ribble protested. She said it was all a lie, and asked her people if they could not see what was wrong with the treaty. The little girl started to get indignant. She said that she had been kidnapped and that they had not intended to let her go from the very beginning. Ribble knew about it, because she had heard it herself as soon as she had been seized. She remembered what the bishop had been told about her, that she had the ability to find iron. That was the reason they needed Ribble. Kai began to think. He remembered the words of the servants, who said that they had brought a blessed girl, and that meant that Ribble was her. Ribble told about her blessing. It was Mithra, the god of searching. The birds began to be indignant and scold the girl for not calling the name of this god so recklessly. The winged ones began to justify the people and their actions, as if there were good reasons for it. Or they acted of their own free will, which was not connected with the intentions of the temple. The girl's father said that if this was really the case, he would never forgive the person who had done this to her. Kai thought that the situation with Ribble itself was not so problematic. Ribble said that she no longer wants to live the way she did before. The girl screamed, saying that she was tired of flying and carrying heavy iron, that she was sad that they were only allowed to fly at night so that people wouldn't see them. She was angry that even if her father and uncle worked until they were exhausted, their people couldn't afford to eat small potatoes to satisfy their hunger. The girl said that she didn't want to be away from her friends and her mother. Ribble was crying. Kai and her father tried to calm her down. Ren called Kai. The girl warned the hero that some people were approaching them. They were definitely several people dressed in armor. Ren heard the clanking of their armor. Kai announced that the soldiers in armor could only be from the temple. Divine soldiers were approaching. The boy asked how long it would take for the soldiers to be in the village. He was told that it would take half an hour, since they were moving quickly. The winged beast man asked how she knew this. Kai told him that Ren had a good sense of smell and hearing. The birds began to think among themselves, is it bad that soldiers are coming to them, because they can allow them to see their relatives? The birds decided to ask the man who came earlier about such a possibility again. These words made the hero and his friends sad. Kai said that the winged ones should try to talk to the divine soldiers, and he and his comrades would watch this unnoticed. The boys hid so that they could clearly see the village. Abi asked Kai what they would do next. He told her that they would watch the dialogue, and if they saw that their conversation was not going well, and if everything was heading towards a skirmish, then they would help the winged people. The boy also said that if necessary, he would send a warrior, although he did not want anyone from the temple to see them, because if someone who means the blessing of Alamira sees them, then sooner or later the temple will come to the island. Ren suggested to Kai that she just kill everyone. She argued that if they were all eliminated, no one would know about them, and the bodies could be thrown out in the mountains, where the monsters would take care of everything themselves. Kai said he wouldn't kill anyone. But Ren said that these people would have to be confronted somehow now. However, Ren accepted the boy's position. Kai admitted to himself that he was not really ready for a brutal confrontation. He understood that the world was not so kind, but he could not decide on such evil. The hero voiced a problem that could hinder them. The problem was that the temple already had a blessed person. Therefore, if the enemy was an ordinary magician, then Kai and Ibi would easily cope, but with a blessed one, it would not be easy. The boy told Ibi to use electric shocks in case of emergency, since the blessed one most likely needs to say the ability out loud to use it. Ibi asked what Kai was going to do with Rebelle. He called the girl. She was crying. Rebelle was upset that her father and the people did not understand them and apologized to Kai. The hero consoled her and asked her not to be upset. The boy said that if the dialogue failed, they would have little time, so tomorrow he was going to help the others who were caught. The girl sighed. Ribble clarified, not daring to believe that Kai wanted to save her mother and the others. He said that was exactly what he was planning. But the girl, stammering, said that they would have nowhere to go after they went against the temple. The hero said that they could go and live with him. Ren and Ibi began to praise the island. They said that there was a lot of greenery, there was food, and it was possible to live there. Kai said that all the villagers and all the women who were being held in the temple could escape from here to there. Rebelle was amazed by their words. The winged girl began to ask why the boys were so kind to them, since they had not known each other for very long, and the beastmen had not done anything good to them. The hero answered that they were simply lucky that Ribel's people had met him, Kai, and nothing more. The girl asked if there was anything she could help with. The boy thought about it. Kai had an idea. He asked Rebelle if her blessing could seek something other than iron, such as a blessed person. The girl said that she had never tried this before, but she would try. Ribble screamed the words for her blessing to work. The chicken eyes changed to the eyes of a hawk and became the eyes of a god. The girl saw people walking in the forest through the film. She closed her eyes to concentrate. Kai asked if it worked. Ribble said she sees blessed people. According to her, one of them was standing in front of her. Kai admitted that it was him. The girl also said that there were two more like them halfway up the mountain. It turned out that two blessed people were heading to the village along with divine soldiers. One of them was Mariella, who was unhappy with the heat and the wild forest. Mariella was indignant that there were so many insects in this forest. Everything irritated her. She could not believe that saints practiced in such a disgusting place. The soldier told her that they were almost there. Suddenly, Mariella felt a monster approaching and attacking her. The second Blessed One activated the shrine of the Battle Maiden and neutralized the wild beast. The animal became calm. Mariella laughed haughtily and folded the attacker. The village noticed that people had come to them. They announced it to everyone. Birds and people lined up for negotiations. The winged beastmen greeted the arrivals, noting that there were more people than usual. Mariella stated that she did not need greetings, and that she simply wanted to get this over with. The girl said that she was looking for the Beast Woman, the magician, and their master, and if the winged ones were hiding them, could they give them to them? The bird, after a slight hesitation, replied that he did not know them. Mariella was not satisfied with the answer. She noticed Rebel hiding behind a tree and asked her if the girl understood why they had come. The girl from the temple asked her where those who took Rebel from the cathedral were. The girl replied that she did not know. The winged one, as if offended, replied that she had been captured, and the next thing she remembered was how she was lying at the foot of the mountain. Marilla screamed, asking if the girl was making fun of her. She sarcastically replied that she was not making fun of her at all. The girl from the temple seriously asked her why she was wasting her time, because this was the worst thing that could happen. Then Mariella said that in this case, she would simply take Ribble back with her. The girl's father became indignant, where they were going to take his daughter. A fighting soldier blocked the girl's path and told Father Ribble not to worry, because in the temple the blessed are treated as sacred, even if she is winged. Ribble said that she refused to go with them to the temple. The girl screamed that she would not leave her family, and that the soldiers should leave the village themselves. Mariella was unhappy that everything was turning out to be too tedious. The girl from the temple said that she would take Ribble by force then. The divine soldier wanted to bring her to her senses. He reminded the girl that Mr. Bishop had ordered that the girl should only be accompanied voluntarily. Mariella replied that this was a two-faced excuse from the bishop. She turned to the soldiers, reminding them that they had come in armor not just to babysit the girl. Mariella sarcastically suggested that the soldiers start doing their job. The commander-in-chief was dissatisfied, but did not protest. The divine soldiers attacked the winged ones. They did not understand what was happening and appealed to the common sense of the people. Ribel appealed to her father. Mariella told her not to take anything personally. The girl from the temple was unhappy that she couldn't find the magician, so she wanted to take her anger out on Ribel. Mariella's blessing was unknown, but she spoke words about the bound soul of the puppeteer. Mariella began to use her blessing as a soul-binding puppeteer. Kai ordered Ibi to act. The electric current hit Mariella. The second Blessed One from the temple did not understand where the attack was coming from and shouted a battle cry. The soldiers began to threaten the birds and ask how they did it, and block their path. Winged said that he did nothing, so why should he run away? Suddenly, the boys came out of their hiding place. The commander said that the birds had lied to him because they had hidden a magician in the village. The winged ones could not answer him anything. Kai answered instead of the birds, amused. He said that the temple servants lied much more than the birds. The soldiers began to be indignant, because there was no evidence. The hero replied that he knew. He knows because he has the eyes of truth. The soldiers realized that Kai was blessed. However, the eyes of truth turned out to be a bluff by Kai, who did not have such an ability. He wanted to scare people with such a joke. The winged one asked what Kai meant. He replied that the people had come to kill all the villagers, and they did not intend to let them see their families. The birds began to ask the soldiers why they had decided to do this. The soldiers began to be indignant and said that they knew nothing. Kai replied that it was the bishop's order. The commander ordered the boy to be shut up. The archer took aim at the hero. Ren and Ibis stepped in to protect Kai. The girls used magic. The soldiers were scared that there were 2 mages in the village. Kai ordered the people to surrender and the girls to kill those who would break free and try to escape. The soldiers were in confusion. The blessed people were immobilized. After the victory, Kai asked the commander if the girls from the winged race were okay. He replied that he did not know, since only priests and bishops have access to the vault. The boy said that even though the man didn't know, he had come to the village to kill the winged ones on the orders of the people. He replied that the winged ones needed to be calmed down. Kai asked him again what he meant. The commander said that the birds cannot cultivate their fields and harvest from them. At least that's what they were told. Therefore, the winged ones live in the mountains in secret from everyone and steal all the harvest of people. The man asked Ribble if this was true. She responded emotionally that they were not doing anything like that. The girl said that their people live in the mountains and they have to hide. She said that people judge the winged ones by their own selfish vices. Ribble was outraged. Her father calmed her down. The boys decided that they needed to talk to the priests, although they weren't sure they would give honest answers. Kai asked where Ren was. Ebi replied that she had gone to the empty house to pick up the priest's things. Ebi relayed Ren's words that the things might come in handy later. The hero realized that the girl was repeating after him. Kai decided that they needed to find clothes for the priests to replace the ones the magician was taking from them. Suddenly, the boy noticed flame magic near one of the houses. He rushed to it to understand what happened to Ren. Suddenly, Mariella appeared, who said that Kai had become careless. The girl said that Ren is now her magician. The hero said that they had made a mistake. Ebi replied that they needed to be more careful now. Kai asked Mariella what she had done with Ren, and she replied that she had made her doll. She explained that she woke up suddenly and pretended to lose consciousness. Then she wrapped Ren in her threads and made her doll. The boys found out that the girl from the temple had hypnosis abilities. Ebi thought about how to help and noticed something. She pointed it out to the master. It seemed as if Ren was winking at her friends. Kai tried to figure out what was going on. He assumed that his friend wasn't really hypnotized. Abi decided that Ren was just stalling for time so she could get more information. Mariella ordered the mage to get rid of the heroes. The guys began to wait to verify their theory. Ren attacked Kai and Ebis. The horned girl covered the boy with her body. Mariella praised Ren for her excellent work, as she didn't know that beastmen could use such power. Kai was in despair, because without Ren they had no chance of winning. Mariella gloated. She asked haughtily what the boy would do. How did he feel about dying for the sake of some birds? She asked how he felt now. Kai decided that this girl was crazy. The boy asked her, before his time had come, why she was holding all the winged girls captive. The girl from the temple thought it strange why the hero needed such information. But he was serious. Mariella asked if he had any options for her answer other than selling. Kai didn't understand what she meant. The girl replied that she had heard that there were people here who were willing to pay well for the winged ones, because they were very rare as they were constantly hunted. The winged beastmen were angry. Mariella replied that birds weren't that expensive when compared to a girl like Ren. A strong mage could cost around 10,000 gold. But Kai still didn't understand why they had to lock the girls up for a year. Mariella replied that the bird girls could have special powers when they were well fed. That way, they could be sold at exorbitant prices. The hero asked what properties were being discussed, but Mariella no longer wanted to answer. She said she wanted to come home soon and find out more about Ren. At these words, Kai told the fire beast woman to act. Mariella was confused. Ren put the temple maid to bed. Mariella was scared. Ren said she was back on the light side now. She guessed Mariella would have kept talking for a long time if she hadn't been ordered to act. Kai asked his friend how she was feeling and if the powers had worked on her. Ren responded casually. She explained that since she was born with a blessing, the power of one god does not affect another god. Kai did not know this. The boy was called. The birds bowed before him and began to apologize. They apologized because they didn't believe the guys. And if it weren't for the heroes, their entire people would have been killed long ago. Kai replied that it was indeed not so easy for the birds to believe their words, so there was no need to apologize. But the winged ones also asked the heroes to protect the women from their village. The birds said that the winged ones were going to die anyway. They said they could block arrows. The villagers said that they could no longer remain weak and ignorant, so they too would fight. Rebel was delighted with her father. Kai said that he understood the birds' decision. The guys announced a rescue operation in which everyone will participate, but Kai warned that they had to try to save everyone's lives and prevent bloodshed. The hero was scared. He said that he had never done anything like that. Ren and Kai were sitting in a carrier that was being pulled through the sky by birds. The girl said that if the master pressed so tightly against her, then Abi might start to get jealous. The boy assured her that this could not happen. She playfully asked if it was true, and Ebi was watching them. The birds carried the boys. Kai told Ribble that it was time to look for enemies. The girl activated her search ability. Ribble's ability found 28 blessed ones in the temple, and not a single mage. The girl discovered a building where her mother was with other girls. Ribble felt that everyone there was alive. She asked what to do next, whether they needed to sneak further and save them before the guards noticed them. The girl still found several blessed ones and soldiers in the temple. Ren activated her power against the soldiers on the wall. They realized that they had been discovered early and assumed it was through the blessed eyes. Kai noted that the cathedral's security was very good, since they spent a year improving the temple. The hero asked the girl if she could put on a light show for him. She replied that she would do it just as a distraction. The girl made the knowledge and created the power of the fireball. There was a flash over the temple. Kai shouted for the warrior-kun to remember this place, and behind the bush in the cathedral was a wasp. After that, the boy ordered to retreat. In the wing village, everyone was preparing for the attack. Ribble asked her father if he was sure of his decision. He answered in the affirmative. He said that for a long time he thought that this was the only option for survival. The father admitted that when they hid in the mountains and did not show themselves to people, he thought that this would be the best way out for the people in the city and for the winged ones themselves. But if people don't want things to be this way and want to take everything they have, then the birds no longer have a reason to stay in that place. Ribble suggested that everyone go to Kai's world, or anywhere where it would be safe, so that mom and friends would not be harmed anymore. The father agreed with his daughter. He told her that someday they would all fly away to a place where they would be free. In summary, he said that this is precisely why they must fight. The kids ran around in the bushes and shouted about the wasp. They were still talking about the wasp, and having installed the magic thing, they ran away. In taverns, people were talking about winged people who were still alive, although they should have been exterminated long ago. People confirmed their words by saying that they had heard that the birds had been with the beastmen yesterday, but they were told that the bishop himself had said that the people had misunderstood everything, and this caused fear. Someone suggested that this might actually be true, but the soldiers had to deal with them soon, because they were stealing crops and attacking people. One of the men expressed hope that the soldiers would be able to completely exterminate the winged ones. One of the pilgrims suddenly stood up and asked permission to ask him a few questions. She asked what he knew about Farley's technique. The pilgrims said that discrimination against non-humans is completely prohibited in Farley's technique. The girl said that there is no evidence that the winged people actually acted as they are said to. At the end, the pilgrim said that this is the Holy Land of St. Lucia, that's why you need to stop talking nonsense. The man began to justify himself by saying that he did not want to discriminate against anyone, but he did not finish his sentence because everyone was interested in the strange noise on the street. The winged beastmen screamed throughout the street for his wife to be returned to him. The birds came out to the city to protest and shouted for their daughters to be given back to them, for them to stop being discriminated against, for them to stop being robbed. The townspeople were scared. They saw the winged ones for the first time and did not understand what they were doing. Kai called out to the pilgrims. He stated that in this city there is discrimination against beastmen, which has already become deeply ingrained in the minds of people. The boy said that the beastmen were forced to hide deep in the mountains, and all their women were taken by the church and forced to do hard labor. Kai asked the pilgrims if they knew that all iron supplies were handled by the church. After all, it is precisely to cover up the traces of its crimes that the church wants to kill all the winged ones. The pilgrims were impressed by the hero's speech. Kai remembered explaining to Father Ribeli about the power of a demonstration. After all, it was not a rebellion, but an open speech. At that time, Ren was in doubt that it would work. But the hero said that the people in the city were scared of the winged ones, and he and his friends, could not ignore it. Kai added that every cloud has a silver lining because the city will be visited by pilgrims. After all, most likely there will be pilgrims from other countries who are very deeply religious people. And if the boy remembers correctly, there will also be those who use Farley's technique, who are against hostility between people and non-humans, and the only one they consider a heretic is the devil. That's why the guys had to reach out to them. The pilgrims admitted that it was hard to just believe what the beastmen were proclaiming. They understood that the entire performance of the birds could also be a lie. Kai stated that this was not a lie. Both the wives and daughters of the birds could simply be sold. The boy said he couldn't let that happen. The pilgrim girl said they would have to be questioned. The hero asked the pilgrims to tell others that the winged people do not want a battle, they just want their loved ones back, and nothing more. To be more convincing, the boy said that the birds also believed in Farley. After these words, The pilgrim girl was delighted and agreed to help. She promised that they would unite with them. The pilgrims began to tell others about the truth, and soon, people together with the beastmen began to proclaim at the rally about the freedom of the winged. Panic broke out in the church. One of the ministers ran to the bishop. The bishop asked what had happened, why it had become noisy. The man urged us to look outside. What he saw made the bishop nervous. He saw a mixed crowd in front of the cathedral. The bishop was informed that the winged ones wanted to get their wives back. The pilgrims recommended that everyone gather in front of the sanctuary, and the people from the city simply gathered for the sake of the commotion. The ministers called the meeting Hell on Earth. The bishop asked where Mariella and the holy soldiers were and why they had not yet dispersed the crowd. He was told that they had never returned. They also reported that winged ones had been seen flying over the cathedral with the mage that morning. The church official said their plan to expose it had failed. The bishop spoke unflatteringly. Rebella's father said that this was their fight. The birds declared that they were all free here now. In front of the cathedral, they shouted for the winged ones to have their wives and daughters returned to them. Kai shouted to stop the discrimination against winged people. The people proclaimed that the church wanted to rob them. The bishop came out in front of the crowd. He asked what was going on here, why the uprising. The people did not expect Bishop himself to come out to them. He called on the people to calm down, as this was a holy place. The winged ones told him that a whole year had already passed since he had promised them. Now the birds wanted their wives and children back. The bishop pretended not to understand what was being discussed, since he didn't even know these winged creatures. Father Ribble shouted at him not to lie. Bishop appealed to the people not to believe in bird tales. The winged ones began to be indignant. They said that the Blessed One he sent them told them everything. She said that the bishop was going to sell the families of birds. And anyway, he does not work for God. The bishop was offended by the fact that they said to the saint, to him, that he was not working for God. He declared that he would have to use force. Divine soldiers appeared. Kai began to think. He understood that Bishop was going to pretend that he didn't know them. The boy understood that the bishop would have to be forced to come down from heaven. The hero asked the bishop, clarifying whether it was true, as he said, that there were no winged people in the cathedral. He answered that they could not possibly have been there. The boy seriously asked that if there were winged creatures in the cathedral, would the bishop admit that the church had done this? He replied that he could not admit to a crime he had not even committed. He said that Kai was telling an unrealistic story. The hero turned to the crowd. Kai said he would go check and asked Ibis to protect everyone if something bad happened. The girl expressed her readiness to act. The bishop ordered his men to act as backup and keep guards ready. He was assured that there was no room for unrest in the temple, because the building where the winged ones are is well guarded. Getting in there will be very difficult. The hero found himself at a previously installed portal. Ren and the kids came with Kai. The hero commanded to act quickly in order to break through the defense in one blow. The appearance of the boys was unexpected for the soldiers. The heroes defeated the guards. Ren said that she felt winged girls nearby. Kai began to worry if Ren herself was okay. They found the girls. The winged ones asked the boys who they were. The boys replied that they had come to save them. The girls agreed to help. However, the winged ones said that they had nowhere to go, as they were told that their relatives had died. Kai was not surprised. He explained to them that it was just one big lie by the bishop, and that everything was fine with their families. The girls didn't believe the boy at first. He assured them of his words, but said that they still needed to hurry. The soldiers were still standing and not letting the crowd approach the temple. The people said that everyone in the city knew how much discrimination against the beastmen was rampant. The bishop replied that the city was large, so there could be such people in it. The pilgrim girl said she wanted to make sure there were no winged people in the cathedral. The bishop replied that he would gladly agree to this if only there were no strike at the church. The bishop also doubted that he could let a random traveler into the temple. The bishop expressed his dismay at the rebellion and began to withdraw. He said the church does not discriminate and called on the people to keep order, or they will be held accountable for the chaos they have caused. People were worried that the soldiers were well armed, but the birds were screaming for their families to be returned to them. The bishop shouted, repeating that there were no winged girls in the church. The poet had to leave immediately. He was about to threaten, but suddenly feathers began to fall from the sky. Winged girls flew out from behind the cathedral, astonishing the entire crowd. The delighted birds rushed to hug. Rybel found her mother. The winged families are reunited. The bishop was dissatisfied. Kai was leaving the temple. He turned to the bishop and said that the girls were locked in a building behind the courtyard. The boy demanded an answer from the bishop. He replied that he didn't know about it. The birds cried out that they would not let Bishop's crime go so easily. He replied that it was most likely one of his subordinates' schemes, and he himself did not know about it, so he was very sorry about what happened. Kai was angry that the man wanted to run away. The pilgrim girl told the hero that he had done an outstanding job and that he himself was a man of justice. The boy thanked people for helping him expose it. Kai expressed fear that the bishop is a powerful enough man in the country that it would be difficult to judge him. The hero was assured that justice would punish the man. Kai didn't quite understand the girl. The pilgrim explained that now every temple in this city will be officially checked, because the land of Lucia has been desecrated, and they cannot allow this to happen. The bishop asked Kai if he really wanted to hand him over to those who would judge him, since the boy did not have the strength for that. The hero agreed with the last statement. The pilgrim girl introduced herself. Her name was Bihei Klauser. She asked Bishop if he had heard anything about her. The bishop immediately recognized her as Inquisitor Byosh. Bishop asked her why she was in this city. She replied that it was just a coincidence. She said that she heard that the Empire was planning to invade Reveld, so they decided to evacuate. The bishop could not believe what he heard. Kai tried to connect the two new facts, a special class of Inquisitors and the attack on Reveld. The boy remembered the evil god. Kai was still trying to figure out how to respond to the current circumstances. He understood that one of the Inquisitors had banished him to the island, and he was very upset that the Empire attacked his home country. Kai remembered his father and sister. The Inquisitor turned to the hero. She said that he was like Saint Kai from fairy tales, because he was also the most just man. The boy began to justify himself. He said that he had simply met winged people in this city, and he could not simply ignore this situation. They answered that it was wonderful, for the gods watch over blessed people like him. They watch and admire. Kai stuttered, thanking her, and saying that he'd better go. He returned to the winged ones. Ibi said they did a good job. Kai agreed with her. She asked if they had done well and why the master looked so depressed. He denied his emotions. The hero admitted that he had discovered an unexpected detail, but there was no need to worry about it. The girl was confused. Ebi hugged Kai. She told him that he was a good boy, and that everything would be fine with him. He felt awkward. He didn't understand where she could have heard something like that. Kai thought that so much had happened to him in the last few days that he thought that at this rate he might go crazy. He looked back at the happy birds. The boy told them that they would now live in his country, and he told himself that he needed to be strong. Ribble called Kai. She said that there were underground rivers right below them which were quite close to the castle, and there were many of them. Kaede said that the rivers were very close to their bathhouse then. The girl said that it was a bit far from the dining hall, but she would prefer it to having to walk around with buckets all the time. Kai said that this time the guy should do it properly and suggested digging. The winged ones had been living on Kaya Island for a week now. Yuri-san and the others had welcomed them warmly. There was plenty of food on the island, and even those who were dying of hunger felt much better. But something was bothering Ribble. She watched the hero. Kaede called Rebel. The girl suggested that the winged one collect firewood together if she had a free minute. The girls went to the mountains. Rebel learned that Kaida had also been exiled to this island. The girl said that she had been here for a whole year. The winged one concluded that the people of the church were very bad guys. Kaede said that if it weren't for Kai, she would have died. Rebel agreed that she would have been in danger if she hadn't met a hero. The girl was worried about something. Ribble told her friends that she felt like Kai hadn't been feeling well since they returned to the island. She was worried that the population on the island had increased and was now getting in the way. Kaede assumed that wasn't the reason. She said that the hero often has to do everything himself, and most likely he is just tired of everything that is happening. The girl said that her brother might be worried about his family. Ribble thought about Kai's family. She said that she would find the boy's family. This was unexpected for Kaede. She tried to stop the winged one, but it said that Kai was her savior, and if necessary, she would fly around the entire ocean. She would use her blessing to search and search again. Kaede screamed that this was madness, but Ribble didn't listen to her. Ren stopped the winged one. Ribble tried to protest. She said that she could not be stopped. Ren urged her to calm down. She told the girl that if Ribble suddenly disappeared, then the milord would only worry more. The girl started crying and said that she wanted Kai to get better. Ren asked Kei if the bath was ready. She replied that the pots and baths were ready, but they weren't quite done with the firewood yet. The fire girl assumed that she was in a hurry, but nevertheless offered to test them right now. Kai was fishing alone. He thought about the Inquisitor. The boy recalled reading about the Inquisitors in one of his father's books. Then he learned that since ancient times the church had been cleansed of heretics, natives, books, and other writings that were associated with it. And all this was done in the name of God. The hero remembered the Inquisitor Bieha, who must perform similar duties. The boy understood that if she knew that he had the blessing of an evil god, she would understand that the abandoned child had survived, and the church had to return him to the island. Kai hoped that the Inquisitor did not recognize him, but Biehe's eyes confused and frightened him. Her eyes seemed to burn right through and look at the person with contempt. These feelings had been there before, when Kai had met the Inquisitors before. The hero remembered the girl's words about the Imperial invasion of Raveld, and that she decided to evacuate. Kai tried to reconcile the fact of the Inquisitor who sent him to this island, the fact of the Empire and Raveld. The boy would like to help his father and sister escape from Raveld, but he must answer for those who brought him to this island until the very end, because he is their king. Kai was returning from fishing, and on the way he met Kaede. He didn't expect to meet a girl. Kaede ordered Kai to follow her and not ask unnecessary questions. The hero did not understand where he was being taken. They brought him to the bathhouse. The boy began to say that the building was not finished yet. Kei ordered the hero to be stripped of his clothes. The hero resisted and said that he would do everything himself. He found himself in a room full of naked girls, who greeted him and told him they would heal him. Kai asked what this all meant. He was told that in Kai-sama's country, there is a culture called naked communication. At least that's what Ren told the girls. She said she heard about it from her older sister Enil. Ren said that the older sister was part of Malord, so everything she said was true. At least that's what it seemed like to the girl. Abi said that Kai didn't like the cold, so they would warm him up in the bath. She also referred to Ren's words. The boy said that it was the first time he was in such a big bathroom. The girl said that it was an amazing feeling. Kai wondered if there was a concept of shame in this world. Kei asked the hero if he liked water. He praised both the water and the bath, as Kei was talented in these things. But the girl told her brother not to rush, because today he was the star of their show. Kai didn't understand what show they were talking about. Yuri rushed to him, saying that first of all, the boy was hers. Ebi said that the master is hers. Ren also jumped towards the guys. Ren said that this was all part of Enel's payment to raise Kai's spirit so that everyone would hug each other sweetly. The hero noted that Enel's knowledge was very superficial. At this point, he realized that he looked very gloomy, so they decided to cheer him up. Ribble confirmed this. She said it started when the winged ones came to the island, and she noticed the change in mood not only. Kai said he was happy, so there was no need to do all this. But Yuri told him that he was loved by everyone. The girls told the hero that no matter how everything goes further, they will be with him until the very end, so he can trust them more. Ribble asked Kai to tell her what he was worried about, because he was not alone. The hero decided that he had to be open with everyone, because support makes him stronger. Abi and Kai were waiting for someone. Someone had to come. The girl said that sometimes they never come for a whole year, because once they didn't show up for 6 years in a row. The boy recalled that when the Holy Seal appears on the child's chest, the church holds a blessing ceremony in the spring, in the temple, when children turn 2 years old. And these are the rules for all nations. But if the child has the seal of the evil god, then the baby will be thrown onto this island full of monsters, to the mercy of fate. Abi asked if an innocent child was washed up on the island again, would they help him? The hero answered in the affirmative. He said that the same reason for their stay in this place. However, the boy did not understand when it would all end. Abi assumed that until there were no more people. She was sure that such a tradition had been going on even before her awakening. Kai guessed that it had been going on for over 60 years. He decided that what was happening was not the desire of one person, but of an entire organization. The boy pondered the purpose of the Farlian religion. The rustling of wings was heard. It was Ribble who had returned from her morning reconnaissance. She had found no ships, only blue water. Kai asked her to make sure she hadn't missed anything. The girl understood his concern and said that everything was fine. She explained that the island was completely covered with trees, so ships usually didn't come close to it. The hero told her that she could see them by the smoke when they were cooking, and Ribble agreed. Kai told her that once spring ended, she could stop trusting like that. The girl said that she went to take a bath. The boy noted that Ribble had been using the bathtub frequently since they built it. Ibi said that the girl probably really enjoyed bathing. The girl said that a bath after a flight is a great feeling. Kai had to agree. The hero noted that it was much colder in the sky than on the ground, even when it had warmed up. The boys noted that because Ribble could now fly freely without restrictions, she found it very fun. In the pioneer village, Enel showed Kai something, assuring him that he hadn't seen it before. Seeing the object, the boy realized what it was. The elf said that this iron was from the pioneer village, it was not bought from the merchant. What Kai brought to the village took root. The boy was delighted with this news. The girl said that the villagers call iron amafugan. She wrote the word in kanji. The hero found it surreal that the blonde elf was writing in Japanese script. Kai reasoned that amafugan meant belonging to a meteorite. Enel explained that what Kai brought back was meteorite iron. But nothing fell to the residents, it just began to appear in the ground, as if it had been there from the beginning. The hero noted that this historical moment would be studied by his descendants. Kai justified the appearance of iron by saying that he does not want the village to be destroyed by meteorites. The elf supported him. The boy asked if metalworking had begun in the village. The girl said that the villagers had many ceramic kilns, so they would make the perfect ingot by trial and error. But Kai noted that they were not like ironworking furnaces. At this time, Ren was indignant at the people for not shouting spells. More spells were needed. The great Hellfire Mage was teaching in the village. The elf noted that Ren was trying too hard. Kai thought it was funny. Suddenly, one boy managed to make a glowing fire. The hero was frightened. Enel explained that the villagers who could use spells had already begun to learn a little, but they did not yet know how to use these spells. Kai was confused. The hero said that this was a wonderful spell, and he himself would also like to control fire and light. He was told that his technology was already too cool, and he was asking for more. Enel asked if he didn't have enough of them. The boy began to make excuses. Kai noted that magic would not take root in the village. Enel supported him, because Ren's fire and the magic of the villagers are completely different abilities, compared to the outside world. She said that they couldn't teach the villagers anything that Kai himself didn't understand. The hero secretly tried to make a fireball, but was embarrassed in front of the elf. Ribble unexpectedly flew to the boy. She said that everything was very bad. He asked what happened. The girl said that the ship was heading towards the island. Ribble asked what they should do, but Kai panicked along with her. He began to ask her what kind of ship it was, how far it was, how many people were on board, and whether there were any blessed ones there. The girl grabbed the hero and ordered him to calm down. He admitted that he was guilty and decided to calmly discuss what they knew. Ribble said that there was only one ship. It was far enough away that it was barely visible. The boy said he wanted to see it himself first. The girl suggested using the sky swing. The wings were already ready. The hero went on reconnaissance. Kai hadn't seen the ship yet, so he asked to fly closer, so that it wouldn't be too close and not too far. They were looking at the ship. The boy saw that people were throwing a net into the water. Kai asked Ribble to see how many people were on the ship. The girl used the eyes of the Balkan, the eyes of the hawk, the eyes of the gods. The winged one said that there were only 5 people on board, no blessed or mages. It could be either a fishing boat or a scouting ship of the church. The girl looked more closely. The birds asked if they should attack the ship. Kai ordered not to attack. He ordered to watch the ship. The hero returned to the village. He was asked about the situation. He said that the ship looked more like a fishing boat. The girl said that the problem had solved itself. The boy agreed with her, but he said that he had previously thought that this was a sanctuary that only the church could reach. But it turned out that a private ship, which sometimes enters these waters, could also arrive here. They might not even know that there is an island here. A few hours later, the ship disappeared. It never even sailed to the shore. Kai began to think about protecting the island, because if they attack, it will be the end for them. The next day, the hero knocked on Enel's door to have her synthesize some war seeds. No one answered him, and the front door was open. The boy entered. Joyful elves ran out to meet him, informing him that Kai had finally reached a new level. The hero couldn't believe that he had reached level 30. The boy went to check the updated table. The sign indicated the next level, Birth of Magical Instruments. There was also a congratulatory note that the pioneer village had evolved into the, quote, Hellfire Mage Village, and special purchases would be prepared soon. Kai was taken aback. Could it be that the pioneer village had become Ren Village? Enel and Kai were surprised. They never thought that the village could become the village of a Hellfire mage. The boys thought it was because of Ren's influence, as she introduced herself as a quote, Hellfire mage. Kai tried to figure out what special purchases the sign was referring to. It turned out that when the village grows to the point where it can feed itself, then there will be room for experimentation, and therefore those who will be called artisans. Enel explained that artisans are people who, either intentionally or accidentally, can create a special type of thing called special purchases. Kai asked if they would need to be paid for. The elf confirmed that they would be purchased for gold coins. The hero did not immediately understand that it would be for real money. Kai asked if he could buy something already. Enel said that not today, and she would let him know when new things were available. Although there were already some iron ones. The guys went to look. They found a forge. There was a blacksmith training session going on there. Someone was shouting that it was time to start hitting the metal, otherwise it would cool down. The men hit with sledgehammers, and their foreman praised their work. The blacksmith used the power of fire. The apprentice admired the blacksmith, but Kai did not understand who this man was. The boy tried to figure out if it was a blacksmith or a magician. The elf said it was both. She explained that in addition to blacksmithing, they were also a force that opposed any external enemies that attacked the village. Therefore, they were respected by everyone in the village. It was truly a village of Hellfire mages. The hero asked if all blacksmith items were part of special purchases. He was told that he could freely take blacksmith items if they were available. The elf suggested taking offerings from the statue of Kai. The hero began to worry that a cult had been built around him. The boy found a knife near his statue. He took it. He analyzed how, 3 years after leaving the Stone Age, they were able to rise so far. Someone recognized Kai? It was a boy. The people noticed that the knife was flying on its own, which meant that Kai himself was here. They decided that this was a good sign. The hero was confused. The boy decided that Kai was very pleased. The hero understood that the inhabitants had founded some new faith. The king knew that the village had reached level 30, which meant he had even more work to do. He needed to listen to everyone's opinions about their future. On the island, he addressed his friends. He said that the main problem now is to protect the island. But he also said that they had one last important thing to discuss. The hero said that if the church was going to attack them, they would defeat them. Now their island is a place of isolation, but it can become a battlefield. He thought about finding another, better place and starting over. The people answered him that they would follow Kai wherever he went. The hero stopped him. The boy said that he and Abis could not leave this island. He explained that they had to meet the children that the church was leaving on this island, so O and Ibis were in a difficult situation. Kai said that he would start looking for a safer place for them all to live in a good future, because the guys don't have to live on this island. At these words, Yuri sighed. She said they would do as Kai said. She asked to find a place to stay before the church found out about them. Sarah told her that the boy had already done so much for them. Yuri shut the girl up. She said she couldn't believe Sarah's ridiculous intervention. Yuri said that Kai didn't know what it was like to be a king, because all kings had to tell their people to follow them. She asked if the hero wanted to abandon his country. Kai stated that as the king of this country, he wants everyone to live in peace and prosperity, as that is the most important thing. Yuri said that if a fantasy place where there would never be war or cause for concern existed, they would definitely move there. She asked what Kai thought of himself, since he was ready to live on the island, knowing that war could be declared against them. The girl called on the people to close their eyes and raise their hands if they wanted to stay. She wanted people to make a choice based on their opinion. Everyone raised their hands. The girl asked who didn't. Kai replied that all 49 people raised their hands. The hero asked them if they were sure of their choice. Because they would go against the church, and who would attack them, they did not know. Kai began to intimidate them with the Blessed One, who could throw meteorites and destroy them with one shot. They answered him that no matter how terrible the church was, they would follow Kai, because he is the one who saved them all and created his country. Ribble confirmed everything emotionally. The people began to say how well they were living on the island now, that the food was very tasty and the warriors were nice. They could have died if it weren't for Kai. He was told that there would be wars everywhere, and if the church was going to attack them, they would fight. The boy was impressed. He tried to calm everyone down. The hero said he would do everything in his power, but he could not guarantee their survival. He called on those who wanted to follow him. The people were in a state of agitation. Kai admitted that he was the only one who wasn't ready. Yuri agreed. She told him that if he was a king, sometimes he had to do what was required, and there would come a time when the boy would have to make a ruthless decision. But at the same time, Kai is bored with following his ideals. The boy told himself that he didn't ask for much. His cherished desire was simply to be happy, simply to live. He made a decision to live life to the fullest to make up for his past life. And for this, Kai will do everything, no matter what. The boy thought over the island's defenses once more. He realized that almost the entire coastline was covered by mountains, so there were few places to land. The hero ordered to fortify the landing site so that it would not be visible from the outside. Rebel asked if they would fight if attacked. Kai replied that if they were attacked before they could prepare, they would have no choice but to fight. And if you take into account the organization of the church, then in the end they will have to flee. Therefore, the island needs a defensive line. The guys would make an exit bet somewhere in a safe place for an emergency escape, and now it was necessary to engage in defense around the place where the ships could arrive. Kai needed a detailed map of the island. The boy prepared the materials on which Abi had to draw a huge map. She began. With the map ready, Kai decided to take the winged ones to do some topography. This way they can explore the northern part of the island as well. The hero asked Abi if it was true that the magic in that part of the island was unstable. She replied that she would go with them. Abi said she woke up in the northern part. The place where she was created is the Copy Abyss. Kai thought about the 1,000-year-old laboratory. The boys were transported to the foot of the mountain near the center of the forest. Abyss warned that everything there was destroyed, and it was dangerous to enter. Kai said that he wanted to see it with his own eyes. The hero asked if these changes had happened before. Ren said that they were definitely made by people. Ren said she could go ahead. She wanted to ask Abi if she could use the power of fire. She looked back at the girl. The boys rushed to Abyss. She said that she felt uneasy, but otherwise she was fine. Kai did not agree with her. He knew the magic in this place was in a terrible state, but when they were catching buffalo, it wasn't that bad. The hero told Ren to take Abi to the other side of the island before it was too late. Ren carried her friend, as carrying her through Tenohira was no better. Kai returned through Tenohira. Kai said the castle was only 10 kilometers away, but Ren said she would run as fast as she could. The girl was running. A couple of minutes later, she was already there. Abi said that if she stayed there, she would become a burden. Kai asked how the girl was feeling. She suggested that it happened to her because of the ruins. Abi said that she doesn't remember what happened 1,000 years ago, but she remembers that she was created in these ruins, and that she is a clone of a mage named Abyss. Kai thought about amnesia. He assumed that the girl had no memories to begin with. The boy assumed that those ruins were a place for combat things, because Abi was created for combat, and the place itself could provide protection from all sorts of invaders. Kai decided to continue exploring the island without Abi. The girl apologized for her helplessness. Ren reassured her friend. Kai said that they would not return there this year, as they needed to prepare, as the plan was to develop a defense system and possibly leave the island. The girl was upset. Using the map, the boys planned to place a defensive fortress. Kai asked Yuri for advice on where she would go if she landed on the island. She pointed to the forest. Kai thought that it would be better to transfer the attack to the ships. The boy suggested digging a ditch for defense. Yuri doubted it, because the ditch was too far from the village, even though it was unnoticeable. Kai hoped for help from warriors and golems. The hero also suggested using the defensive wall to shoot enemies with arrows and magic. Kai thought it sounded like one of the strategy games and cheered up. The girl noticed it. The boy understood that he lacked mages, so he needed to make a new weapon that could cover the entire line of defense. Enel was working on this. She already had something ready, but Kai asked her to finalize it. The boy created a seed that was capable of camouflage. He then repeated the ability and created a transparent seed. The elf suggested planting them. The next day, the seeds had already grown a lot. The girls suggested digging them up. They were sorcerer-kun, used fire, water, wind, and earth. The main elements of magic, ninja-kun, used various weapons from the shinobi arsenal, conducts secret operations. Angel-chan can use enhancement and support magic, but without physical damage. Kai wanted to befriend them, but they went to greet the first warriors who were born before. The hero was upset that they didn't even approach him. Ren said that he was just the last boss. The wall was almost ready. It was 600 meters long, 20 meters wide, and 10 meters deep. The boy was worried that it was not very effective. Kai wanted to ask Ren for help. She said that she could burn all the trees in the area, and also get rid of the roots. The girl also suggested that Kai revive the trees, and they would run away from the territory themselves. Kai didn't believe that the girl was capable of such a thing. Ren said that the form is very important in this matter. The hero thought about it. The boy wanted Keide's power to act on the dirt, so that the dug-up earth would be delivered to the fortress from the ground. The boys decided to try. Kaede succeeded. Kai asked her to animate something with the depicted shape. The girl tried and used temporary life. It didn't work. The hero suggested giving the land a name. Kei tried again. The experiment was a success. The success of the experiment was the painted face. Kai decided to use it for the next expedition on the ship. The hero wanted to go look for the necessary things and Keide's family. The boy said that if the territory belonged to the Empire, they would be able to find some information. Kei began to dream of meeting her mom and dad. Kaede was upset because she had a dream about the first time she met Gomo-chan and Mary-chan. The toys remembered that moment too, as they were a gift for her 5th birthday. The girl admitted that she still thinks that her dad is about to appear from over the horizon and will look for her in a boat. The girl dreamed of meeting her parents again and telling them that she was safe. She was worried that she was thinking only about herself when everyone else was worried about the church ship. But the toys calmed her down and gave her hope that her dad would look for her because he loved her very much. Kei was worried that Kai said that help would not come. She did not understand why he was only a year older than her, but thought like an adult. The girl admitted that if the hero said that no one would come for her, she would believe him, although she still had hope. The toys calmed her down. She was offered to start doing what she could right now. She said she would do everything she could. The girl asked Kai if he was sure he was taking Scorpa with him on the expedition. The girl accepted the boy's choice, but expressed caution that the slave trader might still be in the city. The hero said that he preferred this outcome. Kai wanted to find a way to untie Sarah's collar. He said that he had recently met Mariella, a priestess who turned people into puppets. However, she was unable to subjugate Ren, and the skills of different gods cannot be copied. Many options were tried. Kei once tried to remove Sarah's Oshaken with her power, but she failed, although she could give life to various things created by Kai's powers, except for the seeds of creation. The hero concluded that the collar belonged to a divine nature. But to find out everything, the guys decided to interrogate Mariella. Kai asked her if she knew anything about the slave collars that mages use. The hero promised to let the girl go if she answered. Mariella said that the collar was magical, although it had nothing to do with her blessing. She said that it was an artifact of an ancient civilization that could break people's hearts, enslaving them. However, this was not comparable to her powers, which were far inferior to the artifact. The hostage admitted that she tried to find out what blessing was embedded in the collar. She guesses that it refers to what makes it truly unbreakable. The girl was intrigued by what was considered a secret even within the temple. Mariella said that the collars were very expensive and were used only for magicians and those who could be well bought off. And to remove it, you need to meet certain conditions. The girl said that a spell had to be used, and the one who put the collar on knew it. Kai realized that Maureen from Scorpia knew the spell. Sarah really wanted to take off the collar. Kai promised to help her when he was looking for Kaide's family. Sarah was worried that she couldn't fight for this country, and mages are valuable people. The collar disarmed her. Kai said he really wanted to see Sarah's magic. He wanted to take her on the expedition with him since Abi and Ren stood out so much. Kei came running and said that she wanted to try what Kai had mentioned the other day. Ebi and Ren asked all the residents to tell them what they should bring from the expedition. They offered alcohol. The girls said that grapes had not taken root before. They wanted to bring grooms to the horses. The girls collected all the orders and wanted to go to Kai, who was already on the ship. Kei brought the ship to life, which the hero named Santa Maria-chan. The ship turned out to be very fast. The girl said that she wanted to accompany Kai on the next expedition. She was not afraid of the sea. She threatened that if she was not with him, the effect of the ship's blessing would disappear. Kai agreed to take the girl, She decided to use more power on the ship. All this was observed by Ibi and Ren. Katie promised herself that she would do everything to find her parents. The elves watched on the monitor as Kai left the island. They noted that the speed of the ship matched the boat from the hero's past life, especially since the guys modified the ship with propellers. The trip seemed dangerous. The boy asked Kay for a break and went to the pioneer village. They welcomed the hero. He was sick from the shaking. He wanted to stay in the village, but Enel threatened to kick him out. Kai understood this, although the elves offered him their support. Enel ordered Kuromo to feed the boy. He was surprised that the elf did not do it herself. This time the guys got to land very quickly in 4 days, while last time it took them 11 days. Kay explained that because she was able to sleep at night in the pioneer village, she did not feel so tired. Kai was tired. This time, the boys decided to be more careful and not make a noise in Scorpia. Kai asked Ibi to stand guard while they went to the market. He left a mark so they could quickly escape. The girl agreed only on the condition that it was an important task. Kay wanted to support Ibi, but she was left with her as Kai was heading to Morin's house. At the entrance to the city, the residents noticed the boys' carts. The men said that they had too much cargo for 2 children. They assumed that they were the children of a rich merchant. This reminded them of an incident that happened a year ago. They went to the market. Ren noted that there were too many people in the square and warned Kai to be careful. The hero was offered 4 gold pieces for a bull he was selling for 10. The men were indignant and tried to haggle. Kai did not lower the price. Haggling was pointless since Ibi was waiting for them. Another man was happy with Kai's price. The first man entered into conflict with him so that the market price would not rise unnecessarily high. The first man really needed a bull, and the second did not want to overpay. The hero sold 2 bulls for 7 coins. The guys assumed that the men had conspired. Kai didn't like that they were taking up his time. Having sold everything, the heroes went to buy. The elves were given goods. Enel wanted to show Kai one item in return. It was a sword that was a special item and was custom made. Kai asked what made the sword special. The weapon was given a name, the fire sword. The hero thought it was ridiculous. The sword was bought for 5 gold. Enel said that the magic of the sword user is used to create flames, while the user himself does not burn. The boy said that he did not possess magic. They answered that he did, but the main thing for Kai was to believe in it. Kai said as Enel ordered, the words flame come out, and the sword activated. The hero noted that the sword was too harsh a weapon against people. They left all the goods in the village. Kai said that he would return to the island from the northern part of the island and bring Sarah. The girl noted that the city had not changed at all. Ebis returned to the boys, as Ren called her. The heroes came to Marini's house. According to the plan, the guys had everything ready. They had to silence the mercenaries with magic and stun them with it if they resisted. The guys entered the seemingly empty building. They were told that the owner of the house had gone to stock up and would not return until 6 months later. He had left about 2 weeks ago and was already in the port city of Nomel. The boys found Kay's hometown, Noel, on the map, which is on the way to Gaudier. Kay apologized to Sarah for having to go all the way without any results, but the girl did not complain. She asked to stay with the boys so that they could go further through the cities with her. Kai felt uncomfortable sleeping in the cramped space. He asked the girls to use the neighboring bed. Before going to Nomel, Kai wanted to go shopping. The boys went into a cafeteria around the corner, trying to remain unnoticed. But one of the soldiers recognized the boy's face. The man recognized Kai. The hero tried to understand who was in front of him, the mercenary Marini or the magician. The guy said that this road was too close to the Imperial camp, so they had to take a detour, because it would be too much trouble if they met someone they knew. Back in the canteen, the man asked Kai to hire him, since his previous boss had fired him. He saw cool guys in the heroes and was sure that he would be useful to them. The boy wanted to know what happened to the other mercenaries. The boy replied that he was a former Imperial mage and was in no position to go to war. Kai said that magicians are actually in demand. The Imperial replied that they had beaten the guys badly for a reason. The hero realized about the trap. The boy said, following his intuition, he would go for the boys, because he had defeated him. The warrior had a premonition that, with this turn of events, he would get the fight he wanted. Ren found the situation interesting. Kai asked the mage, as an expert in Imperial geography, to lead them through Nomel to Gadya. It turns out the guy even lived there for a while. Sarah was worried about whether she could trust the Imperial, since he was a mercenary. The boy admitted that it was risky, but he trusted him. Kai said that if the guy needed money, he would have stayed in the country. Besides, he is a mage of noble birth. The hero did not recognize such a person in the guy at their first meeting. The boy reminded them that they should be wary of the temple followers with a sense of justice, and those who cheat people for money. And to govern a country, you need to trust where possible. Kai understood that first he needed to believe in himself and not perceive everyone as an enemy, otherwise they would have to spend their whole lives on the island, and he didn't want that. The hero noted that they were dealing with a man who was somehow connected to Mondial. Sarah said that she was not offended by all mercenaries, and this guy intervened in the battle at the very end. She just wanted to get the collar off her as soon as possible. 10 days later, they found themselves in Nomel. Kai was impressed by the size of the city. The guy explained that it was the largest port city in the empire. He asked if they remembered Tur. The guys did not know who he was talking about. The magician went to the bar to find those who would help organize the army. The soldier was outraged that the empire's army was not yet ready, since it did not have an official navy and it was difficult for them to prepare ships. Then it was still on the other side of the sea. A mercenary burst into the bar. The friends recognized him. Was their older brother really fighting with them? But he said that his employer wanted to see them. Kai appeared in a mask. The warriors recognized him and ordered him to be captured. Faisal said he was working for the hero and stopped them. Kai suggested talking to Mr. Marini. They left, accompanied by the mercenary. The man was asked for a spell for the collar he did not want to answer and tried to hire Faisal back. He said that he was already busy and would not be able to defeat Ibis in principle. Then Morini tried to hire the girl. Ibi replied that she belonged to the master for free. The man said that Kai was the same owner of slaves as he was. Morini said he was ready to sell the spell. The hero began to threaten him that he would extract the knowledge by force. He called the spell Corsa Corta. You touched the collar and chanted, "Enslave or free." Ren said he didn't sense any lies in the man's words. Ebi was ordered to watch Morini. Kai ran to Sarah. Kai decided to try the spell. Sarah asked if the boy would let her be with him if she lost her mind after the collar's effect was removed. The girl could belong to Kai. He said it was terrible. The hero reassured Sarah. He was ready to undo all the terrible things, no matter how long it took. Kai promised to take care of everything. The boy said a spell. It worked. The hero said that now Sarah can live her life in peace. The girl said that Kai was very kind to her. She asked him if he liked her. He answered affirmatively and immediately corrected himself, equating her with the other girls. Sarah confessed her feelings for him. The girl said that she was really in love with him. She didn't care how Kai himself would show his feelings towards her. Faisal said they got out safe and sound. He wondered if the two of them were sticking together. Morini asked the protagonist if he was happy and asked him to give him back the collar. The guy answered negatively and added that it was too dangerous, he could not give it to such a person. Faisal grinned and said that it was very upsetting, but he added that worse things happen in life, and he had better take care of himself. Later, he and the girls were moving around the city. The man added that it was scary. He didn't even want to think about the fact that there were 3 magicians among them. Ring said discontentedly that she was also here, so 4. He was surprised that she was also the same. Kai smiled and said that she was the strongest of them. Faisal added that the guy was actually the most terrifying. With his mysterious blessings, it was the same as having power comparable to a country. Kai replied that in that case, they would have nothing to fear on the way. He asked the man if he was sure the Empire was fighting the kingdom. He replied that the Empire should not have had a naval battle. The kingdom was on the other side of the sea. The guy wondered if there was anything he could do to prevent this. The man noticed something and apologized because he had to go. Kai said he didn't mind, but he was curious about what happened. The man replied that he had simply seen a familiar boat. He thought he should show up there. The guy suggested that they meet at the hotel later, and the man agreed. Later, Sarah asked him what they needed to do. He replied that she needed to go shopping at the market and gather some information at the same time. The store clerk said he knew nothing, but he had heard that the opposing sides in the war were still recruiting soldiers. Sarah was wondering how many people they had. At that moment, a man started hitting on her. This made the protagonist nervous. Afterwards, other men joined him and started making various applications to her. Kai tried to protect her from this. However, he was pushed away, told not to interfere with them. The guy replied irritably that he was the one advising them to stop right now. He could tell from their clothes that they were active soldiers of this empire. The man said that he was noisy and realized that all these women were with him. Then they approached the guy and said that first they would deal with him, and then they would take all the girls and make decent people out of them. However, he was unable to speak further. An enraged Sarah used her magical devices to deal him a crushing blow to the face, causing him to fly off to the side. She said they were too brazen, they should have behaved better. The protagonist tried to calm her down, but she said it was unforgivable. She decided to deal with them, but the soldier wanted to fight her back. The girl began to deal with them deftly. At that moment, a man appeared, who had approached them from the crowd. He said that they had received a denunciation, that some imperial soldiers were pestering citizens. He wondered if they had dealt with them. The guy said it was self-defense. The man apologized and said that the troop deployment this time was unexpected. Many of the soldiers were poorly trained. He approached the soldiers and told them not to stand up and stop slandering the general's name. He informed the boy that this time the war was being waged under the leadership of a famous imperial mage, General Edward Enfield. Ren remembered that Kade had the same last name. She wondered if it could be a coincidence. She said that her father worked in the castle. 12 years ago, the mages were fighting each other. One of them couldn't believe that he had played. The other replied that he had the makings of being known as a genius, but for now he was like an uncut diamond, so he would work on cutting it. Edward said that he should go and have his wounds treated by a blessed man. He replied that he did not want to, and would never lose again. This scar would serve as a reminder. At that moment, Edward was called. He was informed that his wife had told him that his daughter had a cold. He shouted loudly that he would return immediately and prepare thousands of elixirs. Faisal smiled as he remembered this. He remembered someone saying that he would not fight until his daughter grew up. He approached the man, who wondered why he was there. He replied that he had business to attend to. Axel said sadly that he didn't mind the meeting, but he was a little tired. He added that he didn't know if he knew, but the general had lost his daughter. Here he asked him again in shock, because it was impossible. He tried to find out how it happened. He answered that he did not know the details, but it happened last spring. Since then, he is not himself. The atmosphere has become unfriendly. They communicate with him only through priests. He was a father who did not want to leave his daughter. Faisal realized that this was why he had rejected the state's request to go to war, making up various reasons. In any case, he needed to talk to him. Later, Axel returned and reported that the general did not know him. The man thought that this was impossible. He decided that he had gone crazy. However, he could not do anything teeth. Sometime later, he met the protagonist at the hotel, who asked him if he was done with his business. Faisal replied that he was not yet. The guy asked him if he had been in the Imperial Army before. He replied that he had Zabul. Kai asked if he knew the general, which surprised him. Faisal replied that he knew him, of course. The guy happily asked if they could meet. Maybe they were looking for him. The man asked what he was going to do with him. At that moment, Ren hit him hard on the back, telling him he was funny. She replied that they wouldn't do anything to him. The man said she shouldn't laugh. They were wandering all over the empire, looking for the general with such persistence that it looked like they were up to something. The guy replied that he just wanted to make sure that he wasn't the father of their ward. The man asked him again warily. Kai asked if he had met her. Faisal replied that he had just heard that Kaede was no longer there. Hearing that name, they knew they were right. The guy asked him to wait a bit. Ren asked him if he was happy. He told her to address him differently and asked what she meant. At that moment, they heard someone say that they knew him. When she was little, he often came to their house. He behaves rudely, but at heart he is very kind. After that, a happy Kaede rushed into his arms, saying that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. The man was stunned by this. He couldn't believe that there was a real girl in front of him. Tears came to his eyes, and he asked why she was with them. Kai answered that they were in danger now. They all pretend they're gone, can't let anyone know they're okay. He wants to meet her father secretly. The guy added that the girl was part of his big family. He asked if the man would help them. He answered that it was obvious. If he found out that his daughter was alive, he was sure that he would come to his senses. He asked Edward to wait. The girl suggested to the protagonist that she write a secret letter to her father. If it is him, he will understand that it is her handwriting. She's sure he'll come running when he finds out she's okay. The guy said she was a genius. They'll stick to that plan. The knight was curious how they would deliver the letter. He was convinced that the priests would find fault with any letter he tried to deliver. They wouldn't want the temple to find out about it. Kai replied that he didn't know his name yet, everything was under control no matter where he went. After all, they had people who could find him and deliver the letter. Faisal was curious about who he was. He added that he promised not to meddle in other people's business, but he was interested. Kaede replied that if he lived with them, then they would tell. He thought about it. The protagonist thought that she liked to annoy old people. Later, when she wrote her letter, the guy tried to look at it, but she hid it. The protagonist teleported with an assistant. He brought one of the little warriors to the general's mansion, who brought a letter to the general, and he read it. But when he finished, he crumpled the paper. The children gathered in one place, waiting for the general. The girl thought that he had already forgotten her. The boy answered that this simply could not be, and that something had probably happened. He asked LaBelle where the general was. She replied that like yesterday, he hadn't left the building at all. Ren hugged Kaede and said that she would always be with her. She was sure that Milord would do something about it, everything would be fine. Faisal watched him. Later he entered the castle where the other knights tried to stop him, saying that he was causing them trouble. He angrily replied that he needed to talk to him. A priest appeared, wanting to know what was going on. He replied that there were too many attendants to meet one person. The priest said that it was obvious, since Edward would be a general in the coming war. Faisal noted that they did not have enough regular troops for this. Was Edward aware of the state of the army? He replied that they had enough mages, they were ready for war, they would sail in a few days, and he had to leave. Later the man told the protagonist everything he had learned. The guy replied that it didn't work. There was no point in approaching him this way, they needed to figure out how to meet him directly. Abyss said that he could rely on her, she would follow him anywhere, and would not lose to anyone. The other girls also supported her and waited for his instructions. Kai asked the soldier if he had any objections. He asked why he was asking about it now. The guy replied that from now on they were going on the attack and could go against the will of the Empire. Faisal asked if he was going to face Edward head-on. He's a genius who fights perfectly even if he has 4 mages on his side. He has a bad feeling about this. But he was ready, 'cause he wouldn't rest until he'd beaten him once. He didn't have to worry about the kingdom, he'd already cut all ties with them. He wondered how he was going to get this recluse out. Ren suggested that he would come out when it was time to sail. The boy replied that they couldn't wait that long. They would arrange something and force him to come out. The boy asked LaBelle if she could see if there were people on the ships. She replied that looking for people would make her dizzy, but if it was just for a second, she could handle it. The guy apologized and said he trusted her. Then she concentrated and applied her skills. She reported that there was almost no one there, only a couple of guards. He thanked her again. Ren asked if he was really going to do this. The guy said he would and called the warriors. He ordered that all ships be sunk except the one moored closest to them. Abyss should remain on guard and Ren should distract attention. The girls understood him. After that, he and the warriors went to the nearest ship. Sometime later, the girls in the village were shocked that he had teleported the ship. The guy said that now their prey was really bigger, it was a whole ship, they should take everything useful that they found inside. Enil asked if it was possible to leave the island. The guy replied that they would still need help from Yuri and the others. If they can lure him out, they'll get him here somehow. He won't be able to use magic here. If this turns into a full-scale conflict, they have to protect the girls. Until then, everyone will stay here, except Abyss. Enel smiled and replied that since they were expecting guests, they should make tea. At this point, the priests were panicking. The chief asked what had happened. He asked everyone to calm down and explain the situation. And they told him that all the ships were on fire. This shocked him. At this time, all the ships were blazing with bright flames. Abyss said that the girl was distracting too pathetically, but that way they would not be able to start a war with the master's homeland. At that moment, a bright flash burned her clothes, which surprised her. The priest said that because of the scale of the fire, he thought it was a magician, but to think that it was a witch with silver hair, a man with angry dark eyes appeared in front of the girl. He was ready to launch another attack. Looking at him, she realized who he was. Meanwhile, the others were watching what was happening through the monitor. they realized who it was. The priests were around him, and the four behind were the magicians. They had brought all their forces there. Kaede was upset about this and ran away. The protagonist realized that things were bad, and they needed to move quickly. At that moment, the girl teleported to the pier. With all her strength, with tears in her eyes, she called out to her father, who turned towards her and looked at her with unseeing eyes. The girl looked at him from afar and continued to call him. At that moment, the main character and the soldier ran up to her. The father looked at her and turned away. This reaction literally froze her in her place, which caused a fit of rage in Faisal, who jumped off the wall towards him. Kai decided that this was just recklessness. The man rushed to attack furiously. The priests did not understand what he was doing. They decided that it was treason. The same man did not pay attention to them and shouted for Edward to wake up. Ren asked Kai if she needed to help him. Having looked closely at the man, the main character realized that he was being controlled by priests, and that this hypnosis was the bound soul of the puppeteer. He told Sarah to help downstairs. They would take them by numbers, and he and Ren would come at the priests from behind. The priests shouted that they couldn't defeat them anyway. At that moment, Abyss also joined the attack, covering the man from behind. Sarah also quickly joined in using ice magic, causing shock among the priests present. However, at that moment, the general interrupted them. The protagonist realized that he had suppressed the magic. Faisal could not understand whether he was doing this seriously. He shouted to the girls that he would take him on, and they would have to handle the other four. They replied that they would handle them. Ren was worried about the outcome of the battle. Kai also thought that something might happen to them. She asked if she should suppress their resistance. He said that she couldn't. Her firepower was too high, there would be casualties. Looking at the warrior mage, the boy realized that, like Ren, if the magic was from another world, it would be difficult for Edward to nullify it. He told him to destroy the support under Edward and his men with earth magic, creating a convenient situation for them. At this moment, the battle below continued. The girls used a combined attack against them, and Yuri used the sacred limits of the Battle Maiden. Kai realized that they had good defenders on the other side too. The priests were trying to figure out where the earth magic was coming from. Edward found the source and attacked the building. However, Ren managed to grab the guy in her arms and jump out without receiving any damage. Edward immediately began to attack them. Faisal stood right in front of them, taking the blow himself. His face was contorted in pain from the blows that landed on him. They didn't understand why he did it. The priests decided that now was the time to end everything. They dealt the girls a powerful attack. One of the blows flew straight at Kaede, but she was protected in time. Kai said that if this continued, they would lose. Ren had to buy time to restore Faisal, but she couldn't use too much magic, so as not to destroy anyone. She told him to trust her. After that, she created a wall of fire around them. The guy wondered what they should do now. Even if they retreated, there would be no chance to transfer everyone. At that moment, the girl asked Kaede if she was hurt. The girl replied that she was fine, but her face darkened. She was angry that he used magic against her friends and hurt Faisal, and she screamed that she just couldn't believe how stupid her father was. After that, she raised her hands up and shouted that she would destroy everyone with one blow. She used the magic of fleeting life. A giant creature with round, glowing eyes appeared before them. Upon seeing it, those present literally opened their mouths in surprise. It was made of stone, and without paying attention to anyone, it immediately struck at Edward. After which he glared at the others, who decided that it was impossible, and they had to run away since they couldn't win. The protagonist told Kaede to cancel the ability. They would take her father and leave. She agreed. Meanwhile, the man lay unconscious in the middle of the destroyed pavement, his arms outstretched. It seemed to him that his daughter was calling him. He laughed and decided that he was still sleeping and did not want to wake up. After all, at least in a dream they could be together. After that, a small hand hit him on the head, telling him to wake up because this is not a dream. He woke up and looked at her. Looking at her sadly, he decided that he was already in another world. She hit him again and said that it was not so. She came back, and she suggested that he meet his mother. Faisal smirked and said it was too luxurious and the magic was asleep, and his daughter woke him up. Kai said it was just that way. Edward asked him who he was. The boy said his name was Kai. and this was the pioneer village. The girl thought she knew everything about her older brother. When she was 10, she was gifted with the blessing of an idea, the goddess of truth. And she secretly used this ability on her brother. They were really foundlings with him, and her brother had memories of him as a child. He was not like ordinary people, he was special. She wanted to know more about him. 12 years later, the blessing ceremony. The priest called Rukia to come in. She thought he had gone first to the ceremony but had not returned. She looked for him. The man told her to take off the holy cloth. She showed a sign with an eye on her body. The man screamed that it simply couldn't be. One of them rushed towards her, shouting that the day had come. The priest asked if it was possible that there were 2 of them in a row. He replied that he should be silent. The god inside her was not even close to these. Also, the remarkable thing is that there are 3 pillars in her body as well. The Inquisitor thanked her for meeting him that day. The gods in her were the idea, eternity, and diet. She should try to call them by their names. She thought that she had already received a blessing before. She should not show it. She said these words and the symbol lit up. The priest was surprised that she named them right away. The Inquisitor said that everything was fine. She probably realized that it was better this way, so that she wouldn't have to pronounce the names of the gods later. The girl asked him where her brother was. He was supposed to perform the ceremony right in front of her, but he never returned. He told her to forget about him, but she didn't understand why. He looked at her again with his wild eyes and told her to forget about it. The priests crowded around her, telling her that she had a bright future ahead of her. She shouldn't worry about anything. But she didn't understand why. Why should she forget to take it? Because surely they would never see each other again. She did not understand what it was, the Inquisitor called her. She grabbed his hand and used the eyes of truth. They shone. The man did not understand what she was doing. She apologized and said that she heard the voice of God and decided to try. She added that everything was so confusing that she didn't understand anything. He replied that it was normal. If he practices, he will learn to use the blessing correctly. The priest said that one must not waste one's strength. She replied that she would not. She saw the essence. The god who blessed her brother was evil. The church had exiled the evil god very far away, right in the body. At that time, there was another special inquisitor in this room. He dragged the brother away somewhere. This man knew nothing more. For some reason, they are afraid to destroy the blessed. The inquisitor told her that she would now live as a nun for 2 years and study with a priest. The girl answered with a smile that she would try. If a child like her even made a fuss, she wouldn't be able to compete with the church. Even for an ordinary dad, it would be impossible. So she started studying to be a priest and just looking for clues. And she also started looking for that special inquisitor. If she finds him, she will know the location of her brother. She is ready to look through any cracks. She was completely sure that only she could save her brother. At this time, the protagonist woke up and thought that he had not seen dreams about that time for a long time. He was wondering how Rukia was and if everything was okay with her. Abyss asked if Rukia was the master's little sister. He asked her how she snuck in here again. She replied that he told her it had been getting cold lately. At this point, Faisal came in and apologized for disturbing them. Noticing the girl, he asked if they were having fun early in the morning. The guy replied that it was all wrong and didn't understand what he was thinking. The man said it was good that they were awake. Kai replied irritably that he was coming to wake him up, if only he could get some sleep. Did he really want to come in at a critical moment? But the girl also comes to him to sleep as an adult on purpose. It will be awkward if they are misunderstood. Almost 3 years have passed since the 12th birthday blessing ceremony. In this world, 15 is the age when a person is already treated as an adult. The man added that he was called by Edward's people. After the disturbance in Nomel, Kaede, her parents, and Faisal began living on a desert island. Edward and his family are currently building a house. He asked the guy what that plate-like thing was used for. The guy said it was a tile. It is needed to cover the roof. The man realized that this is what the roofs of houses are tightly covered with. He saw this shape for the first time. Kai answered with a smile that where he used to live, there was a lot of it, and it was called roofing tiles. He said to take her, because she is from the village. The man thought that it was a wonderful blessing. Although they are from the same god, Kaede's blessing is of a completely different nature. Kai replied that they are special, but they still turn to an evil god. Edward wondered about the good and evil gods. The boy didn't understand him. And he replied that no priest had ever met God personally. A holy seal appears on the left chest, and then the person will be able to use abilities. They are told about this briefly, although in fact there is a difference between evil and good gods. But there was once one god. The guy thought about it, because he was reborn, so since this is another world, there must be gods here, he thought, and stopped digging deeper. He said that this was new information for him. There are probably people who seriously doubt the existence of gods, the man replied, that no one doubts it. In any case, abilities are abilities, and no one thinks about the chance that this happens by chance. But no one was tracking down evil gods outside the church, and it was impossible for his daughter to receive a blessing from an evil god. Kai realized that, in the end, parental stupidity had won. Faisal told them to stop chatting and go help. She added that they were planning on having a lot of rooms. Edward said that was necessary for the three of them to live together. He was always busy with work and hardly played with his daughter, so now they will always be together. Faisal replied that it was so, but Kaid said that she would not live with him. This shocked the man. He did not understand why, because he had already prepared the room for her. The man told him to ask her himself. Edward asked the protagonist if he knew why this was so. He replied that he hadn't heard anything about it either. He added that the royal guards were cleaning the bathroom now, so maybe he should ask them. Faisal was surprised that the strongest and most invincible Edward couldn't be strict with his daughter either. She replied that it was not that. Before, she always followed him around and called him Dad, but lately she had become strangely mature. Perhaps life on the island had made her much smarter. So he decided to ask the protagonist to find out why she didn't want to live together. He was surprised by this and agreed. Faisal said that it might be because she hated her dad. The protagonist approached the girl, who asked what had happened. He said that he and Edward were building a house, but he said that she refused to live in it. She replied that she would live in the mansion, as before. The guy said that she had finally met her parents. She could feel free and live with them. She asked if he was refusing because she was a girl. That didn't mean she would just agree to go back. The guy thought that now might be the very period when she rebelled against her father. Kai said Edward would be upset. He seemed to think they would live together. She replied that they saw each other every day and she was no longer a child to be with them. The guy noticed that she was sleeping with Ren, but she said that was different. She added that she would live there. The guy thought that Edward said so, but it still felt like she was still a child. Reunited with his family and living on a desert island, he feels less bad again than before. When all she could think about was growing up quickly, that's good. Edward should be told that she is just pretending to be strong and able to live independently. The protagonist approached Korimo and asked her again for help with winter coats. She asked how much he needed, and she wanted him to bring people to her to take measurements. He said Edward, his wife, and Faisal. He asked how much time she needed. She said 3 days. The guy was surprised at how fast it was and thanked her. And Elle said that someone had come, she saw it on TV. They all watched it together. Edward said that this place would be suitable. Yuri answered that they had gone far. Most likely no one would come here. He said that he heard about her situation from the protagonist, and that if there was contact, it would be from her side. The girl didn't understand why. He replied that it was because they were the princess and the general of a ruined country. He was afraid that the source of evil still remained. She replied that it was a bit unexpected, despite the fact that he tried hard to pretend that he hardly thought about their past. He replied that he was a smart guy beyond his years. She said she agreed. That's because the main anomaly is not the blessed ability, but himself. Listening to this, the boy wondered if he could do this. Korimo said he was emotionless, so he might as well listen. She added that, by hiding it, the princess helped him in many ways. Enel added that, for example, in the negotiations between the guards and the winged people, because their culture and life are different. Meanwhile, Yuri said that Kai was wonderful, but on the other hand, he was so soft that sometimes he didn't think with his head. Edward replied that it was possible. Despite his military might, no one ended up losing their lives in that battle. Given his circumstances, it would not be surprising if he killed the priests. But didn't the princess call him to ask him to train her? Maybe he should apologize for attacking the city. She laughed and said that he wasn't even in that fight. She wouldn't be happy even if he apologized. She didn't want to try to cheer herself up by throwing reproaches at him, and she didn't want to dilute those feelings. Edward asked if she wanted to take revenge on the Empire using him. These words made the protagonist tense. She answered that she only wanted one thing, to be allowed to forget. He didn't understand what she was talking about. She replied that she knew perfectly well that she couldn't take revenge on the empire, but that didn't mean there was no way out. After all, she allowed the country to be destroyed, ran away, and is simply living. You can't forget that until you fill your heart with something else. She doesn't care whether he knows her feelings or not. She decided to hide. Edward understood what she was saying, but the main character didn't get the meaning of her words. She added, so it's okay. In any case, she didn't call him to talk about it. First of all, Kaiti's father, and basically she trusts him. He didn't understand why she trusted him so easily. She replied that it was hard to doubt a man who had even come to the island to be with his family. And he didn't seem like the type who had any ambitions. Edward replied that he was glad that she saw him like this. In his opinion, this was the only place where he could live as a calm daughter. And he wouldn't do anything bad to the main character. Yuri asked if he was his enemy. He replied that he differentiated between the priests and God, and wasn't God who gave them strength on their side? She replied that he probably was. The man asked what she wanted to tell him. She replied that it was about that military man. She doubted him. Indeed, it seems that he disguised himself as a mercenary on duty, so he understands why it is difficult to trust him. A mage like him can lead a lifestyle. Surely he came here only because he likes it here. She added that he really didn't look suspicious, but he gradually became close to the main character, even too close, and the main character was friendly with him. Edward noticed that there was an age difference, but they still got along. The girl said that she thought the same. The man decided that it was just jealousy, which caused misunderstanding in the girl. She finally understood what these feelings were. The guy smiled at this man in a way he had never smiled at her. At that time, the main character said that it was just easy for him to communicate with people of the same sex, and their characters were similar. Edward said that if she was worried, he would keep an eye on him for now, although the likelihood that he was a spy for the Empire was low. First of all, the Empire knew very well that he had fought in the same battle. He spread rumors that he had destroyed him and his wife so that they could live here in peace. Yuri understood this, but was everything really okay since in the end they had to leave the country? He replied that he hadn't been on the best terms with the Emperor to begin with, so he didn't think he would miss that side. Yuri had been his full supporter, especially since the former crown prince had asked for her hand in marriage a few years ago. Edward said he had heard about it before, how he had confessed and been harshly rejected, after which he was angry. She thought it was a joke. But perhaps the target of this war was her. The man said he could do that. Now he understood why he attacked. The prince was proud, so he didn't say he was fighting for a woman. Most likely he captured the royal family, so the princess escaped. If the goal was destruction, then escape was impossible. In the end, she was captured on the way, although she tried not to fall into the hands of the Empire. But she doubted whether he was the instigator. She didn't want to believe that her country was destroyed because of this. But the protagonist told her not to even think about revenge, so she will do it. But the demon inside her whispers that she should never forgive the one who gave this order. He must be held responsible. Edward said he understood how she felt, but that after this there would be a thorny road ahead. She understood, and therefore asked to keep it a secret. The protagonist turned off the TV and asked if it was okay to eavesdrop like that. Was it worth it for him to listen to unnecessary conversations at all? Enel realized that she had not given up on the idea of revenge. The guy thought that the fact that she agreed did not mean that in fact it was only, and not only with her, but with other residents as well. They should discuss everything thoroughly. The people gathered in the hall on the first floor of the castle. They discussed what could be prepared, as well as what building materials and artisan knowledge they lacked, and also about their concerns about the princess. She had been working tirelessly while he was away, so she must be very tired. Kai was glad to hear their opinion. They would try different options in the village, and they would be able to find some solution. He teleported to Enel, who was happy that they had recently grown grapes. Kai was surprised that they could already harvest the grapes. She replied that they could, and that they were very tasty. The guy tried it and realized that the skin and seeds were big. It was hard to eat, but the taste was sweet and sour and quite rich. The girl asked him if he liked it. He asked if they could make drinks from it. She replied that it was possible and not difficult, so they immediately went to change clothes in order to try making a new drink. After that, they started jumping on the grapes, trampling them. Kuromo was wondering if it was necessary to change clothes to do this. She smiled and replied that this country girl style created the mood. The protagonist watched as they jumped around happily, soon turning all the grapes into liquid. Enel scooped up some and asked him to try it. Enel told him to calm down, because they were pure. They made pure grape juice from the sisters. When he tried it, she asked him how he liked it. He said it was cold, and the taste was weak. The girl also tried it and thought that it was worth adding sugar. He replied that he thought there were no problems, so it was possible to pour it into a barrel and see what would happen. She felt like they had forgotten something important. A few days later, a few weeks had passed in the village time. They were wondering if everything was okay. When they came to the barrel, the boy asked the warrior to open it. However, right after that, the barrel began to explode. The girl was doused with this drink. She was unhappy, because this was her favorite clothing. At that moment, Anal remembered that barrels explode. The boy remembered something too. When you suddenly open a barrel where fermentation took place, the compressed gas explodes it. The boy and girl decided that this was a test barrel, and thanks to this they learned something new. After that, the girls started to press the grapes again and prepare the barrel. Sometime later, they were able to taste the deliciously prepared drink. Eniel informed the protagonist that the village's level had risen again. By this time, they had already reached level 35. The girl said that he had returned with a knife, so the production of sharp objects was flourishing here. Now, cold weapons would also be a local commodity. There is also the ability for locals to go to the outside world to learn new things. They will blend in with the locals and gain the necessary skills. The boy decided to try this ability the next time he went. If the technology in the village improved, then the island could become useful. The guy also noticed that a new elf had been added. The girl replied that she had finally appeared, and now there were 3 sisters. She is the eldest of them, and the second is Kuromo. And the third is Ciel. Of the 3 basic needs, she is responsible for housing. The guy asked if she had arrived yet. The girl replied that she was a recluse, she needed to be at home, so she probably wouldn't come. The guy realized that she seemed to be in her shell. He wondered where the name that was responsible for food came from. Enel said that given the ability, if they went to her personally, she would introduce them. The next day, they approached the house. They were surprised by the large building and couldn't believe it was her mansion. The last time they were there, it wasn't that magnificent. Once inside, they called out to someone, saying they came to say hello to their new sister. The boy saw Enel sitting and playing video games on the TV. After losing, she apologized for getting a little carried away and not coming out to greet them. Kai replied that it was okay and asked where the video game was from. The girl replied that Ciel had brought it with her and asked her to introduce herself. The girl said that she was an assistant who was responsible for housing. She asked them to take care of her, and also thanked them for taking care of her sisters. The guy also introduced himself and the princess. He asked if the house had grown so big because of her ability. She replied that she had done it by flying on the gnomes. Although they were spirits, they were similar to a funnel, so to speak. Kai replied that he didn't think they would understand such a metaphor. The girl said that the mansion could be rebuilt, but it could not interfere with the village's affairs. The guy asked what kind of games these were. She replied that they were her personal ones. It's a one-of-a-kind game, recreated from his memories. She asked him to play. The guy happily agreed. He suggested to the princess that she join in too. She was surprised, not understanding what it was for. He said that this device allows you to move the picture. By pressing the buttons on this board, you need to destroy the enemies. He handed her the joystick. He added that although he loved the simulator, such things were also interesting. The princess asked if he had played such games. He replied that this was part of his blessing. Ciel suggested that some characters are better for beginners. She started playing, but was completely confused about how to do it. They began to explain to her in detail how it works. After that, they began a heated battle, discussing all the details of the game along the way, and eventually, a few hours later, they were able to win. The princess was incredibly happy about this. The guy realized that this was a good way to let off steam. At that moment, the next part of the game started, and they began a new battle. On the open area, men competed with girls in magical attacks. The girls were already very wet because of this. They tried to fight back, but were doused with water again. The men said they had failed again. Ren came running, saying she wanted to join in. Faisal said that he was teaching them the spell-canceling technique. Fire and ice can be dangerous even at small sizes. She replied that she didn't really understand anything about magic. But she was strong, so she was fine with it. At this point, the wet girls decided it was time to go on the attack. Now it was their turn to shoot. He was very scared and said that it was unfair and asked Edward to help. The main character arrived and said that they had finished the preparations and it was time to check the place. Faisal didn't understand what he meant. The boy guessed that he hadn't told him yet. There were ancient ruins on the north side of the island. They were 1,000 years old, if not more, and he hadn't studied them properly yet. Edward guessed that they were from the war era. The protagonist assumed he was talking about a battle between the army of heaven and the underworld. The man said he thought all the ruins of that era were recorded. He didn't believe they would have missed one. The guy said that he himself does not know, since he has not yet really looked at this place. Perhaps it was previously under the control of the temple. When Abyss woke up, this island had already become the place where the Blessed One was thrown. They must have investigated and found the girl still sleeping. She is a product of an ancient civilization. You can't just forget about that place and not learn more. Kai said that the last time he was there, they looked like no one had been there for ages. Faisal was curious about the place. Edward was also curious about what secrets they kept there. The guy told him who would be going with him. He decided not to take Sarah. He wanted her to take care of everything here if something happened to them. The girl didn't understand why her. The boy thought that if he were gone, the warrior and Ren would disappear too, and Abyss would only do what she was told. Yuri might run away, but Sarah leads everyone along the path of peaceful life. After that, they decided to leave immediately. Sometime later, they did not reach the entrance to the dungeon. Faisal said he felt traces of strange magic. Eldar added that he felt like they had disturbed someone's peace. He was beginning to understand why girls didn't like coming here. This was definitely something abnormal. The protagonist asked how they were feeling. Edward said that he could use magic but felt a slight irritation. Kai told him to leave if something happened to him. Faisal didn't understand why he was being so intense. The guy said that there could be mechanical soldiers hiding there. Ren said that she would protect him. The guy thanked her too. He thought he wasn't being overly cautious. The girl had said she was a combat doll. If they made her here, he doubted they'd stopped at just one. If an army of androids attacked them, no one would save them. Edward said that he was going to protect him too, but if he died, he needed to be given to his family. Ren noticed that it sounded scary. The guy decided that he needed to express his wishes just in case. When they entered, they realized that the air was normal. The fire had weakened, meaning that the air here was thin. If the torch had flared up, it would have meant that there was danger in the cave. Kai thought that by chance, the air in this world was different from his world. If there was wind blowing from the cave, there must be an air duct somewhere. Ren shouted that there was a room ahead. They entered a dark room with mechanical structures. The guy realized that this was some kind of experimental installation. It didn't look like a weapon, and there were no guard robots in sight. They were curious about what kind of material it was. The guy said it looked like vinyl, waterproof materials. This place is in the mountains, but thanks to this material, the ruins have not been flooded for 1,000 years. They used very advanced technology. He lit up the cases. Faisal said they couldn't get through here. Everything was covered with earth and sand. Even if they cleared the rubble, a new one would appear right away. The main character said that it could be dangerous, so don't touch anything unnecessarily. At that moment, someone appeared. Everyone got scared and shouted at him to pay attention to what was happening behind him. He came back and saw a girl who looked very much like Abyss. They started wondering who she was. She didn't smell like a living being. He teleported her to the village, and Enel came running, asking who she was. He replied that they found her in the cave. He thought that if she was an android, it would be better to bring her here, away from the mana in the ruins. He wondered how to wake her up. The girl replied that it was a doll, just a blank. The guy didn't understand how she understood that. She replied that all living things emit energy, even androids, and this little girl has nothing like that. The guy clarified that maybe she just ran out of energy and went into sleep mode. The girl replied that she would understand that. She has every living thing in the palm of her hand. She doesn't miss anyone. The guy was amazed by her self-confidence, and she added that no matter what, she would take it for herself. He agreed. and said that he would see what else they could bring from the ruins. Inside, they studied instruments they had never seen before. Even though it was a lab, they found no records. Perhaps it had been closed and all documentation had been taken away. Kai wondered if they had used digital media. They stirred not what to do with the cases. The guy was curious about what was inside them, but he was afraid to open them himself. Ren said that she did not feel any danger in them and would open them herself. Inside it, they saw clothes exactly like the ones Abyss was wearing. Looking at them in surprise, they wondered if they were spare clothes. Taking out another one, the girl realized that it was on the doll. They opened the other drawers and saw that the rest also contained clothes. The guy did not understand why. Faisal replied that the young deity always wore the same clothes. Kai thought that it was because of some strange technology that her clothes did not get dirty at all. The man added that they could now say with certainty that she was somehow connected to the ruins, and he asked who she was. The guy replied that she didn't remember anything. Faisal smiled and wondered if perhaps the people of that era had sealed her memory. Edward thought about the 1,000-year sleep. He wouldn't be surprised if the technology of that time was still functioning after such a long period of inactivity. Besides that, the ruins were still functioning. He had a feeling that there were still many unsolved mysteries on this island. After some time of exploring the ruins, winter finally arrived and spring was approaching. During this period, they amused themselves as best they could. The guy wondered if they would see a ship this year. Abyss answered that there were times when they didn't come for years, and sometimes they threw several of them here at once. If a new child were to appear, would he want to go and find a family like Katie did? The boy told her not to worry. If that happened, he would leave. After all, that's what he wanted. The girl asked if he wanted to see his family. He said that it has been here for 3 years. Everyone has probably come to terms with the fact that it is gone. Whether the ship appears this year or next, it will not change the facts. He was in no hurry anymore. The girl took his hand and said he was lying. She wasn't very good at this, but she understood him. He replied that it wasn't exactly a lie, more like a half-truth. He was just trying to say that if there was a new child, his wish would be more important. But he also wants to see his family. The girl said that if there are no new ones this year, she will look for the master's family. He replied that he would then ask the others about Laverta's whereabouts. He wanted his family to meet her. She wanted that too. The girl smiled and added that it was a promise. The boy thought that his father and Rukia would be surprised when they saw how big their family had become. A few days later, while flying high in the sky, Libelle saw something approaching from afar. She flew up to the protagonist and began to shout that a ship had arrived. 268. Hiding, they saw that it was not a child, but an adult. They could not understand what was happening. In the last 60 years, no adults had been left here. Kai was asked what they would do. He decided that they would stay here for now, and as soon as the ship sailed, they would go closer. Rina answered that if they tried to do something strange, they would cause an explosion. The guy did not agree with her. They approached the tied-up girl and said that everything was fine. They would untie her and she should not attack them. The guy started to take off her gag and blindfold, but it was a magical tool, so it couldn't be removed so easily. She asked to tell me if this was the Forbidden Island where the witches were imprisoned, and who they were. The guy didn't understand and asked the girl to check her symbol. She started to shout in confusion that it was very rude. Ren said that the symbol was different from his. He asked her what her blessing was and what the name of the god was. The boy heard about him for the first time. He did not understand why an adult who was not even marked by an evil god was brought to this island. She replied that she had been at the temple for a long time. She never had time for herself. 3 years ago, they finally found her a successor, and when she finished training her, she decided that she would finally gain freedom. But they sent her here. She dedicated her entire life to the temple, doing everything she was told time and time again, even if sometimes she wanted to howl in despair. She began to cry loudly and shouted that she had worked tirelessly for 500 years. These words shocked those present. She screamed that she had enough and didn't understand what all this was for. The guy asked Ren what she thought about it, but she replied that she wasn't lying. The woman continued that at first she thought they were taking her to some resort, so she boarded the ship without suspicion. The guy replied that it wasn't that bad. There was a village, and people lived there. She was surprised by that. She replied that she had heard that it was impossible to live here. She wondered if they were really people. Kai asked her to tell him what she meant about the witch. She said that she would answer everything, because she was already finished anyway. Ren decided that this was somehow unpleasant, and the guy said that this is what overtime for 500 years does to a person. She asked if they had heard the legend about witches. The guy asked if that was the same as demons. She replied that witches appeared about 700 years ago. They had powerful blessings that brought chaos to the world. The guy asked her to be more specific. They had the ability to share their powers with other people and give their blessing to anyone who wanted it. In this way, they tried to become like the gods. That is why the temple did everything in its power to capture and seal them. Kai clarified why exactly they were sealing. They dumped a bunch of children here, including him. It's clear that they don't need them alive, but instead of doing everything themselves, they dump them here. Why doesn't the temple deal with such blessings personally? She said that they were afraid of the god's answer. The guy asked her again, and she began to tell, surprised that he knew so little. When a blessed one is destroyed, their grudge is released from their body as the power of a god. There is a strict rule that powerful blessed ones cannot be destroyed. Kai asked what would happen if he broke out too much. She replied that it was better not to do that. Otherwise, the power of the god of time would break out of her body, and the whole city could freeze forever. The guy remembered the city he had seen earlier and asked what would happen if the Blessed One was destroyed by a monster. She replied that the impulse would be much weaker. 290. The boy understood why the temple did not destroy children on its own. For example, Kaede could animate inanimate objects, and then her insult revived a whole golem. On a remote island, the damage from the god's response will be minimal. Only the monsters will suffer. Children cannot really activate their powers. The god's response may not happen at all. The guy realized that the temple had thought of everything, and Ren asked where the witches were sealed. The woman replied that the energy from the 4 cathedrals should still be flowing to this place, where there are no monsters and the witches will be sealed. The guy thought about it, and she said that she had told him everything. Now they had to answer her questions and asked who they were. He replied that they were just locals, after which he and the girl introduced themselves. The woman said that her name was Rosalind. The guy led her through the forest by the hand, and she asked if everything was okay. The magic threads on this island are in such chaos that even an ordinary person can feel it. She was told that there were monsters here. He replied that he had been living here for 3 years. They had defeated all the monsters. Kai asked her about the bandage. She said it was a magical tool. She said it was put on her before she started serving in the church. She hasn't taken it off since. The masks are 500 years old, so there is no one left who knows how to take them off. Kai said that was irresponsible. He thought that if the mask worked on the same principle as the collar, then a password was needed to remove it. It is clear that after 500 years, everyone had forgotten this second one. He asked Rose if she was really satisfied with the church's teachings. After thinking, she replied that all priests simply did what they were told, but only the inquisitors understand the teachings of the church. The boy was surprised by this. It was the same with his father. He did not say a word to him if he did not attend the temple classes. Rosa has been doing this for 500 years. It's impossible to keep track of everything. And new young faces appeared around her so often. There was even a bishop who considered her a saint. The protagonist asked her what she was doing in the temple, and he was also curious about why she looked so young. She replied that it was because of a blessing. The god of time blessed her, so that time stopped around her. The guy asked her again. She replied that her duties included maintaining the spell over their patron, who was sleeping in the depths of the temple. She called him the eternal sleeper. She used her technique on him to stop his time and slept with him. And so on, year after year. It was quite depressing there. Ren asked, if they were frozen in time, shouldn't those years have passed unnoticed? She replied that while the technique was in effect, the caster's consciousness was awake. Once she uses the technique, that's it. Her body freezes in time, but not her consciousness. It's like a dream, but also like it's not. The guy thought it was hard for her. They didn't understand why they had to do this. Rose replied that the temple kept this information secret. It was a saint who protected their world with his sleep. She didn't know the details herself. Anyway, the temple eventually threw her out too. Kai said that on this island he was building his own country for those who were banished by the temple, so that they could live in peace. And if she had nowhere to go, they would gladly accept her. All the villagers welcomed her with joy. They showed her how the village was organized. Later, Ren brought Kaid and the others. The guy said that everything was as they had discussed. He wanted to check if it was possible to remove the mask. Sarah couldn't remove the collar because of the power of the blessing placed on it. But maybe it would be easier this time. Also, Rose hasn't used her eyes for a long time, so he wants them to heal them as soon as they take off the mask. After that, he called the girl. The girl recognized his voice and happily said that Yuri had told her a lot. It turns out that he is the king of this island, who has already saved many lives. The two of them started talking about how great he was. The guy asked them to stop calling him sir. He said there was something he wanted to try. But it might seem weird. The girl thought about his words in a bad way. Kai said that they would now try to remove her mask. She replied that this could not be done. If they tried to remove the mask by force, she would destroy it. He told her that everything was fine and asked her to just trust her. She didn't understand who he meant. Kaede asked her to close her eyes. The girl cast a temporary life spell on the lock on the mask. After that, she asked him to try not to harm Rose, and he happily agreed and opened the lock. The mask fell off her face and she touched her eyes in surprise. At the same time, they began to heal her. She slowly opened her eyes. She looked up at the sky, her eyes wide open, as tears began to flow from her eyes and she sighed. She started shouting what she saw. When she saw him, she said she thought he was older. He smiled and welcomed her to the country again. She said she heard many voices, but she didn't think there were so many people here. He replied that it was time to relax and have a snack. They had meat for today. At this time, the girls began to set the table with various dishes. Rose was incredibly happy. The guy asked if they really fed her cold food in the temple. She replied that she lived deep underground. By the time they brought the food there, it would have already cooled down. Now she's been relieved of her duties and exiled here. She's even been able to take off her mask. There's delicious food here, and she can make a lot of friends. She has to give Rukia credit. Hearing this name, the guy froze and asked her again. She answered that this was her successor. In 500 years, she was the first to receive the blessing of the god of time. In addition, her blessing is many times stronger. He started asking about her name, where she was from, and how old she was. Rose didn't understand why there were so many questions, but the guy shouted at her to just answer. She told him everything she knew about her. He asked if she would also do the work in the patron's chambers. Sit alone and wait for a replacement, blindfolded, in a cold dungeon. She replied that she thought so. The guy asked where these chambers were. She did not understand why he needed it. He replied that it was to save Rukia. She asked why it had come to this. He said she was part of his family. She realized he was the older brother. He was surprised that she knew about him, and Rose said she had been told in confidence. This girl hoped that the temple would have information about her brother, who disappeared after the ceremony. She looked everywhere. She even used the blessing of the god of truth. The boy realized that this was quite reckless. She added that her words would not help him much. She was in the cathedral, where the patron was, and the passage to the dungeon could only be opened from the inside. She had been sleeping for 2 years. The guy asked her if she had a chance to escape 500 years ago, would she want to take it? The girl clenched her fists and agreed with him. She screamed that she wanted to escape, but it was an important thing that someone had to do. No one suggested that she run away. Kai said that was why he would save his sister. Yuri didn't want to say it, but according to Rosa, she was already asleep. He replied that he couldn't just give up on it. Maybe right now she was crying and waiting for him. He realized with a fist that he couldn't leave her. Looking at the map, he decided that only he could save his sister. They moved quickly across the sea on their ship. Kaede said that it was comfortable. The ship was big, so everyone could fit on it. The protagonist asked Abyss how long it would take them to get there. She replied that, at that speed, it would take them 7 days, including stops, to replenish supplies. He told Rose he had a question. She wanted to know what he wanted to know. He asked if she could stop time. She said that she can manipulate the time flow, speed it up or slow it down, but she can't travel through the time flow. She asked if he had any fragile items. He took it out and said they had found it while clearing the village. Ren knew it was her. Rose said it would do. She applied the principle of eternity to it. The guy was surprised that the figurine became golden. She stopped the time of this figurine. Now it is impossible to destroy it. This way you can make a weapon that will never break. The guy said it was amazing. RNA has honed her technique by manipulating the time of various objects. Now she can stop time for about 4 years with a single spell. The boy thought about things that could not be destroyed even by the temple's blessing. He asked if she had accidentally cast her spell on magical tools in the form of a collar. She replied that she had done something like that. Taking his hands, she recognized the texture. She was almost sure she had cast her spell on something similar, but it was an earlier technique. The boy understood her. The magical tool blessed in the temple somehow ended up in the hands of merchants. It seems that something dark is happening here. Rose asked what he wanted to know. He wanted to know about people, and those who know him. She replied that there were not many of them. The Pope, the Archbishop, the Cardinal, the guards, and the Inquisitors of a special rank. He asked how closely the Inquisitors were connected to the temple. She replied that there was only one. The guy was amazed by this. He asked if his name was Bai. She thought he was a famous person. He was one of a kind. They said he had a special blessing. And it was he who sent her to this island. He seems cheerful, but he does terrible things. The guy asked what his blessing was. She replied that she did not know. High-ranking people called him a blessed child who read the stars. Kai decided that he was some kind of astrologer and asked if he was currently in the city. The girl thought so. He is not attached to the holy city and usually travels around the country, but it seems he has been put in charge of the new child of time. He will remain at the temple until he personally sees her enter the sleeping chamber and use the time restoration technique. The protagonist asked who else might be in Maluk. She replied that the Pope and the Archbishop might be there. She didn't even seem to remember their names. No one had really talked to her except Bai, and she was blindfolded. Year after year, she woke up and fell asleep again. Before him, she had communicated with one girl, but the last time she saw her was about 20 years ago. They changed faster than she had time to get used to them. The guy apologized for asking, but she told him not to worry about it because she had already come to terms with it. The guy thought that there are situations that you can't handle on your own. It seems that it would be better to just give up and go with the flow, but he's not going to get into it. In this life, he won't worry only about himself. If someone needs help, he'll help. He had a clue, so he would look for him. He wanted only one thing, for his sister to wait for him. At this time, the ship continued its movement on the open sea. 7 days later, they began to approach land. Kaida reported that, according to the map, the city was directly to the east, and the Federation was to the south. That's where the cathedral was. Edward said that to the west was the Empire's territory, and to the north was the Northern Alliance. Despite the fact that the city separates entire countries, only pilgrims can visit it freely. This is an indicator of the temple's strength. Ren at that moment understood why they asked to sew clothes for pilgrims too. The guy replied that given the way they were talking, he doubted they would be let through that easily. Perhaps she was just a person with a blessing at the sleep point to spot spies. Edward said he was right. If the soldiers told the Inquisitor about them, then they were already wanted. Ren noted that he most likely did not understand how the blessing of search worked. In any case, the most important thing now was to gather more information about the city. He asked if anyone knew about the holy city. The princess thought that Rose might know. She replied that she had last been in the city 500 years ago, so there was no need to ask her. The guy decided that Yuri would go with him first. He thinks that pilgrims would be more willing to communicate with blessed people, and with her blessing of protection, they would feel calmer. Abyss tugged at the edges of his clothes and asked if she could come too. He replied that she would stay as a spare. Many wanted to go with him, but Edward said that he thought it would be better for the mages to stay here. The arrival of one mage could already put the whole city under pressure, and he would be closely watched. Yuri asked if Ren was staying too. The guy said that the Search God's abilities don't work against her. She's different from the mages of this world. After all, she has Eramir's blessing. He asked if anyone from the Imperial Guard could go with them, preferably someone who understood the Faray religion. The princess replied that she would take care of that. He said he was relying on her. After sunset, they would launch a small boat and sail towards the city. When it got dark, they moored to the shore. Dressed in pilgrim clothes, they walked along a narrow road and soon reached the gate. Before them appeared a large city with various buildings of several stories. It was the sacred city of Maluk. Kai was surprised by the large number of pilgrims at this time of year. Yuri wondered if it was always so crowded, or if they had come for some special event. Leah decided to find out everything from them. The protagonist realized that she was a real merchant's daughter, completely fearless. She returned, saying that she had found out everything. This year they are holding the Millennium Festival. That's why there are so many people here. There are 2 temples in the city. The first is dedicated to Saint Arthur, the founder of the religion. The second is dedicated to Saint Paria. The most visited places in the city are the 2 temples and the art gallery. These are the main tourist spots. The girl realized that the more people there were, the easier it would be to remain unnoticed. Kai confirmed her words and noted that they would not be recognized and security would not work as well. There were too many people, and they needed to stick together. People visit famous shrines around New Year's. He watched the spectacle on TV in his hospital room. An endless sea of people. It seemed like it wasn't easy for them. It was like another world. But he hadn't expected it to be that difficult. They were moving through the streets among a large number of people. The main character said that most of the festivals will be held in the summer. Does this mean that there will only be more people? Ren noticed that they said it was a Millennium Festival. That meant it was held once every 1,000 years. The princess had never heard of such a festival before. The guy thought that 1,000 years ago there was a war against demons. It was the era of the Great War. Could it be in honor of it? And he was told that first they need to book accommodation. Pilgrims are provided with free accommodation. The guy didn't think they would have a separate room. They would have to sleep all together in one big room. The guy thought about building something. Ren said that it would be harder to hide from prying eyes. It would be better to pay for a hotel room. The princess decided to look for available rooms. They started looking for a place for themselves. Having chosen a hotel, they decided that it would become their base. After they had rested, he and the princess would go to see the temple. In the meantime, they could act at their own discretion. Everyone was happy about this. Kai handed them a purse of money, telling them to go and buy something, and at the same time listen to what the locals were talking about. They realized that he had thought of everything. The princess angrily told them to stop. They weren't playing games. The guy scolded her, saying that everything was fine. At this time, they were excitedly discussing what they had seen. The guy thought that they had not been outside the island for a long time. Everyone wanted to rest a little. Meanwhile, the princess asked them not to get involved in anything dangerous and not to talk too much. Everyone agreed with her. They in turn left the building, heading for the temple. They joined the group of pilgrims, and the protagonist noticed that the princess, "What are you thinking about?" She said that it was her first time walking like this. The guy was surprised that she was thinking about it, but she confirmed it once again. She said that in her absence, only Sarah got all the cream. The guy blushed and said that maybe she misunderstood something. She asked him not to underestimate her powers of observation. Sarah would soon take action, but whatever she was planning, she knew about it. Ren said that Abyss would throw up. The princess screamed at her in response. The protagonist said that he didn't know what she was getting at, but he had nothing to hide. He was truly grateful to her for helping him with the collar. The girl blushed and said that Sarah was like a sister to her, and she was also glad when her collar was removed. He added that she had to leave quickly, and there were a lot of people here. Chubushka said that she felt cheated. Ren asked if Milord had a soft spot for Yuri. He told her not to blab. He wanted to say that she was a member of the royal family, but she interrupted him, grabbed his arm, and asked if he really wanted everyone in the area to know who she was. He said no. The protagonist saw a crowd of people and realized that this road led to the Temple of Saint Paria. He was curious about how it differed from other temples. It performs the same functions as the Temple of Lucia and sends energy to sealed witches. It is said that Saint Paria and Saint Lucia sacrificed themselves to create the witch's seal. But that is not important now. They care about the Temple of Saint Arthur, the founder of the religion. Sure, it's magnificent. The Templars had told her it was a temple to visit at least once, but the place was truly stunning. The protagonist looked at the sculpture, thinking it was a god. He wondered how many children they had killed, hiding behind the purity of faith and their authority. For the suffering of their world, everyone in this world, they will pay in full. The main character looked at the smiling priests. Suddenly, Ren came up to him with empty eyes and took his hand. He was surprised by this and called her by name, and her eyes sparkled when she said that if he wished, she could turn this garden into a blazing hell in a minute. The princess and the protagonist darkened. He told her she didn't have to do anything. It wasn't that he didn't hate them, but destroying them wouldn't give them back all the lives they'd taken. If she took the first step, their little country would be in the crosshairs. They just want to live peacefully on their island, so he asked that they not be noticed. He asked God if he could hear him. A year ago, a carriage arrived in the holy city. The children there marveled at how big it was. A girl asked another to behave decently. Eve asked Claire if she had been here. She replied that when she was little, they lived in a town nearby. She remembered that their famous dango was very tasty, and Eve replied that he wanted to try it too. Claire asked Rukia if she was okay. The girl smiled and replied that everything was fine. Claire said that they would definitely deliver her to the city safe and sound. That was their main responsibility. She asked to tell them when she felt bad. If something happened to her, it would be a loss for this whole world. She replied that she was worrying in vain, because she was just thinking. She thought about her father, because she hadn't seen him for 2 years because she lived in the monastery. And then she was called to Maluk, and she didn't even have time to go home. She feels very lonely. Claire realized that she valued her family very much. She replied that her father was all alone now. Claire said that he must be worried about her, since she was his only daughter. The girl confirmed her words. She thought that she treasured her family very much. She hoped that she would finally be able to meet the person who knew exactly where her brother was. Special Inquisitor B. Krauser. They arrived at their destination and Rukia looked sad. Claire asked if she was okay. She replied that she was just thinking for a while. She said it was cruel because they were saying goodbye today. The lady loved to fly in the clouds as a child. She could always write to them and share her impressions because they were friends. The girl thanked them in response and said that she really didn't want to part with them. The girls were touched by these words. They hugged her and asked her to take care of herself. They would definitely come to visit her. At the very least, they would stop by during the pilgrimage. She said they don't have to do that. She thinks the Archbishop called her again because he has a task, so she won't be here next year. The girls were upset to realize that they would not meet next year. She replied that they would meet, she would visit them in their hometown. They said that it would be their promise, and they would wait for her. She thought, watching them go, that perhaps they would never meet again. She spent a whole year there, but still did not know where her brother was. If she had known where he was, she would have immediately rushed to him, and it would have been all the same to the opinion of the temple. She did not understand why they turned a blind eye to her blessing, but her brother's blessing was unforgivable for them. Looking at the statues in the temple, she thought that the answers would be given to everyone. She was met by a priest who told her that he was pleased to meet her. He was a special rank inquisitor who had been appointed as her observer. She realized that this was the one she was looking for. He decided to explain to her what she would be doing. First, he told her to blindfold herself. The girl did not understand why. He said that they were going to a secret place now. She couldn't take off the blindfold without his permission, and talking was also forbidden. She blindfolded herself, and they went. They walked for a long time, and she did not understand how long they walked. With this blindfold, she cannot use the eyes of truth. The man called someone, asking if she was awake. He asked her to open the door. The doors opened. Rose came out and asked if he had finished his tour of all 4 cathedrals. He apologized for keeping her waiting. The bishop insisted on a purge. But he brought her long-awaited replacement. She has the same name as the saint. Rose ran up to Rukia, said that she had been waiting for her appearance for so long. After that, they exchanged pleasantries. Bi said that she had the blessing of time. Rose replied that she did not expect that her successor would ever appear. Rukia realized that her work would be related to the blessing of time. Rose said that she had done well for 500 years. Rukia was surprised by this. Bi said that in the depths of these rooms there was a sleeping patron. As the possessor of the blessing of time, she would support his sleep. It's very simple. She only needs to cast a time-stopping spell on him. She can cast the same sleep spell. The main thing is to wake up before the spell falls off the patron to cast it again, and so on, over and over again. He will visit her periodically. Rose will teach her everything. She should be able to stop time for at least a year. The girl wondered what she had been doing all this time. Of course, every time they went down, she would have to put on a blindfold. It was mind-boggling. In the end, she was unable to find out anything about her brother, and she couldn't escape. The temple was watching her every step. She was tied to this holy city, and a year passed like that. Rose admired the way the girl cast the spell. She managed to stop time for 2 years. It was just incredible. The girls wondered why they were practicing on Dad's cape. Rose replied that it was part of the work of the blessed time. She had to keep the priest's clothes, the works of art, and the ancient magical tools frozen. That was her job from now on. Bai came to see Rose the other day. It looks like she's finally going to be released from her obligations. Next time, Rukia will be completely out of control. Well, until the next Blessed One is found, she must try to do everything in her power. After all, only the living pave the way to the future. So it was said in the sacred teaching. As long as she is alive, she will be able to receive the key to her future. Rose finally managed to get the key and wishes the girl luck. A few days later, the Inquisitor took Rose away. Rukia couldn't just sit and wait for her key. She didn't care what the temple would do to her if they found out she was looking for her brother. She had her own plans for that. Bai gave the girl a pen and paper. She was to write a letter to her father, saying that the temple had given her a great mission, so she would not return home. He was to forget about her. The girl grabbed his hand and used the eyes of truth. She was able to see everything that was happening to her brother, who was tied up and thrown out on the island. She was shocked by this. The Inquisitor understood what she could see. He did not expect this from her. The girl did not understand why everything happened like this. Bio noticed that she was able to see so many memories with one touch. She has a certain talent. 3 years ago, they got rid of the blessing of the evil god, and her brother is no longer there. And his blessing could bring disaster. For the sake of protecting the world, they could not leave it in order. Rose also knew too much. She said he was terrible. He said that no matter what, she couldn't leave this place and her duty. If the patron woke up, the world would end. All the innocent souls would be sent to hell, and she after them. Looking at her angrily, he added as he left that when she officially took up her position, a magical instrument would be placed over her eyes instead of a blindfold, and she should not forget to write a letter. She was left completely alone in this small room, in which there was almost nothing. She thought about how her brother was no longer there, and that she no longer needed the world. Tears flowed from her eyes. She could do nothing more, thinking that there was no more light for her.